boy, wasn't that fun? I get so excited every time I watch that. So anyway, welcome everybody to the Citizen Science Podcast. This is show 103. Can you believe that? I was thinking, like we're pros now. I feel like we are, but I still get nervous. I don't know if they'll ever go away, but and we're the one and only twin solar system podcast that exists. The first and only. There's nobody else out there talking about how we have, planets here, like big ones, close by. It's the coolest thing ever. So I'm excited about today's show. We have two guests that's joining us today that's never been on the show before. So that's exciting. We have Bruce Martin and Andrea Adams. I've never laid eyes on either one of them, and I'm excited. So what else? Well, let's go ahead and get the star of the show on. One of the experts is Samuel Hofman, the expert, really. He's, taught us all so much, and it's an honor to have him like we do every week. So let's go ahead and bring Sam on here and see how things are going in Montana. Hey, here he is. Hey, Sam.
Oh, hello. Hi, everybody out there in YouTube, TikTok, internet land. I right off the bat, I'm going to warn everybody, my internet has been horrible today, so do not, don't freak out because I might be chopping in and out. But so far, it's been good in the last hour or so. Then there's more to come as to why some of this is happening. Up here in Montana, it is a sunny. I'll grab the temperature exactly at this moment. Is a sunny 44 degrees, and we actually for today from 2:00 this afternoon, which is right now, we have flood warnings up here in Montana. That is because all of our snow is melting, and we're going to send you guys a whole bunch of water that's coming your way, some nice Montana drinking water that will go out throughout the United States off of the Rocky Mountains. And I suggest you look up that flow because we send it in a couple of different directions. We send it east and we send it west, all the way from up here. And you should be counting on our flood things that are happening right now. Anyway, to reiterate, hello, everybody.
Almost the same temperature as 46 where I am in Oklahoma. But you know what? In 2 days, it'll be 68 degrees after the brutal, zero that we had a few days ago.
And that's going to still head to the East Coast right now. And then, of course, next week, Florida. By the way, today they are having falling iguana warnings in Florida today. So watch out for falling iguanas if you live in Florida.
Oh, in Florida. Okay. I was like, what?
Remember, the reason I mentioned that especially is because Jesus actually, months ago thought I was kidding. And I went, no, actually, when it gets cold in Florida, the iguanas fall out of the trees.
Poor babies.
Those are not native to Florida, but they have infested Florida because somebody let their pets go in a hurricane, etc. over the years, and there's millions of iguanas and peppery and all of these other animals that don't belong, and snakes and all sorts of things that and don't even plant types that have all been moved over due to gardening and shit that have taken over Florida that they've never had a handle on. So Florida and the Everglades is a quagmire of foreign species that are beyond even description. And if you look into that, it's a really freaky deep dive into a study topic. I do recommend it. There's so much crazy shit going on the planet right now. Oh my God, I don't even know where to begin to start. It's horrible. I mean, it's insanely interesting and yet horrible what's going on right now. And I got a new armor of character, shall we say, or a new genre of topic for this week's show compared to last week's show. And thank you, Thomas, for being here, and our grand 100th show and all of that. And guys, oh Christ, what's going on? And is Christoper showed up? Is he in the back room?
Yeah, he's in the back room.
Let's bring in our friends and all.
Okay.
Shut up, Sam. Anyway, me, I talk.
Bring Christoper on this time instead of anyway. Let's see what's going on in Vegas. Yeah. There he is.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Chris. How are you?
Yeah,
you made it.
We're sideways today.
I know.
Vertical.
You never know what you're going to get.
Last week it gave me sideways. Now it doesn't want to do it again. So
Wow.
How you guys doing?
Well,
Welcome to the crazy train.
Yeah, I know.
I
My
looked
internet
in,
wasn't working
I looked
earlier
into.
for, so we're here now.
I ran to the post office this morning and got this crazy note in the mail saying something about packaging issues and
Yeah.
I know.
yeah.
It'll get there. Yeah, it'll get there. But yeah.
Okay. In your expert, or shall we say separate civilian point of view opinion, are they messing with me?
I don't know. Like, I've never seen that happen before. I've never had. You took it to the post office yourself.
Yes.
And handed it off to somebody, right?
Yes.
So if there was a problem with the packaging and the address or whatever, they would have said something to you right there. They wouldn't have accepted it.
I specifically showed the warning label on the backside of the package. That was a factory printed HP shipping notification.
Right, you didn't tie it with a rope and Christmas ornaments on it, right?
If I would have wrapped it in Star Wars paper, it would have got there.
I know. Oh man, that's funny. It's just because I saw it. It said it got to Washington and then they sent it back to original sender. So I don't know. I thought that was weird.
Well, they probably stuck it on a truck and then they got to a plane and they went, "Oh, we can't have lithium batteries in our plane."
Oh, that makes kind of sense.
Because it was a lithium battery factory warning.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is a brand new factory. Mail. This is a completely factory, brand new laptop, and they wouldn't put it on an airplane. After all, because I am a government registered bad person. I'm so evil.
It just
mail by mail.
Labeling it. Yeah, when I looked on Google, you have to
and I thought about covering that, and I thought about wrapping it in brown paper, and I really got to follow my internal gut a little bit. Right,
I thought I gave you the wrong address or something. I said I'm going to feel terrible if I gave him the wrong address, and he had to drive all the way out to the post office to get it mailed.
Oh, it's only a few miles away.
Oh, good. Okay.
Lolo is very, very small.
Okay.
I mean, we have one Pizza Hut, we have one McDonald's, we have a couple of truck stops,
Cool.
and one grocery store, a couple of liquor stores, one bar.
The city's getting to be too much.
So, we're a crossroads truck stop town.
Cool.
A suburb of Missoula that, we might as well be on the moon because nobody wants to drive the highway to get here.
That's funny. Yeah.
And it's only like 8 miles. Yeah, it's easier, if you drive across Missoula to the airport, you got to go literally miles. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't go to Lowell cab out here. We don't have a bus out here. There's no train. There's no nothing. There's no taxi. There might be a local Uber I don't know anything about, but no cell phone.
Yeah.
Oh.
That
sounds
sucks.
kind of remote. It sounds a little remote.
Well, we're going to try again, and we'll get that to you one way or another, even if I have to stick it in a larger box with a whole bunch of shipping peanuts, and then we'll try it one more time. Yeah,
right. Google gave clear instructions on how to do it. So
right. So it's funny. That's the breaks, I guess.
Right on the box, tractor parts do not break.
Right.
I'm joking, but no.
Yeah.
I'm always honest when I put anything in the mail. I always declare everything, and I paid for extra shipping and everything and express service, and I insured it for quite a few $100s. I won't go into grave details, but yeah. And you should have had it yesterday, and I do apologize. And I was looking forward to
you, Sam.
having
I appreciate it.
You'll get there.
So,
it's coming. I swear. Hey, but Rebecca, over the last 8 years or so, has anything through my mail service been easy?
I know it's always something, isn't it?
Yeah, I had bill issues where where like 3 months worth of mail didn't get to me.
Oh, gosh.
Who has that? I pay $100 a year for a PO box.
Wow.
On top of my normal mailing address, which for some reason, Amazon doesn't know where I live, and FedEx won't deliver a package to my house. Why? So I live in this bizarro world where, here I'm renting a post office box so I can receive package mail. So they hand me a key in my tiny little post office box that opens this lock box door down the hall. And yet the mail, Amazon and the Brown Federal Express and all these other guys don't deliver to the same address. And I've noticed that Google is direly inaccurate on their addressing and their map locations.
Yeah.
And yet the entire world is living off the cell phone information. And no wonder everything's broken.
Yeah, I've noticed, like, if you take an Uber, they're supposed to be able to get to your destination using GPS. And I've had a lot of times where they completely take the wrong street. And I'm thinking, did I type in the right address? I hope I did, so we get to where we're going. But I've noticed that the GPSs are all out too.
A few years ago, UPS had, or the other guys, one of the 3 or 4 stores that deliver had listed as down the ad on the street where our garbage can sits. Because I live in a segmented row of 8 different houses. Slot garbage can sits, and that would be that lost address in the loop. And who types this shit in? Somewhere, somehow, somebody's screwing with the information that has been basic all the way from Google Earth when they were, driving their little cars around and taking a picture of my house 20 years ago. And who screws with that information in order to mess with us? And it's just like, it's like why my internet is so bad. Why does it take me 4 days to upload a 15-minute video? Yep. Why is it that that my Skype no longer works? Why is it that that I was on TikTok for a week and now nobody can see anything I say? It's just, why can't I access my YouTube account, and on and on? And why did I lose my profile a month or 2 ago? And it just never ends. And it's just hilarious. Like, Jesus, you got to be kidding me! I don't even live in the real world. I'm on the fringe up here in my cave, and this is why I always say my cave here in Montana with my, my 2 cans and a string, going, do you hear me now?
Exactly. It's not like you're. It's not like you don't know what you're doing with this computer. I mean, you can follow simple instructions. If it tells you need 2 passwords or something, or a way to authenticate an account, I'm sure you can figure that out. So why are you getting booted out of TikTok after a week or losing all your accounts like that? That's not cool.
Well, what still gets me is that they were, Facebook was mailing me emails to a phone number I don't even have. And yet my phone number has not changed in 23 years. And I provided them with that information as to my email address and all of this, and why suddenly, remember, I lost my account, and they were mailing that notification to something I have no clue, because it was a phone number I did not even recognize. It's like, why would that go there when I can't? And then that was the only way for me to get back to my old profile, was through that identification number, and we could never even find it. And Rebecca and I spent, an entire day trying to go around it, and it was just insane. And and we never got back to her.
I got a message from TikTok also just now saying that our live is restricted because of unoriginal or reproduced content. And I'm like, that's impossible. We're live. I mean, how is it not original or reproduced?
We haven't shown anything yet. Oh, except
are we talking about real Sam and Rebecca?
We're in a bizarre world. There, all of these weird little freaky things are just piling up on us, no matter what. And we get 900 views when we know that it couldn't possibly be only that. And we're anyway. I could go on conspiracy theory. Oh my God. Oh, woe is me, and I don't want to go there. But oh my God, you got to be kidding me. You know,
I
and
mean,
we've been talking about this shit for 15 years.
right. Why would they bother censoring so hard if it wasn't so, it's obviously important enough for them to censor it that hard.
Is
You know what I'm
Jillian
saying?
hiding in the wings? It just
Yeah,
struck me.
she is. We need to get her on here. It's too quiet. So,
And we haven't heard from Jesus yet today.
not yet. Not
Okay.
yet. I have not heard from him.
And we still have to say hi to everybody in the comments section.
I mean it.
That's
Well, let's
do
go
it.
ahead and see how Scotland
And
is
we're
going.
glad you're all here and welcome to, we got a little chaos this week. There's so much going on.
There
Oh,
she
hi
is.
there.
And I'm
Hey,
sure we're
Jillian.
going to spend probably the next
Chris.
5 or 6 hours talking about it. So,
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm editing a picture. Sorry.
oh, go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Yeah.
So tell us how you're doing. Is it hot or cold?
Well, today my app said it was 11 degrees Celsius when it had been 0 and minus just before that. And
Yeah.
yeah, we had a rain bomb yesterday. And what else is there? Yeah, just crazy. Like on Monday or Tuesday, there was a whole bunch of, as asteroids under the planets as they come up in the east and go over towards the suns, and that the stuff curves and goes, it feels like the stuff curves and goes round us.
You're correct.
to
It
get-
does. It does
to go around
visually curve.
Oh, good.
Well,
It's just,
remember,
felt-
they're orbiting under their electrically attached planets. So as the planet rotates, they are now visibly at this outview curving in their pathway. You're exactly right. Gillian's got a handle.
see, I got
Gillian
something right.
knows what she's
Woo!
looking at. She knows what she's looking at.
Yeah, so as it was curved and coming round, then the wind started,
Wow.
and you could feel it. And then, like I've just said to Sam and Rebecca in the green room, Chris, there was this whoa, like steel, like you were inside a steel drum,
Wow.
and something was pinging off it that had a frequency that was making a noise like a bell. It was almost like we were a bell ringing or something.
Wow.
I will
And-
remind everybody what happened in 2010 and 2011. Rebecca, for our listeners, do you have that early Australian sound in the skies video?
Yeah, we could do that.
And then you can compare that what you heard, Jillian, to this.
Okay. Bear with me.
Sorry to throw you a left field hook, but
Yeah, I know. It's
today, I mean, after all, our best executive director, Rebecca, is good and has lots of files and lots of information.
Well, you see, even Theo heard it because we were sat on the bed. I was getting dressed like it was.
Yeah,
That's
my
7-ish
my
in the
ears are
morning.
going crazy. My ears are ringing for days now.
wrong one. Let's try it again.
Yeah, so it feels like there's something going wrong in my one ear.
Well,
My right ear was like.
Oh,
Well,
driving me
we
nuts.
talked about the sun's radiation is actually getting inside of our magnetosphere around planet Earth right now, and that's that high pitch ringing and wah 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 and subtones. Listen,
The hell is that?
it'll go high.
Yeah.
And then it'll go flat low.
Is that coming from the clouds?
Yeah.
I don't know, it's somewhere up there.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. I know that song.
Yeah, the music, I can't hear it.
So creepy. Oh, hang on.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
We're up at Bonnie Doon.
You guys may have noticed in the last week that the sun angle has changed.
Can't say
Mhm.
anything, but I can
Mhm.
certainly hear
We
that.
have 90 more minutes of sunlight than we did a while ago.
What the is that?
Those are planets.
Yeah. It sounds just like the Voyager recordings.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the sound of planets. Planets make sounds.
That is
Yeah.
weird. Oh, look
That
at
is wild.
son of a-
And this harmonic, Earth is going through a harmonic. The magnetosphere from the sun and a magnetosphere from the Earth are in this argument. The the plasma's getting through. This is why our internet is bad. This is why our ears are ringing, where we're sick to our stomach, why we don't feel good. We're all tired. We're exhausted. We're disconnected. We're distracted. The close passing planets are affecting us. And we are headed to the beginnings of the 180-day cycle for 2025. Here we go. And then let's not even talk about all of the UFO sightings, and we can talk about them later. We are in a very crazy time right now, and what I've been watching, it's been a barrage of photoshopping and reality being clumped in together, and there is so much drama going on. People don't know what to believe or who to believe, and we have to be fearful of that because the negative campaign is kind of washing and suppressing our campaign, and our campaign has been gathered through time. We don't make this crap up. We have thousands and hundreds of thousands of reports from around the world going back over 15 years.
Look at that
And
thing.
yeah, people have to realize this shit is real. It's happening. And are you listening yet? This is my question. Are you listening yet?
Another trumpet-like sound.
That's scary.
That's freaky, that one.
I mean, I think of Godzilla or something, when you hear that.
Well, basically, there are these Titan creatures that are close by, flying past us, and they're rubbing up against us. And
Yeah.
our tectonic plates are moving because of these planets and nearby objects, and we're all connected, and we're either pushing each other out of the way, or synchronicity. I can't even talk. Anyway, we're linked.
Synchronistically.
Yeah, thank you. That's the word. I couldn't get past the T thing. Tickly. Tickling. Oh, tickly. Okay. Yeah, that word. Yeah. Or you could even say sympathetically linked. I think I was probably diving between those two words. We're everything's connected or separate connected. And we talk about the binary system. They have their rotation. We see where their asteroids and their moons are located in the southern hemispheres. Ours are generically in the northern hemispheres of everything, or at the equator, in orbit patterns. And I've been talking about this for well over a decade, and all of this. And we, people still say, "Well, your theory." Excuse you. Immanuel Velikovsky, let me throw that book in your face and say, go ahead, read this book, and then come back and talk to me, kid, after you grew that, information.
Yeah, so are we going over to say hello to everybody?
Yeah, I was going to add that
Yes.
most people would only accept news like this if it came through the news, but because it's coming from just some random guy they never heard of hardly, they don't think it's real. Like, I know but that's what we're dealing with. Like, how do you
I remember that every day.
help people understand that it is real? It's just so hidden, for a reason. But you know what? We do pick up new followers every day. Like, the people are catching on. They're out there who know that they're not going to tell us if something is major, it's huge.
Well, there's so much evidence of it that's absolutely undeniably compiled over the years, and we're not creating this information. We're not coming up with these fantasy things that are occurring. No, we're taking sightings from around the world. We're coming up on our 15th year in a matter of weeks, and this is all collected, gathered information from everybody. It's not created from fantasy or from internet gossip or anything. This is all tabulated, factual, gathered information. And I don't think people take into account our era of how long we've been doing this, how many years that we've been plugging out at it every day. which is why we have a level of experts and people around the world that we talk to every day. And you know, we are the one and only binary solar system group that has any real info. Oh my God! I saw again somebody that I think I know. Talking about the star again, and I'm going, oh my God, not still. You know, I'm doing the toe tap dance. Thank you, Carol Ann.
Thank you, Carol Ann. They're happy. Look how happy these kitty
There's
cats
so
are.
much information out there. It's horrible.
They are so
The amount of
freaking
information that
Look
people
at
are
them.
running off of.
Oh,
Yeah, I
Can you
know.
imagine trying to get? You should see. That's the look on Ozzy's face when I have to put his harness on to go a walk.
Oh my gosh, I love it. Oh boy. So yes, thank you so much, Carol Ann, for your first donation of the day, or the first donation, I say. But yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the comment section and see who all is here, because I haven't had a chance to do all that yet. Let's see. Well, okay, so first I have on my end, at least, it's T Racy,
Stacey.
everybody. So T Racy.
Yeah, but I was saying hi to Stacy.
Oh,
Stacey
sorry.
Hamlin. It's in the middle of my feed. I just,
Sorry. I was like, no,
No,
it's
I'm
just-
sorry. It just came out of my mouth anyway.
Yeah,
You
it's
continue,
funny.
please.
Okay.
I do apologize.
All right, that's okay. But hi, T Racy. It's always good to have you here. It's 9 p.m. her time, everybody. And she stays up late. Like she's on here like till 2 and 3 in the morning her time. So that's pretty nice. All right, let's keep on. She's in the UK, right? I believe so. I believe she's in the UK. All right, somewhere in Europe for sure. Okay, and there's Carol Ann again. She's here. She's definitely here. So, and I think she's planning on joining us in a little while. So that will be a treat. And let's see who else is. Okay, Experimental. I knew if I see T Racy, we know Experimental is here, and here she is. Hi, Experimental. It's good to have you here too. It wouldn't be the same without both of you. So, and then hey, Sharon is here from Australia. Hi, Sharon. And
Hi, Sharon.
yeah, I got a surprise. She's going to join us a little later too. So we always like having Sharon on with us. So she'll cover any scientific questions.
And I hope everybody out there likes the cosmopolitan effect that we're trying to share, because it's not just a few of us that are talking, it's people around the world. And these people that we invite on our show as our special guests are people who have been around for a very long time and are close friends in many ways, and close strangers in many ways as well. We've just known them, and we've known them for a long time, and yet we don't actually get to know their faces very well because we got a little tiny little circle of somebody's face or whatever icon they place on that picture. So this is always a really wonderful opportunity for us to meet our dear friends that we've known for years.
It's awesome. It really is. I was telling Bruce yesterday, we were talking about, not having so much personal friends and family to talk to about this. And I said, that's what makes our show so special, is because I think we're all kind of in that same boat where we don't have many people personally to, explain this to or talk to about it. But that's why, we meet here every Saturday and everybody's happy and they stay here the whole show and they're here every week, rain or shine, because it really means a lot to them because there's nobody else for them to talk to or, to hear this information. So it's nice.
Have you checked to see if Christoper has tried to get back in or?
I have. Yes, he sure has. I didn't hear the beep. There he is. Sorry, Chris.
You get a beep?
Now I do get a beep in my ear.
Oh, cool.
I'm supposed to.
Well, I've noticed you were gone, but I was.
Yeah,
like,
it started going haywire
Yeah.
on me. I started hearing fuzz, and I didn't know if it was messing with you guys, so I just shut it off.
Sam. Yeah, he's got your back. So,
Cool.
Hey, and then Nicole's here. Nicole is
Hey,
here.
Nicole.
She's in Colorado. Hi, Nicole. I wonder how cold it is there.
Yeah, I heard it's getting it's been
It's
cold.
pretty cold. Yeah. Well, good to have you, Nicole. Good to see you.
Well, we're going to go through the weather yo-yo here in the next 2-3 weeks,
Mr.
beginning of March.
Mr. Germany guy, Alexander
Hello,
is here.
Alexander.
Hey,
Yeah, our very own professional photographer.
Some of his videos from this week, good job. He was filming the asteroids. They're getting way bigger, and all the
man.
background stuff that we used to make as little dots and little smaller surrounding asteroids are all becoming predominant players.
Yeah.
And oh my God, we don't really want to name a whole bunch of them, but we do need to point out that they are there, and I mean, and they're getting huge. And we are coming in March, end of March. We're going to see the close pass cycle for. I've already noticed the sun angle has changed, and here we go again on an adventure. The thingamajiggers. Oh my God, here we go. And we've seen illumination, and oh my God, Matim is just. Yesterday I was driving, and I'm looking at this big rainbow, huge ass side face of Matim.
Cool.
Like, because it's so close, it's doing this really atmospheric thing. Because I do believe Matim has some sort of atmosphere, because we saw in the early years we saw snow on the mountains. So I'm sure it has some sort of surrounding atmosphere that would show a rainbow illumination through a gaseous atmosphere, where stellar light will break down into a refractive prism effect, thus showing us that it is
Maybe
there.
we've got another planet with little peoples on.
Well, I saw some pictures that Liz from Minnesota sent me, and it wasn't a great quality photograph, and I have a copy of it, and I'm going to try and do a couple other comparatives before I throw it out to everybody else.
Okay.
Because I don't like to dump stuff and then stand there and make supposition about it. I like to know what I'm doing. And then when I compare a few more, I'm sure that everybody else is going to send me 4 or 5 copies from wherever they live. And that's how it, Christopher, that.
Yeah.
We'll see, 18 copies of the same thing coming from around the world, and which is how and why we do things this way. And that way we don't jump to conclusions and get lost in supposition. We accumulate the facts or acquire the information, and then when we've got enough information to say, yeah, it all fits, then we progress forward. Okay. Ricola.
Well, okay, let's pick up where we left off.
I said all that in one breath,
Okay.
Right.
Again, welcome to Alexander. And then, hey, it's Michelle Cox, everybody.
Hey, Michelle.
Indiana. Hi, Michelle. It's always good to see you. I was looking at her little happy face. It's cute. So, but it's good to have you with us. And let's see, who's next? Oh, Dennis. Yes, he's in the house.
Hey, Dennis.
Dennis,
I'm
for
sure
sure.
you noticed his picture.
I was getting ready to say that. Not just the fishing part, but look at the planet behind him. Man.
Yuri
That's so cool.
and the red asteroid.
Cool.
I would like a copy. We need our own copy of that.
Yeah, that's really cool, isn't it?
Yeah. So, but good to see you.
Yeah, and that's the number one sales of a photograph is some guy standing there fishing, and then if you were a sky watcher on top of it, then you've got tenfold. Like you got Planet Yuri, the red asteroid, and the guy fishing.
Yeah,
Cool.
it's more than just fishing. Let's see who's next. Hey, it's Brendan in Ireland. I think everybody knows where Brendan lives now, but that's where he is. He's in Ireland. So
We have quite a few friends in Ireland.
we do, don't we? We do.
Yeah.
We're mainly Mark.
3
When I
or
think of
4 in
Ireland, I
Scotland
think of
and
Mark.
4 or 5 in the UK. Like hello, Andy Pohl, and
Yeah, several
our dear
there.
like Dave's Waffle House, and
Yeah. Okay. Right.
we have more. Lots of people we talk to around the world.
They're all over, really, Sam. They're like
Yeah, they
New
are. They are.
Zealand, Australia,
Well,
South
unfortunately, we
Africa.
lost a lot of our Russian and Chinese friends in the last few years. And I have not talked to my South Korean friend in a very long time, and I'm very surprised.
Too bad.
Matthew has gotten busy with his world, and he's over in
Malaysia.
Malaysia. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I send him stuff every once in a while. Hello, Matthew. I know you're out
I
there.
see him every so often on Facebook. Like,
Yeah,
once
it
in a
seems like, God, I studied European weather this week. Woo. Get ready, you guys. Anyway, go ahead.
hold on. Hey, Katie Joe's here.
Hey, Katie.
She's here,
Yeah,
but she's
hello,
in New
Katie.
Jersey, but she's here. So, hi, Katie
Okay.
Joe. Good to have you. Oh, it always
Saw your
is.
picture from this
Sure.
week. Thank you. Good work.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, and she's a nice lady. I'll just add that too. She is. She's a nice lady. And she has a group. she has her own group
Yep.
for this, for sharing, sky watching and planet talking. And so East Coast Looking Up and Out on Facebook. You should join. So, but good to see you, Katie Joe. And
Oh, guys, we do our homework.
It's my friend Nibiru. Here she is. She's
Hey,
in
Nibiru.
California, almost to Oregon. Almost, not far.
Oh, you're way up there in Northern Cali.
Yeah.
That's fun.
North. So, and we have some of her pictures to look at a little
Awesome.
later in the show. So, yeah, she shared some pictures with me this week. So cool. She made it. Were you on time? You were only 3 minutes late. Tubaloo. That's not bad. That's not bad. I'm easy. I'm softy, so I won't come down. So, but good to have you for sure. Oh boy, who else here? Now, 5 minutes late, Esri Colette. I don't know how.
Just have to go and get the
I think he was on time.
I know.
Major improvement.
Okay. Improvement. Yeah. Welcome, Esri Colette. He's in Canada. He is in
Cool.
Canada. So, but and that's Sam, like little Sam. His name is Sam as well, Samuel. So,
Great name.
yeah, it really is.
Right? I have a brother named
Guys,
Samuel.
go ahead and look it up in the Bible. You'll see. You'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
There you go.
We have a bunch of Bible names, in our, mixed amongst us. My name, we got Jesus, we got, several. I'm going blank. I say that there's a bunch and I can't think of it.
Well, just for a sidebar, there were no hamsters that were injured in the making of this film.
Ever.
Hey, Robin's here. Happy
Hey, Robin.
102. That's right. That is so cool. I still can't believe it. I mean, it's like, that's a lot of shows, guys.
Yeah.
We're doing well. So, but yes, hi, Robin. Good to see you.
And
Who else is
Karen
here?
Carpenter comes to mind. We've only just
Yeah.
begun.
Hey, she's here.
What? Oh, anyway, I'll stop.
Hi, Leah. And I'm going blank.
Hey.
It's like she's in Wisconsin or Minnesota. I don't remember.
We
You
have,
tell me.
we have the coolest of current information
remember.
of anybody out there, and we do our homework. And
Yeah.
guess what? That doesn't exist anywhere out there for free. And here it is, this golden tree on top of the mountain, bearing all the fruits of wisdom that have been decades in research. And please picketh of the
It's the best.
fruit on Facebook. Yeah.
Can't find
The
it
top
hardly
10
anywhere.
hits of this week. Wow.
So cool.
Welcome, get called cool kids, crazy guys, gals out there, and all you cats. Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh, hi, Leah. Good to see you.
Hey, you guys
Oh, and
remember,
he's here.
Wolfman Jack and all of that,
David. Get over here. Here he is. Hi, David.
radio station.
David.
Try not to be intimidated, but he's here. So,
Cool.
hi, David.
I
Yeah,
did warn
good.
Rebecca ahead of time that I had a cup of coffee right before the show. So
Uh-oh.
Oh, that sounds good right now, actually.
I need a refill myself.
You have to warn people before, or you have to warn people after you've had a cup of coffee, Sam?
Does that hit you like that? Really? 'Cause
do
it doesn't me.
you know
I wish you did.
ADHD?
Kitty cat.
You gotta say that again.
Do you know ADHD children? The hyperactive
Yes.
children.
There's Diana.
That's
Oh, yeah.
me.
That's you?
And you add a cup of coffee, and I have to, if I drink 2 cups of coffee, I'm in trouble. But if I
Oh,
drink
I
one,
bet.
then I am, I talk 500 miles an hour already, and you add just like go. I don't even need those energy drinks. I couldn't drink one if I tried.
Yeah.
I had a discussion about that with somebody at the truck stop today. Anyway, yeah, no, I'm in a higher gear today, running down the highway. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And remember, guys, and all, this is the warning label for everyone. You can always say, "Shut up, Sam."
Shut up, Sam.
Yeah,
All
okay.
right, here we
Okay.
go.
All right, here we go.
Maria's here. Hey, Maria.
Hi.
Good to see you in Alaska. So,
Hi,
That's
Maria.
pretty
Saw
cool,
you
too.
call the other day. I was out
Yeah.
at the store when you called.
and
Back
she's a
and forth
nice lady
down a lot.
too.
Yeah.
Just throwing it out there. She's a nice lady. So good to see you, Maria. Who else? Oh,
And lucky her, she
Sabrina's
gets to live in
here.
Alaska. Hey, Sabrina.
Sabrina. I'm drawing blank on where Sabrina is. I should know. It's like I don't know. Tell me where you're at, Sabrina, so I'll remember. But somewhere in Europe, I know, but somewhere.
Oh, cool.
I'm thinking
I'll get there.
Australia, but I could be
Oh,
wrong.
okay.
I want
Okay,
to.
you got
Could be wrong. Yeah, it does become very hard to keep track of everybody out there. We know so
find out.
many people. I have been guilty of mixing one person for another, and
Yeah.
calling other people the wrong name on occasion. And I do apologize, but we talk to a lot of people.
Happens.
Here's
A lot.
Audrey. Audrey is here now. She's in South
Hey.
Africa. That we know.
Yeah.
And it's what time? 11:15. Wow. 11:46 now. Wow. Well, I'm
Some
happy
really
to see you,
interesting
Audrey.
views have been coming in from New Zealand, South Africa, Australia. Some oddly confusing ones too.
Definitely.
Robert Marshall Smith, etc. Great work. Thank
Always.
you.
That's great pictures.
Yeah, it's twisting my brain. And anyway, I got to take a little bit more attention to what's going on. But by the way, again, Matim is moving, and there's been sightings where it's separate of Uri, cut off view, and so Matim is behaving, and I think going to be
That's
very
funny.
prominent in our faces before you know
Oh,
it.
there he is. Yeah, Matim is
odd that
upper
it's
left.
I'm highly surprised that we're getting this view of Matim because Matim is so rare
Okay.
and so quick.
Pretty
And
small,
this
too.
is the first time I've
Yeah.
cataloged Matim for this long already. Usually it's there and gone. Or
Wow,
that
okay.
I haven't seen everything perfectly all along. It took a long time to learn how to do this.
Of course.
So, I mean, there are probably a million errors I've made by now. And I hope not, but I mean, there's probably quite a few. And we're working off what we know and what we document. And it's been an awesome week to see Matim. Like yesterday, I was driving and I fully saw a rainbow illumination side face on the left-hand side that had to be one and only that because of the size of it. It had to be Matim. And I'm going, holy shit, look at that. And I was wondering, is it a backlit crescent flare? No, that's a side rainbow illumination. Weird.
Wow.
Because,
Okay.
well, it is still in front of the sun. It's not directly beside the sun. It's way in front of it. And what I was seeing is the light first arcing around the edge crescent lighting
Wow.
rainbow. I mean,
That's
my
incredible.
and it was just like, yeah, you could, and it was the only rainbow in the sky anywhere. And so I just went, whoa, and I actually stopped the car and got out of the car and I looked at that and I looked at it and looked at it, and then about 3 or 4 cars that went by me, I got back in my car and then went home. But yeah, it's a hell of a show. Every time I see this shit and it actually quells out into my monthly site drawing,
Yeah.
and the fact that I've drawn in the illumination of the side of Matim as well, and this is all happening. The angle of light is coming true to the model that runs in my head, and which is another interesting, crazy
Have you
thing
got a
altogether.
picture of that left side of the sun, Rebecca, for people so that they could get the idea?
The drawing, you mean?
Monthly
Yeah,
site
so
drawing left side,
Yeah,
February
Let's see.
15th,
this one. There we go.
2025. Yep.
So you seen
And
like
Matim
that
is coming.
glow on the left there, like that.
Yeah, Matim is coming out from behind Uri, and Uri is rising up, and these asteroids are also illuminating. And if you notice the yellow and orange on the drawing, a lot of people just look at the drawing, but they don't take into account all of the colors. The illumination and the yellow and orange is the sun at that angle shining off the bottom of their face, and they are illuminating in the sky in many
It's so
different ways
cool.
through clouds, etc. That's why I drew it in this way. So now there is some drastic illumination sighted on the bottom blue area of where Matim should be behind the clouds as well. So we know it's putting off a facial blue. It's a very bright blue. But then just on to the right of the sun, in the lower hemisphere of the out view of the sun, we know that the blue asteroid also is, and it's putting up a very bright blue effect as well. So if you're seeing anywhere around a clouded sky, any blue lighting, look for those two objects. If it's large and blue on the left, it's Matim. If it's small and blue on the right of the sun, then it's the blue asteroid.
Cool.
And all of this is documented over the last few years. Hello, people. Are you listening yet? I mean, we are so highly accurate. And, Rebecca always says, it's undeniable.
Yeah, it's true.
Now, I don't know what more to say than it's proven. And you guys have to listen to this. And if you don't, I don't know what else to tell you.
Who's here? It's Thunder.
It's Thunder.
Oh, I said it just that time. I can't believe it. Oh boy, all that practice. 101 times I've said that. No, but hi Thunder. It's good to have you here. Sometimes it doesn't come out right. That was perfect. Okay.
Well, the question is, do you have to pronounce each of the A's after the end of the word as a separate syllable? That's the only question that remains.
Thunder, right.
Thunder, okay.
I messed it up again. It's like a one time for
there you
go. So,
now that we've covered that scientific anomaly.
Let's see. Hey, Cora is here. Hi, Cora.
Hi.
Yeah, government watch list. Yes. Wait till oh boy.
Credit. Oh, what a hey, I heard of that thing.
Oh my goodness.
My folks was telling me about that there. Doesn't it run in the forest, that credit thing? I don't have to worry about that because I am current and I am not in debt.
Oh. Well, my credit score is looking really.
Well, what she's saying is that they will ruin it anyway.
Yes.
She's saying.
Well, okay, all right. Not this for good, bad, and ugly or whatever. I spent 25 years in hiding already, and finally, after my non-disclosure of my NDA was over, I just actually published my name in the phone book, and I wasn't anywhere on any listing for many years. And I've already known about that. Thank you, Cora.
Yeah,
I don't think people realize what I've gone through to get here.
No.
That's just some other idiot up in Montana talking on a microphone.
And they seem to know a lot more about all this than you do anyway, so.
Well, yeah, the red nemesis, Planet X. Hiding behind the dark star, and we live on a flat matrix hollow crap going to the sixth world, right?
Yeah.
No.
I love how they're like, some of them are saying Nibiru already came and left, and I got a few more this week, so I just
I heard
I had to stop arguing.
I saw that this last week. Yeah. Rebecca, did you know?
Yeah.
And Christoper, I'm including you in this conversation because I'm going to go around the facts for anonymity. But did you know that there was a certain person that recently, where we were semi-affiliated with, that actually called you and me the devil and Satan?
Oh, yeah.
Huh. No, that's a new one.
Yeah, Christoper and I both heard this through the grapevine, correct, Christoper?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow. Huh, wow.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah. Well, this is
why would they say that?
Called.
I mean, I'm like
yeah, we are bad. We are bad people.
You guys are some bad
horrible
people.
Oh boy, that's crazy.
We have to go back to church. Saint Ignatius, Saint Mother of our Mary, who's going to save our frozen butts, and pray, for our fathers, 3 Hail Marys and a couple of, something else's, and forgive our poor souls for being so bad. We are bad people.
No.
You know why? Because we are reaching that truth that no one's allowed to talk about.
Yeah.
I feel like George Carlin at times. I really do. I mean, it's like, oh my God, how can we deal with this crazy train that we've commonly proven for over a decade, and yet here we're still on a skateboard rather than taking the express lane, and it drives me crazy that we've shared all of this information with everyone and it's not being gotten out. And then we can talk about the cubes. Holy shit, we've been screaming about them since 2019 publicly. And Crickets.
Um,
Beep, 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 beep.
who else
Nothing.
is here?
Nothing.
It's Screaming Thin Man. He's here, everybody. Good to see you, Screaming. Yeah. Fake videos since 2008. I'm not sure what that means. But
Yeah, I was just going to say that exact thing. I don't know
I'm not
exactly
sure,
what.
but
Screaming Thin Man, we love that you're here. Would you please spend a moment or two to define that statement, please?
yeah.
Yeah. Where's the fake
And
videos? I want to see them. There's a whole
Irene
bunch
is
of other stuff.
here.
Hi,
Oh,
Irene.
Yay.
Gillian, there's
It's
so
good
much
to
fake
see you,
out there. It's
Irene.
unbelievable.
She's a
And
Oh, yeah.
I even posted some bad boo-boo this week. So, I caught myself and I retracted it. So,
Yeah. You see that, Sam? Irene is here.
yeah, I'm glad you're back. I
Yay.
saw that you had a little difficulty. Welcome back. And I hope all are well and safe and happy
Good
and
to have
healthy. And
you.
We hope you're better. We really do.
next
She's
week
a
you're going
long
to get.
time member.
There is a falling iguana warning right now, so be careful if you go outside. Watch out for falling iguana.
Be careful. Wear a hat or something. I don't know.
Heck, a football
What do you
helmet, construction helmet,
Yeah. Okay. Well, good to see you, Irene. And now I'm not caught up. Here's Stacy. Here she is.
Hi, Stacy. Stacy's up here
There
in
she
Montana.
is.
She is one of the oldest Montana Skywatcher members that I can think of, and
Wow. I didn't
it was very
that.
I ran into her name again, and because I got the new profile, I had the opportunity to refriend her, and now that
Yeah.
I have far fewer friends on my page now than I used to have, it's easier to find old friends. So we started talking again, and I asked her if she wants to be on the show, and we're trying to work her in.
She's going to
And-
be, as far as I know, she's going to be joining us next week, next Saturday. So,
And that worked for me. I hope it's convenient for her as
And
well.
I think the week after that, possibly Michelle Mountain. So we're
Oh,
still
awesome.
confirming
Michelle's
that.
in South
So,
Africa.
Yeah.
Stacey, be prepared to give us the story of how you first became a member of Montana Skywatcher and blah, blah, et cetera, et cetera. And because that's where we usually start with everybody that's new to everybody else out there. And we await your wonderful visit. Thank you.
Won't be long. 1 week. Okay. Well, good to see you, Stacy. And Nancy. Nancy's here. Good deal.
Hello, Nancy.
Good to have you, Nancy.
I say this every time.
She's
Oh,
here
you mean
every
Nancy?
week. Yeah. Nancy's in the house.
Look up Fire Sign Theater, Nick Danger album on YouTube.
I see. Do that.
That's an
And
old
then
comedy album from
Tony.
the 70s, I believe. It's a cultural icon.
I don't know where Tony is. I have no
Hi,
idea.
Tony.
I couldn't
Well,
think of-
Tony
Where is he?
he's a member of another site where I'm trying to rein them back in, and I mean this in a nice, sympathetic way, not in no offense intended. Their site is a little bit less strict rules than we do, Rebecca. And there are
Anything goes.
there's some
Anything goes.
stuff that's posted there that we wouldn't necessarily agree with.
I
Although
know.
I appreciate Tony's visitation.
Well, he's here
and,
though.
Yeah,
He's
right,
here.
exactly. And I'm glad
Right.
he's here so he can hear the
Right.
facts that
He's
we
here.
gathered. And remember,
Yeah.
this is not my information. This is our information that we've
Yeah.
spent the last week gathering. And I hope that he gets on board with the 15-year-long stack of
I
information that
know
we
he
gathered
does.
from around the world to prove
I
what's
feel it.
what. Now, Rebecca,
I-
Gillian, tell these people how big these frickin' planets are.
Huh. Okay, here's what I explain. I say, picture this. There's a planet many times the size of Earth, 7 times the size of Earth, and it's just outside Earth's atmosphere. I mean, that kind of you can picture that in your head, meaning, the whole sky is nothing but sky of another planet. When you take a picture, all you can get is like one little corner of the planet. They're too big. They're too close. You can't even, take a picture of them. Anyway, you definitely don't need a telescope. Just
No,
to-
and the thing is, people,
words.
they look up, they see the sky, they see blue, and then see a different blue over here, and they don't even think that it means anything. And everybody's going about their day. I see it in every video on every YouTube thing that I'm
I don't
watching,
see
like Escape to Rural France and all of this. And then I go back years ago and I'm looking behind Beard Meets Food. He's walking into the parking lot and there sits behind him Atu and Atu's Moon in 2022 and 2023, back when it was just huge as shit. And we knew exactly what it was and where it was and what it looked like. And we're screaming this out to people. And yet, we're a guy standing in the piazza and there's nobody there. And we got an empty village square, and the people need to get out here and listen to this stuff because you may hear it in my voice right now. We've been screaming this so long, you guys, that we're running out of voice. Like, oh, I can't yell anymore. I'm joking, of course, but and I told you I'm in a silly mood today, so
it's the coffee.
Well, that too, and we've been doing this for so many years, and I'm literally getting ready to walk in the room and laugh at myself because no one is listening. And Hofman 1978 is not wrong. They don't slap you with a non-disclosure agreement in Montana as a kid for being wrong. No one would notify them. They would never interact. And here I've been letting you guys know the information now that my NDA is over. And that doesn't mean I'm free and clear of the danger of it. It just means that I'm allowed to tiptoe on the other correct side of the information to try and hint to you what's really going on so that you will be able to develop a more informed observation for yourself as a personal citizen scientist.
Hey,
take it away.
Who's here? It's Lori. Lori is here. Hi, Lori. Always good to have you with us. And let's see. I'm not sure where Lori is from either. I need to find out. That we all know. This is Feral Forest, and I learned last week that is Bruce. That's Bruce Martin.
Okay.
So I think he's
very interesting picture.
Yeah, he has a lot of interesting pictures. Actually, I was looking at his Facebook last night. Interesting. I'm waiting to hear him.
We go through.
I think he's only able to join us audio only because of
and I mean, look at me. I mean, if you want anonymity as a guest, you're welcome to have a stock footage picture. Which will talk like mine does. And for the new folks out there, the reason you're seeing my picture only, you're not seeing me live, is that my internet, even though I pay a very high price for it, is not able to run both the camera and the microphone at all without stalling out and booting me out of StreamYard. So, that being said, please do continue.
All right. Well, he'll be here soon. And here is Holly Grace, everybody. Ta-da, she's here. Hi, Holly. Good to see you. I love that name. It's such a pretty name. And I don't know where she's at either, but hi, Holly. And, good. Tara is here. My friend Tara. Our friend Tara. She's everybody's friend. So she's in Texas. That I do know. So, and she helps me admin our group, Nibiru Holics Anonymous. So we were kind of talking last night about how, the people in the group behave themselves perfectly because honestly, it kind of runs itself. Like that group just, it doesn't really require much adminning because everybody there is so well behaved. Isn't that nice? We don't have to just, stay on top of anything. It just, So anyway, hi Tara. It's good to see you. Let's see. Let's keep going. We may be all got caught up.
Yay!
I know. Oh wait, here's a new one. Airson77 is here.
Well, thank you for being here. Glad you're here.
That's a new name for me.
If you have any questions about what we say, because we do throw it out there quite quickly, pipe in and holler. Seriously, anyone. The only stupid thing out there is not asking a question. So this is why we're here for you folks. And there's all this gossip occasionally that, Samuel Hofman is an asshole. I don't joke either.
Looky there. See, I told you Tony is on board. He's on board.
Hey, Tony.
Yes, Tony. That's why I reached out to you folks. At different other sister sites, we're hoping to rein people into the facts rather than the supposition. And I mean, like the great dark star or the brown dwarf, and I mean, all of this. If you guys have got to look up the Hofman orbit model that goes. I wrote about this in 1978, and it is stable to this day. And Christoper, you coming on board new, have you found any flaws in the model yet?
No, it's like you get all the puzzle pieces, and if you jumble them all up together, you will find that while you're putting it together, all the pieces fit. And you can
It's
try
crazy.
you can try to find a flaw in it, and then Sam will come out with a new monthly drawing, and then all those puzzle pieces start fitting together.
I'll play
People
this.
start sending in
Hold
their it's
Somebody jumbles
awesome.
the puzzle pieces up and you throw it up in the sky
Right?
and then you bring it down and you stick it all
Wow.
back together again.
Here,
Just
one last
follow one
person
of them
to
drawings.
introduce is
Yeah.
Kaylee Nadine. Kaylee Nadine is here, everybody. So
Hi.
Hi, Kaylee.
wonderful to have you. That was the last name I see. Oh, Andrea is here too. Hey, girl. She's going to be on here in a little
Cool.
while. So yeah, so that's exciting. We have a full show today.
Right.
Yeah, and she told me, she messaged me, she's like, I forgot how she worded it, but I'm feeling brave or something, meaning
Good.
she feels it. She's like, I'm ready.
Empowered.
Yeah. So I didn't have to beg or anything. It was her idea.
Well,
So can't wait, Andrea. But yeah, here's some recent examples of the accuracy of Sam's drawings. How can anybody do this? I don't know, but he draws
Really,
it.
it's not that hard. It's not that hard.
Okay.
I draw what I
Nice.
see.
Uh,
And over the years, I've been watching
God.
every day the skies, all the way going back to the first sighting, and in 2008 and 2009, I knew something was wrong, and I knew about the sea trails in the sky, and I got in a whole bunch of trouble over that, and that's an entirely another story that you'll have to wait for the book for that one to come out. And guys, yeah, look at this. Who else gives you this information? I want to tease it back. I don't want to be, we talked about this last week. I'm going to be a hair more arrogant, but or pushy or informed, whether you like it or not. And I've always watched my P's and Q's. But I mean, who the hell else gives you this information? Damn it! And this is I love that at Chris end of one of Chris's videos where I go, damn it, I'm not wrong, and I'm not. I mean, guys, here's the information. Everybody here are experts, have all witnessed all of this information for many, many years themselves, and that's why they're on board with it, because they see this as well. I'm not just some guy sitting down at a table doing these drawings. And by the way, I don't copy anything. I draw it in advance.
Yep.
In my living room, usually before the sun comes up. Don't even turn the computer on. I almost said TV. Don't even turn the computer on. I just sit down on the 15th of every month and I do the drawing. And this is from inside my head.
Yes, that's it, Caroline. Tell it like it is, Sam.
No beating around the bush these days. Those planets are huge, and they're real, and they're here. And we've seen so many thousands of examples. You should see the files of pictures I have.
I mean, that one that I sent to Rebecca, and it was just so obviously Nibiru herself. I mean,
cool.
Oh, yeah.
I thought about it when I looked at it. I thought, wow, Nibby's butt is hanging right there. Took the picture, sent it, and then that's what Rebecca
the
said.
other day, and there sits Nibiru in the background, and I'm kind of going, I miss seeing you so plainly, oh Nibiru. We're in transition, and now we're dealing with the proximity of Saturn's yellow moon and Natu's moon and Uri still, and now Uri's going to go over our heads.
Okay.
And what this year is going to be with the with the oncoming asteroids underneath the bottom
Yeah,
of
that's going to be
Uri.
something.
And the connected.
Yeah, can you imagine? I mean, that is what I
I.
started to see. I'm sure of it the other morning. That was that. Woo!
Oh yeah, I'm sure that. I mean, Uri and Atu are gas giants, and I'm sure gas giants direly affect us. And right as we speak right now, my ears are just screaming loud, ringing.
Yeah.
And people,
But,
we
but,
are
but,
we are again for the 8,000th time. We are not in Kansas anymore. We are in dire. There is shit happening. I mean, immense anomalies are occurring. Camp Lefrigere and Italian volcanoes going off, in Hawaii volcanoes and tectonic plates. Oh, and don't forget, under the ocean, off the coast of Oregon, off the coast of Mexico, all of this activity off the coast of Alaska, off the coast of Japan, off the coast of Krakatoa and baby Krakatoa. They're all freaking huge right now. And we're in the 7 earthquake zone right now, our next step up. And there is a coronal hole that is coming around on the sun right now, as of today. Thank you, Nicole, for your research. And it's great that she throws me stuff I didn't have time to look up. But I checked it a couple of days ago, but I didn't check it today. And what we're about to jump into a whole bunch of earthquakes again, and if not catastrophic.
Yeah, well, there was a Vancouver earthquake 17 hours ago.
If that Italian anyone, well, the 2 of the Italians, Sicily and northern
that Santorini thing goes pop, we're going to.
Yeah, if Santorini goes off, we're talking tidal waves. We're talking. There was also a tidal wave off the coast of Mexico and the Yucatan Peninsula. It was a small one, but there was another tidal wave and didn't get reported. And so there's all kinds of stuff going on. There's a harmonic being output by the Earth that they don't understand, which is the opposite.
I wonder why.
Normal Schumann resonance. Well, I was looking at the magnetosphere computer-generated models today, and we're in the red zone. There is stellar material getting inside of our Earth magnetosphere. So we're all being bombarded by plasma radiation as we speak.
Wow.
Yeah, we are seeing a physical degradation of our carbon molecules and ever in ways that they're not warning people about. And this is why everybody's exhausted and feel crappy, and why my ears are ringing. We're hearing this material because it affects everything. It's all connected. It's not separate. It's part of everything. And this is why our internet sucks and all of that too. So time for another Coca-Cola.
Bear with me a second.
Okay, I'll be right back. Keep going.
Yeah, okay. Well, I was going to say, I believe we are ready for Bruce to join us.
Cool.
Yeah, I saw that he had worked out some technical issues he was having. I think so let's go ahead and, I'll wait for Sam to get back. All right. But I will add, I've seen Bruce's name before, but I've never interacted with him. I really didn't know him until just recently. And he messaged me and basically told me that Sam sent him to me to be on the show. Like Sam found him or knew him and invited him, saw him out for him to be on the show. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, that's an honor.
Definitely.
Well, the path of the source leads us in many unusual ways.
That's right.
Source leads.
Yeah,
God.
But
I would love to someday just spend all day talking about what source leads you to.
Yeah.
And the trick with it is behind all of knowledge that, we talk to thousands of people throughout a month, just for a base example. And I try to share with them the fact that we are far more than we realize. And I try to tell all my friends and my close people that I know that you're here for a reason. And I'm not trying to, put hot air up your skirt or anything like this, or be mystically, cosmically crazy and nut job. But the fact is, all of you are here for a reason because you got here. Right. And that wasn't easy.
Right. No, it wasn't.
No.
The odds of you finding us and then actually looking into the information and learning it all and actually seeing the planets as they are is a whole other, this is, it's you can't deny it.
I mentioned to you guys that I had a rather interesting, weird week. I've been typing to people. Yeah, I don't know if I told hardly any of you. Oh, yeah, I think I may have told you, Christopher, that I have a missing time issue,
Uh-oh.
and
Yeah.
my family was searching for me, and I was not there. And my car was there, and my wallet was there, and hi,
Why did,
how are
why
you,
did you that?
Rebecca?
I don't know. I
Car
didn't
was there, and my wallet was there.
What's going on?
Ah,
Oh my
it's
god.
Source
Stop
playing
it.
with us.
Stop
Somebody
it.
just made you distract the whole conversation. Okay.
No.
Okay. Okay. I was typing Sarah. I was typing her a message and it changed on its own,
Yeah.
basically.
Okay. Well, that tells
Right.
you that EP is watching, and maybe I should STF you.
I don't like that.
No,
like that
don't
either.
STF you.
Oh, you want to hear the story?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Didn't bring Bruce
This
on.
is the second time this has happened, and this is why I'm bringing it up. Otherwise, the first time it happened, I wouldn't even. I didn't. I thought about it, but I went, maybe it's just whatever. But within the last few months, I have been missing twice, where my children were
What?
searching through the house for me, and I was physically not home. And all of my accoutrements, like my wallet and my car keys and my car, were here. The front door was locked. Now, I cannot lock the front door from the outside without my keys. And if my keys are in the counter in the key bowl, there's no way I left the house to lock the door. Correct?
Yo, beam me up, Scotty.
Right. And this is the second
So-
time, and it happened early this last week where I was gone for over 5 hours.
Oh my gosh. Whoa.
And
That's long.
I woke up, and I'm
That's scary.
not going to go into too crazy a rave over this, but I woke up in the wrong place, sitting cross-placed in my bed, not laying like I would normally sleep in my bed, across my mattress, fully dressed, and I have no memory of that entire morning. And everything
What?
proceeded in my normal day, and then all of a sudden it wasn't. And I woke up with the worst headache I've had in a very long time, and bruising on my ribs and shoulder.
No.
So
Yeah.
what do you think? I mean, what do you
Well,
think?
my daughter told me not to leap into a conspiracy theory, but we have absolutely proven, because she was here searching the house, calling for me, and I was not
my gosh.
physically home, and I was missing for 5 hours.
5 hours.
5 hours.
That's crazy.
So I don't
But,
I
I
know.
know
mean,
my
what
parents
about
were missing
them?
like
Other
that
poor
with all their
girls,
stuff at
like-
home. At that age, I would have freaked out.
So you don't have, obviously, you don't have
Yeah.
any memory of what 5 hours.
No, not at all. None
Yeah.
whatsoever.
But what
I-
about them?
I-
Were
I
they
woke up-
affected? Did they feel unconscious or anything like that?
No, Shiloh went wandering around for me in the first thing in the morning, and I remember that morning. I remembered, I was doing laundry, and then I wake up crossways on the bed, fully dressed, with a really bad headache, wondering what the hell happened this morning, and why didn't I go on to the next end doing laundry. And my daughter goes, "Oh, hi, you're back," about noon. And I go, "What do you mean I'm back?" And she said, "Well, you weren't here earlier." And I went, "What do you mean?" And I went, "Oh, damn, my head hurts. What do you mean I wasn't here? And I didn't go anywhere today. I'm doing laundry." And she went, "No, I wandered through the house looking for you. I saw that your car keys and your wallet were here." She said, "I went outside and saw that the car was in the driveway. I thought maybe you went to the park or something weird, or the next door neighbors or something." She said, "I don't know where you are." So she said, "I left the door unlocked for you so you could come home." And she was like, "I called the whole house, went into all the rooms of the house. You were not here." And that's how I know something happened, because she was actually very concerned, because this occurred for the second time in a few months now.
The first time I noticed it.
You want to say something want to say it on mic? Okay, here's Nova.
Yeah, I remember this happened. I think I was the one who had it, I noticed it the first time, because it was 10ish in the morning, and me and Shiloh stay in our room for most of the morning because so I had gotten up to do my normal morning routine, to get dressed and all that and wake up. And I had noticed that his bathroom door was open because you can see from the living room the light coming in from the bathroom window, which was different. And the TV was on playing something, but it was like not, it was like doing the thing like, oh, are you still watching? Saying that it had been on for a long time.
Yeah.
And I didn't see that he was out in the living room, and I kind of like assumed that he was in his room, but I didn't really go in to check. But you can, you know that feeling when you like go in, or like when you're in your house, or if you have somebody there, you feel like the house feels empty, like you don't physically see that it's empty, but you can kind of tell.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I had noticed that the house felt empty, like somebody was missing. So,
Wow.
2.5 hours later, after having this constant feeling, I get up and go check, and he's not there. And it was the exact same thing, but it wasn't as long. But he was like, this was, like I said, this was like the first time, and things were like fine this time. He was just like, oh, I had never left. But it was just very strange to me. I just kind of shrugged it off like nothing, because it didn't make sense. Just, I've had a lot of like things like that where it's like you want to like re-look back at what happened, but you can't, and it's like confusing.
Wow.
Because it's like it just doesn't make sense. Like some part, you try to rationalize it, but it just doesn't add up.
I know. After 5 hours, though, I'd be getting,
Yeah,
very
no,
concerned. Like, am I going to see him again, or what? I mean, that's scary.
Yeah.
No, like it's the second time.
Yeah, like where did he go if he's not in any of the rooms, and you just get this vibe that the place is missing something? Is such a freaky feeling.
Right. Is he a habitual sleepwalker or what? Probably not.
No, like,
Right.
no, I'm.
So, and you didn't see him return, like he didn't come through the door or something. He just appeared back in his bed.
What? That's
No,
wild.
because it was like when it's like when he gets up in the morning, because me and Shiloh were in our room, we're playing on our PlayStations, and I start hearing movement in the house, so I get up to go see, like, oh, it sounds like Dad's back. And he looked like he just woke up. And he's like, oh, look, like, oh, hey, he's talking, and he looks all tired and stuff. I'm like, oh, you're back? But it's like, I know he's like noticeably looks like he just woke up, so it was like confusing.
Wow.
He's like, I never left. He's like, but you've been gone for like, he says 5 hours, but it only felt like 3 to us, because I was probably asleep for the other 2, because I get up a little later in the day than him.
What does
So it was
Shiloh
really-
say about it, Nova?
She was used and just as concerned, a little less concerned, because I try to be more rational about things, like more calm and thoughtful. But she was more concerned and confused.
Yeah, it's
Not
kind of
quite
freaky, scary. Like, where the hell? Where could he have gone to?
It's weird.
He's not sleeping under his bed or behind the cupboard or something.
I kind of like said, because that same morning he was saying how he was up really late talking to people online. So I kind of said, well, maybe you were just so tired that you didn't even you weren't thinking right. So maybe you just crawled in bed like that and just kind of fell asleep there. That was my best assumption of what could have happened. Because that's kind of how I get when I'm really, really exhausted. I don't really just think. I just kind of fall asleep wherever.
Yeah,
Okay.
you just you're fully dressed and you just sort of crash there, like couch.
I can't imagine. I'm
I
just
can't
like,
either.
it's like I have
That's
no idea how to explain that.
That's a bit of excitement, like the planet's affecting Nova and Shiloh this week. Bizarre. Telling
Bizarre. Definitely.
week-
Yeah, so she's
This
done.
week-
Tucked away.
Shit has been closer this week. It sure has. It has been.
Yeah, so
Definitely.
it was really weird, and I mean, I spent 2.5 days being freaked out about it.
Yeah.
I'm calm. I'm reminded, that we've had this story before where, at least it wasn't work. But I'm pointing out this, I mean, it's freaky. It is really freaky when you have missing time. And it did occur again. So this is the second time. So this time I'm publicly mentioning it. So something is majorly afoot here going on that I don't even know of. And I've even had people accuse me, well, you're a pawn of the dark side, and they're using you and they're training you to tell us, all these, these fearful things that, old gossipy, pardon the expression, old gossipy women across the fence would say. But there's more to what's going on, guys. And we know
there's
that
all
we know
those
that there's a
ships that
huge
we've seen this week. The ship
Yeah.
pictures.
right. Yeah, there's a huge alien presence parked over the top of us right now. And I would hope that everyone would be concerned with that and want to know the real facts that we go back years proving from around the world. And, 500,000 or 250,000 members, pardon me, I did exaggerate with 500,000, 250,000 members between our sister sites.
Incredible.
And proving this is all happening around the world, and people don't want to hear that. What's going to take? Do we have to pour paint on the Red Bull in the New York Stock Exchange? What the hell do we have to do to get people's attention?
Right.
That's scary.
It is.
How about we go
Not
ahead
that
and bring-
for the record, I am not recommending anyone pour paint on the bull on Wall Street. Okay, that was just
If anybody's anywhere near Wall
said it.
Street,
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
don't do it.
Yeah, don't try this at home.
Right.
For the record, I caught
Has
myself. Going, "Wait a minute,
anybody
you better-
else noticed there's something else happening today? This live
yes,
chat
what?
feed. The live chat feed says there's only 5 people on it.
What?
I don't know what other people's ones say, but apparently
That's
mine
weird.
only
I
got
mean, we just
5
named off
people.
like 30 people.
Yeah, it says 62 on
wait a minute,
mine.
there's 4 of
I
us
got
here.
20.
I don't know.
We're being lied to. It's a conspiracy, I tell you. They're out to get us. Run for your lives. Run for your meager lives.
Yeah, on my end, 62.
Go off
at
grid.
the moment.
Suck your water through a straw from a stream
Oh,
in Alaska.
Sorry, there's 6 now.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Everything's all right
we're
now.
going
Never
parabolic.
mind.
Are you on the backup? Are you on the backup channel?
I thought that as well, Nicole and Rebecca. I thought, oh my god, am I on the backup channel? I mean, this is ridiculous, but
7.
at least- you know what? I'm not alone. Debalu's here, and so is
And there's David. He says 12.
Christopher and Feral Forest. Yep, I'm not alone.
Weird. More weirdness. Hey, Sussy's here.
Again.
Sussy. Hey.
And we have to do Om chants so we connect through the universe, man. We get totally cosmic, and do
Looky
rabbit.
there. And
And
it says
our
here.
consciousness will reach to the future for all mankind, and
Yeah.
you're at it,
I
shows
mean,
it.
right.
That's not roses. If you're picking carnations, I take that back, man. Totally
Right.
right.
Okay.
Get on the
Well,
skateboard, man. Let's go,
Okay.
dude. Scoping
Oh
waves,
yes, I
man.
found something else. Hang on.
Okie doke. I'm ready to bring Bruce on. Are you all ready to talk to Bruce? Because I'm
Yeah.
ready to. I'm ready to bring.
Yeah,
him on.
I mean,
Yeah.
let's get on track.
Yeah,
and
let's
let's
do
hear what
that.
Bruce has to
He's
say.
here.
And now,
He is here.
okay, panelists, we have to make sure we give him a hard time and grill him about his original past, is how he found us.
Right.
Yes.
There we go. And then
Okay.
after that, it's like,
All right.
off we go.
Don't run, Bruce.
On an
Stay with us.
adventure, the thingamajigger's up and
All
away.
right. Well, let's go ahead
Here
and
we
bring
go.
him on.
Go.
There we go. Here we go.
Cool.
Hey, ta-da. Hi, Bruce. How are you? He's here.
Bruce,
Hello.
Hey, how you
what
doing?
green eyes you have.
Welcome,
The better
welcome.
to see you with, my darling.
Wonderful to have you. Let us know if you can hear us okay.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Mhm.
Nice. So,
Dun, dun,
well,
dun.
it's awesome to have you. I know you've been here for a little bit listening,
Thank
but yeah, so I'm curious to ask you about how Sam approached you to be on the show. Like, were you all just visiting and he invited you, or because there's something special to have him, want to bring you on the show?
I think a lot of it has to do with just social media interactions. I've asked him a few questions here and there regarding
Yeah.
pictures and anomalies, I guess is the word we'll use.
Yeah.
It was actually a very Gnostic post that I had posted with a bunch of pictures of the binary system and a quote from the good book, if you will.
Sure.
And he at that point wanted to talk, so it led me to all you fine people. Here we are.
Wow. Wow. That is pretty cool. Yeah, because I have seen your name in, I think it's Montana Skywatcher 2. You know, I'm gonna have to go back and look now, but still, I'm happy that it all worked out and you made it, you know, to be here today. So that's exciting. You know, you told me that it sounds like you didn't have very many people in your personal life, friends or family, to talk to about this. Is that the case, that there's just not very many out there interested in your circle?
Honestly, I'm a very antisocial person. I don't
Okay.
enjoy talking to people very much.
I see. Okay.
There's a lot of things that study practice that are taboo to people. And me and the people were not on the same level in any realms. The ridicule, you know, get mocked like we talked about here. I'm trying to provide.
Breaking up really bad.
I'm not trying to make them. Okay.
It's cutting. There he went.
Yeah.
I hope they didn't get him.
Well, we're having some technical difficulties. Bruce,
I
you're not
know
coming
he's
through.
in Tennessee, kind of remote. He's in a remote area.
Yeah, his
So,
internet is as
that
bad
could be
as
part of
mine
it.
is right now, and
I mean,
we
he'll be back.
we ought to mention that really quick
There he
that
is.
this
He's back.
solar could actually be affecting and many people. I know I had a really bad time with it this morning with my
Okay.
internet.
Thanks, Carol Ann. Yeah, can you hear us okay, Bruce? Doesn't sound like it, does it?
No, it's like he's locked up. His internet is really bad. We may end up moving beyond him, unfortunately, which might be the next thing we could do. Do you have anybody else in the green room already? Or
Not. I don't think I do. I don't know if Sharon is there or not. I don't see her camera.
that's what I wanted to mention right at the beginning of the show, that we might be experiencing internet issues from everyone. And I saw it this morning here, and so we were talking about it way ahead of the show even. So be prepared, everybody. And we do apologize if we are breaking up, but there is some plasma breaking through our magnetosphere right now, and I saw the graphic magnetosphere models, computer models this morning. So, and we are in the red zone. So,
maybe Stacy's around. Maybe Stacy's around.
I mean, she's in the audience.
Just give this poor guy a chance to get on.
We have enough material.
Yeah, I do. I have plenty of stuff to talk about and look at. And
we have enough material.
I'm not really prepared for Stacy. I mean, I can, but
no worries.
I'd like to have.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to throw anyone under the bus. I haven't spoken to the poor women yet either today.
Ladies. Yeah, we have enough material that we can show captured pictures and run till we're ready for our next.
Yes, Jedi Master. Yes.
Looky there. He's back.
Hey. Be at one. Follow the flow in the middle.
Be patient, brothers and sisters.
Hey, Michelle. Michelle is here, everybody. Hi, Michelle.
We hope
hello, Michelle.
If you're locked up. And I will point out to everyone that
reboot. That's always the answer.
There's a huge
Yeah,
stall.
usually
There's a
your
huge.
first time is quite a drama, isn't it?
Oh, now
Oh,
we got
dear.
2 of them.
All right.
He's trying,
Can-
y'all. He's
Can
that
you
was
hear
me
me?
last week.
You hear
Can
back?
you hear me?
On that one, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, that
yeah.
was me a wee while ago. I didn't tell
Yeah,
you, but that was me
it
as
happens.
well.
We hear you now,
All
Bruce.
right. Sorry about
We hear
that.
you better now.
Awesome. Good deal.
Cool.
So you
So-
were saying that you're kind of, you know,
Yeah,
I
I believe when speaking to people about things that are important, you can kind of tell if they're looking at you like you're some kind of circus clown or if you're actually giving them something of any kind of
Yes.
caliber. When you speak of a binary solar system that is currently our very close neighbors, you tend to get very weird reactions from people because the narrative, it doesn't fit the narrative.
No.
People are very comfortable with the narrative, and when you bring something so extreme to their attention, they might want to believe you, but the programming, I guess is the word we'll use, the programming, it makes it very hard for them to believe you, even
Yes.
with pictures and with scientific evidence. With in my world, everything is very spiritual. I do a lot of things that are again considered taboo spiritually. Astral projection, I guess, is what we'll call it. There's things that you learn when you leave this room and you go into other ones. Trying to bring that information back and share it with people, it's very difficult unless those people are very like-minded.
Right. Absolutely.
So I kind of not really given up on sharing the information I have with folks, but it's more of saving my sanity. You know,
Right.
sooner or later,
Well, you
everybody's
basically
gonna
learn.
know. Everyone's gonna know
You
what's
learn.
going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you learn you can't change people. You can only reach out to those who are willing to hear you and connect with them. And that's why people have a tendency to step back and not reach out and share that which they have learned. And I'm constantly going through that as well. But yet, I know my role and my job, and I was told it many, many years ago, and I completely understand your placement and including astral projection and stuff, and pardon me, we occasionally need to actually focus sometimes on that in just about every show as well, because this too is also linked to everything that is going on right before our eyes right now.
Absolutely.
You go on.
Yeah, Rebecca and I were talking about it as far as the content. Again, everything is, to me at least, is viewed at a very spiritual level of things. I try to find the lesson, the message, everything from a spiritual aspect, I guess, more than a physical one.
Okay.
In that, meditative practices, breathing practices, again, if astral projection, that's the popular term.
Okay.
All those things are very relevant to what's going on now. Our ancestors, civilizations, the Assyrians, Sumerians, Egyptians, Romans, the
Correct.
Celts, they all knew of these days coming back, and they knew that the way to salvation, if you will, was not to remain dormant. Don't sit still. Vibration does not rest. Everything is always moving. The spirit moves. So with that having been said, it's that's kind of what makes it even crazier for people when you tell them that you can save yourself by removing yourself to an extent. And that just makes it more confusing for people. I guess it scares people. They all think it's hoodoo and
As
witchcraft and
Buddha would have
whatnot.
put it, pardon me for interrupting. As Buddha would have put it, you stay in the center rather than the left or the right extremes, but you remove yourself to the middle. Do continue.
Right. So with the spiritual aspect of Nibiru and the entire star system that we are currently encountering and becoming very familiar with. The spiritual relevance is not to just kind of sit by and wait for comets to fall out of the sky and not to just expect the worst of everything
Right.
catastrophically, but to kind of raise your vibration, become the best version of yourself so that when these things do happen, there's, I don't like using the word salvation much, but there's a chance for salvation there.
I love you, man. You're exactly, and this is why we had him as a guest. I totally agree with you, and
Yeah.
it was very eloquently put. Thank you. Do continue.
Basically, and thank you, Mr. Hofman, for having me. This is truly an honor, and finally
No,
good to
no,
talk
no.
to you.
It's all of us that make this work.
Yep.
This is true. Teamwork makes the dream work. I say that more often than not. But yeah, basically the tidbits of information I do share with people are this is what's taking place. You can believe it if you want to. You don't have to believe it. I don't want you to believe what I believe. I want you to research and have an open mind and accept the possibility that everything you were taught might not be completely true. And once that's been embraced as a possibility, the next level is you don't have to stand by and just wait for cataclysm and live in fear and live at some kind of low vibration, thinking that earthquakes are going to eat you up and sinkholes and tsunamis are going to destroy everything that you know and love, because the flesh that we inhabit, it's very temporary to say the least, but the spirit, the energy, the mind, that's a continuum force. It doesn't die, it doesn't stop.
Especially at this time placement.
Yeah, especially now. Now is the time where our personal vibration and collective vibration as a whole, as a singular, not individuals, but one organism, if that vibration is collectively brought up, and instead of the fear, and there's a lot of that in this neighborhood of things, there's a lot of fear mongering, there's a lot of fear porn, if you will. There's not a lot of this is what is going to happen and this is what could be. It's just cataclysm, we're gonna die, somebody send Bruce Willis in to knock the asteroids out, things of that nature.
Bingo.
It's a collective effort. I mean, people have to understand that nature is going to be nature. She's not going to stop because we don't like it. I currently live near a lake in the woods in southeast Tennessee, and I catch myself bitching about the cold weather and the wind blowing off the water, especially these past couple of weeks. And then I catch myself realizing that the bitching about it isn't going to make it stop. It's only going to make it worse. So I have to kind of change my perspective and understand that this is a cycle. This has to happen. This is what winter is. Spring comes, it brings new life. Kind of the same in the spiritual realm.
Just to briefly interject, and I do apologize again. The Vikings or the Norwegians or the Scandinavians have an old saying that goes, it's a general term they use regularly. There's no such thing as bad weather, just bad clothing. And so, we all have to change our habits, and what our climate was is not our climate now. And especially this year in 2025, we are going to see that. And we all have to, like you're saying, we got to stop bitching about it and start planning for it. Do continue, please.
That's exactly right. The bitching about it, again, that goes back to the spiritual essence of ourself. That's a very low vibrational thing, and it's a very easy thing to fall into. Bitching and complaining, it can happen. It's being mindful of it and transitioning from the grumpy old man to the, I expect this is what it is. What can I do to make myself warmer or whatever? But I
have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
sorry. I seen the people back in the feed had been asking another kind of question, but yeah, I like the idea that you're out in the sort of what they say here, boonies. You know, like you're sitting out and you're really doing what everybody in their hearts would want to do, but can't really because you've got to go to a job to make money to make it work. You know, your dream. But here, dream work is teamwork. I love that. That's so special. But
Unity is
yeah,
important. Unity is
what
definitely
you're saying
important.
about all the different old like the Hermetic stuff is what you're talking about. The Gnostic stuff, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
And all the
The
Hermetic
Gnostic,
principles and stuff.
those 7 principles are my basis for existing. As far as the Gnostic texts from the Bible go, and Gnostic texts that are no longer included in the Bible, I'm not by any means a religious person. I don't believe that there's just one God or goddess. I believe there's one source, one creator. I believe that there is one significant start to all of this, but I also believe that I don't want to use the word lesser gods, but there are other elements, I guess, that are there to guide us
We
and teach
generally
us.
do discuss demigods, and then there are higher races in between. And I have met multiple factions of multiple dimensions of other beings to be real. So there are, see, everybody goes, okay, there's us, and then there's God, and then there's a whole pantheon of different levels in between that. And that has to do
Right.
with the ages of the other races, because there are so many races out there, and we are not the only ones. And they don't all exist from the same time period. There are solar systems that are millions of years older than ours, and thousands of years older than ours. And there's other things going on right here on Earth that we don't even know about, that we've been arguing through lore, folklore, fear, that big fear thing, gossip and mayhem, that keeps us distracted from what else is going on in so
Well,
many
all the
ways.
planets are aligned, and there's Anissa back in the comments.
Yeah, we're coming up.
And Caroline was trying to say something about her asking about
Yeah,
the
there's
cube
another
ship
major
blocking the
alignment on the
stars.
24th. They were coming into another planetary alignment, and I suggest you look that up on the 24th of this month, and that's in 2 days. So there's more coming. We have stepped into a very interesting new age. Actually, several of them. Our solar system is moving up in the universe through the intergalactic plane as well. We don't often talk about that enough. And before you know it, I'd have to relook up when we're complete on this cycle. But we're headed to the upward part of our universe, and we dive.
How do we know we're going up? I mean, somebody has asked me that this week. How do we know we're going up?
Because somebody one day, a long time ago, said that was up and that was down. And so, according to Human Paper Novel, I mean, we could be backwards, wrong. We could be sideways in our universe, in all the universes compared to the other universes. Who's to say in what universe is straight up and straight down? We could be sideways, left and right. We don't know. But then, it's the same. Okay, we talk about the Earth model of our solar system, for example. And, we got rid of Pluto. And there are so many more positively charged bodies in even our personal solar system that average man doesn't even take into account. And yet I know the equation for. So we don't even talk about that because I try to keep it, way down in what our solar system and the other solar system are part of a chemistry equation compound with 2 atoms and an electron cluster, protons, neutrons, and electrons. And that's the reality, not Einstein's reality, but Hofman 1978 binary solar system. And it's the unification model that Einstein never had. And we're not
that was
putting around. Go ahead, please.
That was teachings that were brought to us in civilizations past, and again in the future, I'm sure that this is all cyclical. It's cyclical.
Yep.
It's going to continue over and over again. It's happened before. It's happening now. It's going to happen in the future.
Right.
And it's energy. It's all energy. It's energetic.
Oh,
It's
we can give
vibrational.
a harmonic example of what's going on in the Earth right now with the Schumann resonance and the anti-Schumann resonance, we'll call it, and Santorini. The last time Santorini was active was 1,650 BCE, which is exactly the last time that Nibiru was here.
Yep.
Exactly.
And there is a direct electrical connection between all of the bodies as they push and pull and shove on each other. Their magnetospheres affect our magnetospheres, shove us out of the way, move our moon around, all this. You may have noticed in the last week or two, people, that our angle of our sun has changed already to the spring mode. We have stepped into spring. And the planetary alignments and everything all included. It's really cool what's happening. But do continues. Yeah, we are again not in Kansas anymore, Toto. You know,
We are certainly not there anymore.
Nope.
Not at all. This is the land of Oz.
yeah. And don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain.
Nope, not paying attention to him at all. But yeah, I believe that the more people that become aware of what's going on and they understand it from the scientific viewpoint, and they accept the fact that what they were taught might not necessarily be completely true, they can further themselves, I guess, prepare themselves by understanding, like you just said, it's an electric universe. We too, we host an electromagnetic central processing unit, our brain,
And our heart.
and our heart and our nervous system. Everything is electric, and those things can work together or they can work against each other. It just depends on where we are vibrationally, where we are spiritually, our diet. I can't really say anything about diets because mine currently is terrible. I like Pop-Tarts and pizza,
Oh man.
but you know, things like fresh greens, and if you eat meat, you know, clean meat, nice clean. I like to drink structured water. I have a pitcher of water filled with crystals and rocks
We had
that
somebody say that last week.
molecularly structure the water. But it's just it's about taking care of the temple,
Yep.
and ourselves are our own temple. If we can take care of that and we can keep ourselves in a energetic state that's more positive than the negative, obviously, we kind of flow with the electric universe and become, I guess, one more connected. And again, with the entire idea of a binary star system, that promotes fear in a lot of people, because if you tell them this is what's
let's go
causing
back
our
all the way.
earthquake,
Let's go all the way back to the Sumerians and the Anunnaki,
there we are.
and then we can go to the Adam and Eve story at the same time. Okay, do you know what the apple of truth was?
I do not.
Anybody? Adam and Eve, and why God didn't want them to pluck the apple of knowledge from the tree. The secret to the what the snake was telling them is that God didn't make man.
Right.
Original sin is that we are programmed to have the greed that is innate with us, that the holiest of holies don't have. And that's how we were lesser beings, and we are short-lived factory working on factory planet Earth. And we are we're a species that was created by demigods, not God. That is the apple.
Right.
Wow.
That takes me to.
I can't frankly put it in a smaller nutshell than that.
That brings up. I'm sure you're familiar with the idea of the Aldebaoth, this divine creature creator who is the God of the Bible, but is not at all God.
Okay.
not the one
I'm
true God.
aware of definitions of prime creator and the many races in between.
The Yaldabaoth, from my studies and understandings, is, dare I say, the Yaldabaoth is Satan, but presents himself as God.
All right.
And
Well, all right. Satan, the devil, Beelzebub, Mephistopheles, all of these are creations of Rome.
Yep.
yes,
They are not wishing. There are elementals present who could be monogrammed or misdiagnosed or mislabeled as this, that, or the other things. But there are other beings of other races and elementals in the and on the earth. So there's more going on. And there is the astral projecting situation where you can actually step through planes where then you invite other things that you don't want. So there's
Right.
all kinds of stuff going on that your average man is not even aware of. And it boils down to man separate and the disconnect on our 24th chromosome. All of that is our interconnective, self-healing, cognizant, precognizant, spiritual, powerful us. We live such short lives. We don't self-heal. We don't grow and separate ourselves, except for the plan that has been offered in the Federation for centuries, if not for, actually, I should say millennium, which is what is taking place now, and the awakening of the 2010 and the Mayan calendar and the stepping into the next age, and the harbingers of that age, which is depicted in the Mayan calendar, which is actually Olmec and before, because that's an equation system that the Mayans didn't have, and their mathematics came from a previous age and civilization as well, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they have had direct contact with the people in the cubes, and not the last passing of the Nibiru system. I'm probably, am I clipping out?
Yeah.
Testing.
I'm getting,
Yeah.
they're on.
information on the internet.
Start talking about fruits and vegetables or something.
Real-
See what happens. Did we all cut out?
I
No, I think we're here.
This is Sam. Well, sorry about that, guys. He'll be back.
You will.
Are you there, Bruce?
I am.
Okay. Well, yeah,
Looks like us. Just us.
just us. I mean, I agree with what you're saying. And astral projection is interesting. I remember when I was a teenager and I went to this concert. Yeah, it was weird. I totally left my body and I was floating and I could see myself. Like, it was weird. I don't know what happened, but yeah, it was wild.
It's a different experience. It happens.
Like you're talking about
sometimes.
vibration and all that. I really do think like that could be possibly what happened.
You tell them truth,
You're
and
all
they
these
boot you out.
loudspeakers, and yeah, you cut out.
Yeah, I got thrown out of StreamYard.
Yeah, that's why I was like, talk about something like fruits and vegetables or something. See if you come back.
Well, I mocked them and started talking about donuts and coffee, and I got booted out. That's these people that drink lots of coffee and they eat donuts, and they sit in dark vans with ties on.
Oh no!
Listen to you on little headset,
Giving each other a hand.
On my driveway.
Yeah.
So each and every one of you guys are now on a list somewhere, and they're watching you now.
Oh.
That's nothing new.
Right.
Can't even mail a package. I tell you.
I hear you on that. Damn. That's what we're coming to.
I just asked AI about Aldebaran. Let's see what we get.
Okay. Yeah, I've been playing with it this week too,
Okay.
Jillian. It's freaking awesome.
Very interesting.
Yeah, I got some pretty cool insights too. I'll talk about it in a little bit.
There's a big campaign where people are talking about that asteroid, the YR4, 2024 YR4. I think it's YR4.
Yeah.
Question.
Yeah.
Question. Sorry, Sam. I mean,
No,
for the
please.
past week, people have been seeing an extremely very high thing that's literally like it's like that. It's got like that. It's so tiny. It's white and it's way up high in the atmosphere. And just for comparison, I just seen today, like I was looking at the thing, and two other people had taken pictures during the week and asked on our group, "What is that?"
Oh, I'll have to see them.
Yeah, definitely.
Everybody's got a different picture. I mean, I
Good
didn't
to know.
take a picture, but about 2-3 people are asking, like, "What is that?" I've seen it before.
I picked up
I've
this
seen it
week.
before going towards the suns in the east.
Right.
Sorry, Sam, at sunrise, heading that way. And now this time it's all going that way to the west.
Yeah, there's some new stuff happening overhead that I saw this week that I'm still correlating on. I mean, you know, we are in new territory. We've never seen the Saturn and her yellow moon in this close of proximity.
Roll on the
all these
180
years.
day cycle.
And this area of the two armed octopus can't even talk. Rotation of the orbit model as they're going over us and going beyond Earth now and showing up in our magnetosphere, I might add, where I had a discussion with earlier today about, and the information that we are getting is being doctored, and the news is being doctored, and we're being distracted, and yet here we're time proving this through repetition of daily. I mean, only if you stick with it day to day. If you didn't, you'd lose track of what's going on. And I'm seeing stuff over the top of me I've never seen before, and it's just awesome. And I'm hoping Rebecca comes back. And
I just got back.
Okay, it's good timing. Oh, thank you, Source.
Well, yeah, I got up to get a drink, and then the cats were hungry, and then I fed 2 of them, and then another 2 showed up.
Oh, of course.
And then I fed the outside cat.
Oh no!
Yeah, but the outside cat brought a friend, so now they're like clamping out in the little kit.
I'm like, another cat? Okay. But yeah.
No. You can't afford it. It's not good.
I know, right? Man,
they're on rations anyway. It's like, go back, everybody.
Hey, we all are.
I know, right?
Everybody.
Gosh, I remember.
Yeah.
We used to have this cat like 10 or 15 years ago, and he used to open the front door, and I was at work, and my wife walked into the living room, and there's about 15 cats in the house, all eating the food, and they're having like a party. Yeah, it was pretty funny.
That too is Fat Freddy's Cat or Garfield. Yeah.
Right.
They're everywhere.
Yeah.
I know. It starts off with just like 2, and then
there is never just 2, Rebecca.
I'd be teasing myself.
Never just 2
everywhere. Yeah.
Where there's 2, there's many more going.
I know. Well, you know what? I thought while we're visiting, I do see Sharon in the green room, and I thought, well, I'll bring her on. That way we could all visit together.
All right.
She could bring her plasma ball again because I miss it.
Right?
Yeah.
Well,
So I
get back
thought I'd grab a
to
good conversation, and she would fit right in. So let's go ahead and let's go ahead.
Was it Anita who was asking? Did the big cube ship block out the stars?
Yeah, we can do that too. We'll talk about
that. Poor girl's patiently waiting for her answer.
On that, we talked about the early, the rotation where we're seeing the asteroids and stuff rounding in their angle, because they are orbiting these other larger planets, but below Atu and below Uri. As those planets turn, they can turn, those objects below can turn into in front of the sun. And we've been
Wow.
showing diagrams of that for, a decade.
So
Yeah.
And
she's asking,
Um,
can the big ships block the stars out? The ships.
well, depends on how close they are and which direction you're looking. And we know that the planets at night block out the stars, because if you're
Yeah.
looking at the stars, then you're on the dark side of Earth, away from the sun at night. And for the longest period of time, they've all been between us and the sun. But now they are going beyond us and are visible at night, if you know what to look for, etc. And yeah, as the planets go overhead, they can block out the stars. And Christoper can give you an example of that.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, that's one of the first things I noticed before I met you guys was it's weird too. The sky is completely dark in a way that it got me so freaked out that I started looking for answers. Like, it wasn't just there's just a few stars missing. It's completely dark. It's strange. You'll feel it. You'll just know this is not right, and it's pretty wild.
It disrupts the spirit.
Definitely does. Yeah, you just
Yeah,
know.
like
You'll
with
know.
those asteroids coming round and that
Right.
noise that they were making, it really messes with your own frequency. It pushes you down.
Sure. Yeah, you can feel it. Carol Ann mentioned, barometric pressure and all that, and that makes sense to me. I mean, when you see these rounded, as Atu's moon or the yellow moon coming, you can see how round they are, and you can feel them when they're overhead, like pushing down on you. It's a freaky feeling.
Yeah, I took pictures this week. I sent to Rebecca. I mean, that stuff was right of the sun, and that was you could clearly see like 3/4 of it inside the puffy clouds. It was obviously that moon. Just
I
there,
know.
like, thank you very much. And it had
Yeah.
like a dark crater or eyeball, like a couple of crater looking things in. And I thought, that's Sakura's close. I was going to say something else there. I'm not allowed to say that word. So, yeah.
Watch it, Gillian.
Mm.
And unfortunately, we were being bombarded with misinformation from every source around us, and the 87 other people that we can't even imagine whether or not they're real or if they're distracting bots. And
Right.
Rebecca has suffered that for many years, and we have had the unsubscribing of so many of our members. So if you are a subscribed member, please do go immediately and check your subscription to Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube, etc.,
Yeah.
and hit the
I would do that
notification
at least
bell.
once a week.
Yeah, keep
Yeah,
checking, man. You can get geeked off like that.
Our numbers are being totally messed with. Watch out for people with fake profiles.
Definitely.
Check people who try to friend you. Oh my God, this is crazy that we have to do this.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we should mention it because there's people like who will say something like follow my Instagram or Telegram or something like that, and don't
let's
click on
discuss
those
this
links
on
ever,
TikTok
especially if you're in the Facebook groups.
Yeah.
Well,
I was gonna say, I
some of
also
this-
had a friend that became unfriended from me last week. That he messaged me. He's like, "Did you unfriend me?" And of course not. I didn't.
Right.
Oh God, that's happened with
No,
Carol
Sam.
Ann. Remember, she got unfriended off our lists here like a year ago.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah. Well,
And-
and there was a day when Sam unfriended my account. And I mean,
It's like, oh, what did I
I
do?
was just like, I called him. It was right before one of our shows, and I'm like, Sam, and he was acting like nothing was wrong, because he didn't
Right.
even know it happened. I'm like, why'd you unfriend me?
Right.
and I had not, and that did not happen
That's
for
funny.
me. That was somebody else. And
I know.
and we've had God. I mean, guys, if we really said, we should have actually a notebook just to write all of these occasions down, and
Yeah.
there's many pages down the stream right now.
Things.
And there is so much information, and we don't want to dive into, oh my God, they're out to get us.
Right.
But, oh my God, they're out to get us. And it never ends, and it's just amazing the shit we get. And I used to put up the poop emoji, but no, damn it, I'm saying the word now. The shit
Right.
we get into over the simplest things that everybody else totally normally uses. Me being in Facebook jail, 30 times alone just for
Wow.
for my drawings because they're telling me I'm posting pornography.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah,
been in
just
trouble
my site,
for
my planetary
that
site
too.
drawings, and they call it, the bots or whatever are identifying it as pornography, and in no way, shape, or
Identity and
form
stuff.
am I
Yeah.
even drawing boobs or whatever. I mean, you know, and this is
Look
why
at
I always
that
joke about.
peach.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
oh my
wow.
God, this is, and Gillian one time posted a hamster on a hamster wheel, and it was a mama hamster, and it had like 6 nipples. And this is why we always joke about no hamsters were injured in the making of this video,
Right.
because Jillian on Montana Skywatcher got blocked. I think booed. She may have been even removed from Montana Skywatcher, but not by me, by Facebook. And I went to Facebook jail for 3 months. 3 months. I couldn't open
Oh my
any
gosh.
Montana Skywatcher or my own Facebook page for 3 months because she posted a meme hamster video in a wheel,
Wow.
and we both got booted for that.
All right. Better watch what you post, you guys.
And that's why I always make the hamster jokes, is
Yeah.
because you never know. And
And for 3
again,
months.
maybe I can get away with saying this. The World's Greatest Speech by Charlie Chaplin.
Yeah.
I cannot post that anymore because they put me in Facebook jail over that now, because he says we have to fight for our brothers, and we have to fight for our freedom, and because they use the word fight,
Right.
it's been chalked up as political nasty, and now that's flagged. And so everybody, we now live in a very strange country. Everything we thought was normal died about a few years ago, and nobody told us.
Right.
What's going on in the social media is very scary.
Yeah.
We since November, we've seen some drastic changes under the skin, under the surface. Some subliminal changes that are occurring right before you, and I see them, and I'm good at what I do. And if you don't see them, I will just recommend that you start looking for them and beware, because some really serious shit we have, and I've talked about this before, we've stepped into a new age, and it ain't a pretty one, and we have a little ways to get through this. And I'm not trying to sound henny penny and warning on danger, and I warned you, but I'm warning you now.
Right.
Everything, right? I mean, the stock market crashed yesterday.
Yeah.
Again, and et cetera, and I don't want to get into, but I am aware of all of these things, and I study them. And that way I'm not coming to you, my friends, who look up to my opinion, and I've learned that respectfully. I try to stay on top of all the information, so I'm not talking out my ass,
right,
and not just doing a podcast. Take it away, anyone. I'm going to do Ricola.
All right. I'm going to say hi to Thomas. Hi, Thomas. Our friend Thomas.
Hello.
Yeah.
Thomas.
It was just with us last week. Right.
Yeah, it was great last weekend.
Perfect timing.
Thank you, Thomas.
I know. He just happened to catch us. And Nina. I saw Nina was here too. So hello to Nina. Here she is.
And David Grigg says the world's gone mad, and yes, sir, it absolutely has.
Yeah.
We are, oh God, and we saw this at the eclipse.
They fight, but they push wars down our throats.
Right.
Well, we talked about the deep dive that I took into religion, and the known information in the background of the last eclipse of the moon that we went through, that was direly gossiped about around the world by many religious figures and many conspiracy theorists and many researchers, including the fact that the moon eclipse was not generically known as one that we saw coming, because it wasn't on the list, and where the hell did this one come from and all of that. But it did boil down to a very serious summation of the opening of the sixth seal, according to religious figures. And I studied for days, I think somewhere around a week, on this deeply, and that was my main topic of study. And I was listening to what everybody else had to say, and I went through around the world, and you saw and I even had the computer look up these people who are talking about this for me. And I had a researcher or two do information for me as well, and then we correlated the information. Anyway, long story short, I knew then when I looked into and I cross-referenced Nostradamus' opinions, Edgar Casey and Baba Vaga, and they all said the same thing about 2025. And this is where, and you know, my early prediction I said in December, November, is I told everybody to get their snow tires ready because the entire half of the country was going to have snow when they don't normally. And here we are. Now, this same weather pattern is about to hit Europe and Asia. It's in Europe right now, as a matter of fact, and it's going over the Caspian Sea. And there's a low pressure system that's about to just rip the living shit out of everybody who's ready for spring. Last week and before was the huge storm in northern Japan, where they got 10 to 11 feet of snow. There's been other occurrences around the world. Now, like I said earlier, Montana is now in flood warning because of our snow. Okay, so there's going to be some more catastrophic weather, and we are just about to enter the 180-day cycle. And again, here we go, you know. And it's all for the show, folks, because we are entering a brand new story of chaos and coming events, including, oh my God, the illumination of the side planets and the ion discharges, electric float passings, tappings in the sky at night, and the aurora borealis that everybody's going, oh, it's beautiful. But if you take into account the actuality of what that aurora is wrapped around, rather than how pretty it is,
beautiful,
you'll see the planets are enveloped at the base of those. Those auroras are coming off the objects and the planets that are right freaking next to us.
Wow.
Millions of asteroids right next to us. So here we go. 180-day cycle starts in March. Whee!
Yeah, and if Yuri's gonna pass over us, like you're saying, that's gonna be something.
Like a aircraft carrier going past a 12-foot boat.
Yeah, definitely.
These are the good days.
Wah,
I'm
wah.
gonna go ahead and bring Sharon on so we can have her
Hi,
on.
Sarah.
And you wonder why the Earth is vibrating and putting off harmonics and bending over and tipping and wobbling in the. Hiya.
Hey, Sharon.
Hey, how you doing?
Good
Everyone,
nubbin.
Hello, Sharon.
Sorry, just
Hey.
How are you all?
Yes. Hello. Wicked.
Sharon.
Good to see you. I must say,
Sorry.
Bless
Bruce,
you.
you've got quite a handle on the Gnostic side of the situation.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Thank you.
I think
It's
as
been
a
a life's
collective,
work.
all of us here, we all have some kind of Gnostic principle that's brought us together.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
So, amazing pictures in our Sky group today and all of the last week.
I was just going to ask Bruce, how long have you been studying what you know about? Like, how far back does that go for you?
And what has he
As
learned?
far as I can remember, when
Oh.
I was a boy, a young man, a kid, I guess.
I still am.
Yep.
It all kind of started with dreams. Well,
Okay.
what I thought were dreams. I used to have a reoccurring dream that was something similar to an air raid siren would happen
Whoa.
in my dream, and it would happen right before I would walk into a room where something was taking place, or right before I would look in a direction of something that was taking place. As a small child, I didn't understand that.
Sure.
So it was wake up, tell my mommy and daddy what I saw, and then go on about my business with my Ninja Turtles.
It's a
Sure.
texture omen.
As I
Right.
grew up,
And have you
I started having,
ever seen like a siren like that at that young age? Did you even know what that was? Why are you dreaming about it?
yeah, I had no idea what the noise was.
Exactly.
I didn't know what
Thank you.
anything was. I just knew that it was an alert to something, and shortly after the sound, I would see what it was alerting me to.
Okay.
As I grew older, that same thing happened. I would hear this quote unquote air raid siren, and I would start to see greater things taking place, and I would put the two and two together in my conscious world, not a sleeping world or in some kind of trance, and I would realize this isn't a dream at all. This is a message.
Wow.
And as I got older and older, this is kind of where Nibiru comes into my life. I dreamt of a day where everything on the planet was still. Nothing could move, nothing could speak. There were birds mid-flight in the sky, but they weren't moving. Their wings weren't flapping. It was almost like something paused the earth.
Wow.
And I remember looking down in the dream as opposed to up, and instead of seeing the ground beneath me, I saw a humongous array of planets. One that looked quite similar to ours, but it was not the same. And that
Hi,
always
Sharon.
stuck with me.
I bet.
Seeing the planet below. A couple of
Back into
years had
class.
gone by, and there's I don't know if anybody is into metal music here, but there's a band, Morbid Angel, that I was a big fan of when I was a kid, and they had a lot of songs that were about the Sumerian prophecies and
There you
the
go.
Sumerian gods. There was a lot that came from my passion for metal music. So I was listening to Morbid Angel, and something that was said, they said it in Sumerian, and it was very familiar to me. I've heard it before.
Whoa.
It's kind of like the symbols that you see sometimes, Bruce, if you're dreaming, and you think, if I was only, I'm sure if I went back in time, I would understand what that symbol is, and it's so frustrating. It's like a word on the edge of your tongue. And I sometimes wondered if, say, we were created out of them. So now maybe we can we share the collective consciousness, or what they call the Akashic record, and that we can actually remember their memories for them as well. It's weird. It's as if we're tuning into a frequency sometimes when we dream.
It's also genetic memory. It's in
genetic
DNA.
memory. It's
right.
They even say it's in the environment that you live in, that it actually is in part of trees or stone. If you go, like, for example, to Skye, and Sam said to us, look, that pool's got stuff in it. And we were like, cool, man, but we need to sprinkle Dad's ashes. But yeah, that pool was something else. And Sam was absolutely drawn to it.
The connection of the second star, the bring on of the 2010 ascension. It is a the link
every
forces
time he's
electric
got to
further
talk.
and forward our and
donuts and coffee.
And we are some people will evolve, other people will not because they don't have the puzzle pieces. I am here to start some of you off, which was part of what I was told I would do. Would get people, and we've had this story before. Please go back and look all of this up through Radio Wasteland or any of our previous shows here on Nibiru Followers Anonymous Citizen Science Podcast. There's 103 shows now. We got information for everybody, and all of this information. Sharon, in your opinion, and we talked about this at the beginning of the show where Rebecca was saying it's not like we're news people, but we're some guy in Montana. In your opinion, and you come from a community of reputable people and the Teacher Association, etc., and are a scientist, as I am. Would you briefly catch our new folks up to our qualifications in a nutshell?
Oh, well, basically, in my own personal experience, I have always been a lifelong learner.
Correct.
I have never stopped studying. I've always had my heads in books, like even as a kid, like I don't know if Bruce ever felt this way, but I always felt alienated from my own family, and I found it
Yes.
very difficult to find friends as a kid. I was always
All
isolated in the
the time.
playground.
Oh yeah, speaking
So
our
I
language right there.
so I spent a lot of my time in the library, and if I went over other kids in the local area's houses, the first thing I'd do was go and read their encyclopedia collection. I wasn't interested in playing games or jacks or handstands or that. Just give me a book. And I
Definitely.
recall I was probably about 8 years old when my father gave me my first microscope. So you can imagine where that led me. So
Cool.
as a lifelong learner, there's always these embedded questions that you want answers for. And you can go to your parents and go, how did this happen? Do you know about this? And they're devoid of that kind of information because they were the working class, even though they had their educational standards as well for their generation. They weren't really into spirituality. And I also grew up in a family where my father was a Freemason. So that
Okay.
was a different side as well. They had a hidden knowledge, or what they call the occult, which just means hidden. And for years and years and years, I tried to get him to tell me what was it all about. And all he
Yeah,
would
and they
tell us,
can't tell you because of no.
the secrecy. Yeah, exactly. And he
There
used
is a
to take
level of cosplay with that mixed into their traditions that has taken it to a point that it does become addictive.
Sure.
Anyway, do
Oh,
continue.
of course, but a lot of their principles are based on the ancient traditions, the Egyptian philosophies, and going back to all of the things in the Bible and that kind of stuff. And not a lot of people make it to what they call the 33, where people get exposed to other secret knowledge. Apart from that, they're all just puppets enacting this play, as you said, a
The
cosplay.
secret of the Grail, for example,
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly, and other things.
Yeah.
And
and the
because I
Templar
couldn't
Knight,
get answers, yeah, and
the
because I
Spanish
couldn't get those
Inquisition,
answers,
and the Holy
I
German Roman Empire.
exactly, and I went down so many wormholes trying to figure it all out. And it's probably in only the last 15 years that things like the Masonic traditions are becoming, to light because people are whistleblowing. But
Did
then
you
I
also see those books by Michael Bagent and Richard somebody or other? Yeah, about the Holy Blood and the Holy Grail and how
Yeah.
they actually traveled. They actually talked about it first. That was
Yeah.
one of the first books that I seen about it, and I started to realize, wait a minute. And then there was Graham Hancock, and Graham Hancock talked about the pyramids that you have an instinct about anyway, looking at them thinking, wait a minute, that thing's for something else. It's pointing up there. So hey, one of these days I bet they tell us it's to do with the stars. And Bob, well, I was going to say something else.
Bob's your uncle.
Why is the Egyptian institutes and all of those kind of people suppressing information? Like
They're
plenty of people
suppressing
out
huge
there.
amounts of information because they found what they can't deal with.
That's right. They've already gone down into the
Between the Sphinx's feet.
room underneath
Yeah.
the left door, and
I
they've
have
already
I have
activated all of
seen,
that.
I have seen the video footage of what they below the Sphinx's feet, and all the way back in the 80s and the 90s, that was discussed that if they would just open up the damn feet of the Sphinx, we would have all of these answers. And the whole point with it is they too can't open up this information because it would be catastrophic to their entire base of society. It will break up society.
Yep, people's brains will explode.
They cannot if you guys are handed the information of, I got bathed in it because they're looking up human information, and I got yanked into an off-world information system that is beyond your wildest dreams. And because I was recruited for the Far-Seeing Project and the people that I dealt with around that, and then years later being contacted by other factions, and even years before that as a child, from what I've gone through, and this is where my accuracy and my knowing and why I can do what I can do. Anyway, I'm not trying to brag on that. Point with it is,
I totally agree with you. I think I must have been about 5 when I had an off-world experience myself. I remember traveling through all of the different planets and went way out past the Kuiper Belt and all the rest of it. And
right, you don't have those journeys for nothing. this is a pre-warning, and this is why you people, and I don't mean that in a negative way, but I mean this is why we are all here. We've had extra normal or anomaly behavior patterns that have all led us to. And when you guys were talking earlier that you rather than go and play, you wanted to get with the books, and that was me too at the library. And point being is that we're searching for more because what we know at a childhood age is far more than what we're taught away from.
For sure, Caroline.
I am Dutch heritage, and I was gifted at birth like ghosts and goblins and zombies sitting down next to people on their front living room couch, and I was told not to talk about it. And and then of course years later the government came to me and said, well, we want you to do this, and that's because of my science level and my IQ as well, and schoolwork and writing the binary solar system paper and all of this. So they went, we got to get this guy and have him work for us rather than whatever, because they don't screw with you for nothing. Anyway, the point is, the big circle to the story is we've spent the time to collect this information. Now, in your opinion, have you found any holes in this information, Sharon?
No, and I'm always left in wonder as to the developments that we're going to see and how people can just ignore it. That's my concern, is that even though I've expressed to all my family members, can you see that? Can you see that? Do you know what that is? They just shrug it off, and it's like, yeah, okay. And this is what bothers me, is when it becomes an actuality. This is when people are going to freak out and turn to us for the answers, because we've had them all along.
Correct.
But
let's hope they
there's
remember us, Sharon, because they keep on going blank with the subscribe buttons and closing everybody out and putting us at the bottom of feeds.
That's my exact placement, because I've been screaming this since 2010.
Exactly. And there's been many phenomena and things that I have expressed to my family, and they just look at me and shake their heads. And I just think, well, okay, it's like I was aware as a very young child that I had abilities, and I knew that expressively because I'm an RH negative blood group.
Bingo, you win a cookie. Today we're serving oatmeal raisin cookies.
Yeah, so I knew very young in my life that genetically I was different, and I wanted to know how that affected me and my life and what it meant.
Can give you that. I can give you that answer.
Oh, I worked all that out a long time ago, but
because of that blood type. That's why why you're here today. But B, that goes back to the galactic promise. You've heard me mention that before, I believe.
Yep.
Which I've said that has been in process for 2,000 some odd years.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a short time to them and many generations to us.
Exactly.
And these are those puzzle pieces of the variant genetic cross-referencing through other races around the world becoming one, which you are, and 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 you are, which is why you are here today.
Yep. Well,
that's not bragging. That's not lying. I'm not making that up. That is my job to tell you.
Yeah. Well, there's only 5% of us RH negatives running around, so.
Yes, it's a very small
I'm
group.
Rhesus null. I don't know if that's the same as RH negative. But Rhesus null.
No, there's only about 40 of you guys, somewhere between 40 and 50 of you guys. I've studied this, I know.
Yeah, it's very unique.
By the way, Gillian is very learned. That is why she is on our panel.
Mm-hmm.
She has earned her place. I respect and love her dearly.
Bless you, Sam.
Oh, bless you.
Thanks for waking us up.
Well, guys, this is real. I see it in my head. The government came after me because I can see it in my head.
Yeah.
And I'm Dutch, and I'm of that European thing that we talked about, that we were talking about earlier, without throwing too much sand into the cement mix. Nice metaphor. Maybe not. The point with it is, and I'm not trying to brag, but guys, my track record. People, my track record. People, my track
It's a
record.
good one.
Oh, excuse me, I have
It's
to
a
change
good
the album. People, my track record. Skip on the needle and a little wad of dust for you LP players.
As long as it's not 78.
I see so much more than this, and I'm getting bombed from all around me in my physical life, in my political life, in my social life, in my emotional, spiritual life, and then now last week I vanished for 5 hours, and my kids were scared and looking for me, and I had no control over any of that, and I don't remember a damn thing other than the damn headache when I woke up, which is spooky.
Yep.
So I am publicly notifying people in case I vanish. God only knows. Or if we have, a planetary solar outburst where that wipes us off the internet here anytime soon, or which is known as a Carrington event. Go look it up.
And the Miyake events also.
Yeah, I got a little bit militant last week's show, and I'm feeling equally militant to try and a little more strongly speak out about our background and the time we took to get here, and the reason that we're still doing a show, 103 shows for people out there, because of the importance and the strength of this message, and the strength and the background and time proven information we've gathered, coming up on 15 years. And I want to make a new meme pick that says, "Are you listening yet?" I mean, shit, come on.
Yeah.
Please,
If I can
anyone.
Yeah, and
intervene,
DJ said something about the pyramids. And what did he or she say about the pyramids again there, Rebecca?
Was it Nicole?
DJ, you put up DJ
Oh,
there.
DJ. Yeah. I said, okay, they were both talking about that. Let me go
Right,
back.
Thomas.
Yo, it's Thomas as well. Ah.
Oh, that's not it. Oh, the warning system.
Yeah, that one. She
Yeah.
read the Graham Hancock website and said that the Sphinx was like a earlier warning system, but the Sphinx, it's got it was done in the time of the Leo, the lion, but that face they said was one of the gods as well, had his face chiseled on it because of
Right, it was
some
reshaped.
uprising or
It
something.
was a line and it was reshaped. Rebecca, have you ever
It was
seen
Nibiru.
that crop circle representation of Imaru that I send regularly?
I think I have it. Yeah, well, let me look and see.
And then there's the Chinese 8,000-year-old Chinese depiction of the lion constellation.
Hang on, I've got another book as well.
Let me look and
You
see.
guys know where the arrival of wormwood comes from? Leo.
I was going to also mention, Thomas, that my mom was RH negative, O negative as
Right.
well.
Mine too.
Oh,
Mine too.
okay.
Yeah, and I have an even more rare blood type, and I'm not going to go into details.
Okay.
But I have a pretty rare blood type, and well, God, one of these days you guys just got to show up to Sam's Mystery Christmas, right? I'll do the dance with all the magnetic spoons on my forehead, and that's kind of a joke because there are Asian folks out there that can put a full iron or a cast iron pan to their chest and it stays there. That has to do with body electricity. Your head and your heart are these big magical batteries, and it's all part of your chakra towers and your harmonics and connecting with Earth and the universe and Earth, solar system, universe. I do apologize. We are connected to so much more. Atlantis, chariots of the gods, so to speak. Gillian.
Hey, this one's
Hey.
called Atlantis Countdown to. Oh yeah, there's also that one. There's Chariots of the
the two
Gods. That
connected.
was with Eric von Daniken.
Yes.
Guys,
Yeah.
there are so many other races before us.
Um,
They go back even millions of years.
Nina
Planet
is
Earth.
asking.
There is a hell of a lot of time between now and 65 million years ago when the dinosaurs were walking. And what history do we have? It's a big blank, empty period. And there were other civilizations with other humans, and we are not the first civilization
Yeah,
to
there was
live
these
here.
dudes.
We are, and if
Correct.
you reach into the matrix,
Peru.
we are generations beyond numerous repetitive cataclysms. Look at Greece. Just look at the island pattern of Greece on planet Earth alone. And here we are. The planets are passing again. This is not a single event. This is a reoccurring pattern that happens over and over and over. Climate change every time. People, get wiped off the earth. Entire civilization's gone. People have to move away to grow new crops in new areas because it's climate migration, because they have no choice, because the earth changes its axis. It's
There's
not a
nothing
full
new
pole
under the
shift.
sun.
It's a partial pole shift. We move. And then what we're worried about is the passing of the second star. We're watching evidence. We're gathering evidence on the separation between the two stars, which were co-joined into a co-orbit from 2012 on with the backblow CMEs. You can look that up also, which is a binary solar discharge pattern, which happens over and over, cyclic. That too, it's all connected.
Yep.
And we've got tons of documentation that all matches and all, it all aligns, including now, yes, this is a crop circle, but I watched the crop circle for many years. And then it dawned on me what the hell I was looking at. And I've learned to read them. I cannot explain it any other way, but I have learned to read a lot of crop circles over the years because I'm a pattern searcher. My brain identifies patterns, and anyone who's my close friend, they know I bomb people with music because there's patterns in there and the words on top of it, the music and the lyrics. And anyone who knows that I travel off a source, and source is always telling me where to go next. And I gave up running me a long time ago. Because I'm I'm not bragging. I am a internet celebrity, and people count on me. So I run on that for you guys. And how have I done so far, Coach?
I'm impressed.
Brilliant.
I'm impressed.
Very good.
Yeah.
Sam,
Top of the class.
Nina asked for you to elaborate a little bit more on Rh negative and what makes it so special.
Well, let's look throughout history. We'll go back to Neanderthal. There's a lot of people that have Neanderthal blood in their DNA and their RNA. And then there's the other that 23andMe talk about. And remember, we actually have 24 chromosomes, but they don't want you to know that. That's why they changed that.
Nope.
Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a percentage of us, from the larger people who used to be here during the Ice Age, so they could continue the quest for gold. So that when they came to pick it up in time, we'd have enough as normal. I'm going to be blunt. Factory planet Earth. People don't want to hear that, but that's what we are. We're the smaller solar system. Okay. Say that question again. I have to refresh.
What's your thoughts on the tomb of Gilgamesh?
Nina. Well, what did Nina say exactly?
About the origins of Rh negative.
Okay. So with that bloodline, we had a certain type of bloodline on planet Earth. And then there was a decree of other races over the top of the Anunnaki or the Sumerians or whatever you want to call them, or 18 other different names throughout history. There was a change in the earth about 400,000, 300,000 years ago, depending on who you talk to. And then the new man was introduced to the people that we are. And that bloodline was two normals. And then somewhere a while ago, because of the decree from over God's people, higher races above the locals, some of us are allowed to evolve, as others are going to go about their normal business. So there was an introduction of a decree of a change. And that is why we have the O bloodline. And I shouldn't have to say much more than that. So if you're part of this thing that brought you here today, and you are of a scenario that you're aware of, which is why you study, which is why you're learned, which is why you ask why. Now you know the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey would say.
Some people are chimeric, though.
Not everyone has all the answers, and not everyone has all the same drive. But each of us, of the puzzle pieces, have special gift, and that gift is being, pardon the expression, awake.
Mhm.
We search for more. We don't believe what they're telling us. Our bullshit meter works.
Mhm.
And that is because the decree is to separate us from the overall equation of what we were designed for on factory planet Earth. We are waking up from the matrix.
Well, if the predictions are right, there's a chap on some of these channels called Jason Brashears, and he's a chronological person that goes through books. And apparently,
I know of Jason Bashir's.
and he believes that 2040, is it 2040? He
Okay.
calls it a Phoenix event. What's your take on that, Sam?
That's another guy that is living in a very expensive condo and wears $5,000 suits and is pumping a bunch of fear into people so that they can send him money.
I thought it was a fear thing. I like. Don't get me wrong. Some of the pictures that he brings, but he's rooted in this idea that he's right and he's got all this experience and
Christoper,
nobody else matters.
Christoper, in your opinion, anyone who hands out dates does what?
Say that again, Sam.
In your opinion, anyone who hands out dates does what?
Predictions.
Yeah, they're, in my opinion, you're gonna hand out dates. Be prepared to be disappointed because I most of the people that I've seen that give out a date, that date comes and they're
Gold.
completely wrong, and then they're changing their story to fit a new
Yep.
timeline. Basically, so this is what I've seen. So if you have a prediction, I wouldn't be giving out a date. I would just be saying this is possibly what's going to be happening, and things that Sam. I don't think Sam is giving predictions. I think he's telling us what he sees is potentially possible. He sees the orbit of these planets in his head, and he's able to say this is what's going to happen. And we've seen time and then time again these events play out that he tells us, and that's been incredible.
But what I'm trying to get across is there's a contradiction between what Sam sees and what this guy has got recorded in history. And I'm just trying to find out whether what he nominates as the Dark Star or the Phoenix, is that in your scope or in your vision?
We've already seen the Phoenix, and we've already seen the Thunderbird event, and that happened with the first close pass of Atu and Atu's moon and the arrival of the tech group. If you look of the Phoenix, it has a square head, it has a beak, and then it has a thing, this poof to its left shoulder, and then this big circular ornament of the entire picture. Now, never take Mayan or Aztec or any of those designs. The squares mean stuff too, that they're bonded in. The same thing with the Mayan calendar as well. There are four harbingers of doom outlining the four squares in the center of the Mayan calendar, and then the central skull is also the fifth age harbinger of doom.
Wow.
It's a depiction of the reality of the stages of that calendar during that 300,000 year period. The Thunderbird took place, I think about 2019. And we stepped into that note. And that was the age that Atu and Atu's moon came in so close, and then boom, that is when the Texas Cube and the Longbox Cube came out of hiding in April of, here's a cross-reference, fact check, April of 2019. So there's your answer. The Thunderbird occurred in April of 2019.
Yep.
Because we have it documented.
Just bothers me. This person's got a huge following and he's just giving out misinformation.
Right, and these people latch onto one little tidbit or another that might be semi or most actual, and yet they, and they spring an entire campaign around it.
Yeah, you see, they fixate on something and they're simply not going to budge on any of the information, on any of their beliefs.
Which is unfortunate.
It's just very unfortunate because
It
you
is.
shut yourself off to things are changing all the time. Information,
Exactly.
therefore, is changing all the time. Everything that you can know is not yet here to know.
Yeah.
What if you don't incorporate future stuff into yourself as well to grow? You can't fixate. It stops you growing.
Exactly.
It stops you growing.
And they say we are what we think. So if you're going to think down that line, you're going to always be down that path. But if you open
And some
your
of them
mind
are
to
really
expansion,
bloody and gory and vicious and that kind of thing. As I've studied it, it said that the darkness or ones or whatever you want to call it, that dark negative energy feeds off of the dark negative fear stuff. And it needs that human being giving off that flow so that it can live, so it can feed, so it can be nourished. So it will make sure that there's all those events happening so that it feeds that.
Exactly. It's like all the other things that happen to us on a collective, like Princess Diana and, you know, the Twin Towers and
And
stuff.
do you know you could feel that energy wave, hey, that Twin Towers, when that happened?
Yep.
You could feel that energy wave all across the planet.
Yeah.
You could literally feel it. You could just about scrape it off the walls. It was so emotional. And on the day that it even happened, when it was 4 days after we got our first satellite dish. So we actually
I can express to you all that there was a campaign that was going on from literally the beginning of the Reagan era, where that level of fear mongering took hold of competent mediation of the facts.
Sure.
And there was also involving vacation to visit all of the scientists who mocked me to my face. Yeah, they had invited me there in the first place. I put a little sugar coating on that cake for you, but we'll leave it that way. That way, don't offend anyone. And they, you know, I was laughed at for this equation, and to me, it stood out as so obvious it was beyond reality. I mean, when you have an aberration in an orbit on the outside of your solar system, that has to mean something else is out there pulling on it. And this, of
And
course,
they
in
keep
the early
on
70s.
ranting about that, Sam, even in my Facebook feed now. Oh, there's a pool. There's still that pool. We know there's something coming.
Oh yeah, well,
There's something
there's
coming.
still that dark star behind our sun, or Nibiru is still out there coming in. Oh, by the way, Christopher, we have to have a talk about 2 of your videos, and we'll do that later.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to watch some stuff, man.
You
And then
shall
there's
have to
this
stay after
person
class in
talking
detention.
about red hair and green eyes, Sam. Look at that.
DJ has a question about green eyes or red hair.
Oh.
What is that a sign of? What does that mean? I have green eyes.
Me
They
too.
usually go together.
Tell me.
Green eyes, and that has
Sam,
I needed to do this.
come on,
do
try
with
again. Start over. You're cutting out.
Talking sign language.
Yeah.
Say it again.
Say it again, Sam.
Yeah, well, I'm trying. You know, you give out secrets and they shut you down.
Talk about a cup of coffee for 2
Right.
seconds and
Like,
then launch into
yeah,
it.
give a recipe for macaroni and cheese first. And then,
Ice donut.
You know, all I have is my grilled cheese sandwich. You know, don't forget the mustard and paprika.
Yeah.
And the paprika.
Oh,
Yeah, well, the
paprika's
paprika
nice.
is very important.
Paprika goes on my
use
chicken.
yellow mustard and paprika, and it's important. And a pinch of salt. And butter, and you cook it in butter. The best grilled cheese sandwich you've ever eaten in your life.
Okay.
So, am I giving away secrets again, and they don't want
I guess. What does it mean?
Your cheese must be something.
me?
Green eyes, red hair.
I pretty expected to know. You know, I was like basics. You know, and yet I'm being shut down. They must have a little meter they turn, and they go, okay, you can't say that, and you can't do this.
Again, him.
You're pinned at the word secret.
Are they really? He does shit, man. I
Are
stuff.
you gonna? Okay, I'm waiting. I'm
Well,
waiting.
I'm waiting. We haven't gotten to work yet. We haven't shown any pictures. We haven't talked to anybody
green
about what we
eyes
see in the
mean?
sky this week.
Yeah,
know.
Green
people are
eyes.
dying to know
Answer
about
this
their
question,
green
Yeah.
eyes now.
Okay, green eyes has to do with the Picts, Picts, the Pict people, people from the
Chivathi
UK and
dance.
Scotland, and don't forget also the Northern Germanic tribes,
Mhm.
and don't forget Doggerland. There was a civilization living there you wouldn't believe, and they're gone now because they went swimming.
Wow.
And so that's a whole race of people, and that has to do with the RH bloodline as well. And that is one of the puzzle pieces. If you have green eyes, and I have blue green eyes, and I'm Dutch, but the Irish and the Scottish, and don't forget the Welsh. Okay, I mean I had to cover them, and it's all about it's bloodline that's gone around the world, and we also have to take into generations before that, and there are seven. From what I understand, there's like 7 puzzle pieces to the which is also like chakras, and you go and you're reborn through this DNA and this DNA and this DNA, and you elevate in spectrum over time and become that which is supposed to evolve in the future. But it's not handed to us for free. We have to earn it. And we earn it through self-reflection first, us inside first. And then the rest of it is self-evident afterwards.
Yes.
I sent you that picture of the chakras. Do you want to show what the chakras are?
Ow, my head
I
hurts.
have the picture. I included it in
A slide.
video.
Okay.
Yeah, it was in one of the. It's the front piece of one of your podcasts.
I can pull
Okay.
it up. I can
Because
still
the
get
other
pictures.
the other thing about our chakras is our auras, our morphogenic
Right.
field. We can
Oh,
train
light.
to see them. And if we
And the
train to
harmonic
see
that we
them,
put off also indicates
Yes.
our color.
guys. Well, funny you say that. Oh, this
Well, of
is
course.
one of my devices I have.
Do you want me to play that too? I can play it also. I put
Oh,
all
in
your
a minute.
pictures.
Yeah,
Go to the chakra ones.
our chakra development
Oh,
is directly reflective to our aura color.
Yep. So as you can see
And
there, from the top of our
the
head,
other
that's where we have
races,
signals come in.
the other races having different and better eyes than we do, they can see those colors and they automatically recognize what you are and what your development level is.
Yeah,
within
that's why
seconds.
every couple of years I go to Mind, Body, Spirit and I have my aura photograph.
Cool.
And
Look at that.
I publish pictures of my horoscope regularly, and I'm a purple-blue
See it
spectrum.
again.
Yeah.
I want to
See
see
it again?
Uh-huh.
Sorry about the
yeah.
reflection, but I'm wearing the same shirt that I wore that day, and as you can see, it's come up a different color, and you can actually see the writing underneath it.
Wait.
Is
But it
the
looks
yellow
like
heart chakra?
Yellow is solar plexus, but you'll see right in the middle, it's green. That's my heart chakra.
It's green and blue.
And then
Right.
everything around me is red, which means I've got my field of security around me. And the yellow that I'm emanating is showing that I am pure joy. And the blues around my throat and over my shoulder, that's my shroud of protection.
Oh,
And you
interesting.
can probably see around the back of me, they're all my spirit guides. So they're also protecting me and giving me downloads and
I see that
making
now.
me consciously aware of things that are going on around me.
Yeah, well, we
So-
are way greater than what everybody assumes. Because, I mean, God, how many millions of years it took for us to get here, and all of that collective, connective genetic memory is actually inside all of us, and all those good wishes, like in the 1500s, when great grandpa and grandma wanted their children to be fed, and thank God the cow, kept giving milk this year. And God, we got a good harvest. All of those well wishes from all of those people that ever lived before you that are connected to you, all of that power is also yours. And all you have to do is look inside and it will speak to you.
Well, a
And it's
classic
real.
example is the water experiment or the rice experiment, where they put them in jars and they speak only pleasant thoughts or think only pleasant thoughts and leave it in a room and then come back and they find out the one that's been persecuted and punished and said negativity, it's gone mouldy and rancid, and the other jar that's had only positive reinforcement has actually grown and bloomed. It's the same as anything. If you nurture
Yeah.
something, it's going to grow.
And how you talk to things actually really is powerful.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like I
Well,
noticed too
that brings me
you
to
have a resonance with animals like you do, Rebecca. You attach the cats. Well, I find no
Dr.
matter where I am,
Doolittle. It's Dr.
I find
Doolittle.
I find no matter where I am, animals come to me. Like in some of my videos of Coff Harbour, we had a regular kookaburra came every day and I would hand feed it, or the lizards would come to us. And I don't know, they just know a good person because of their vibration. And they're drawn to that because they see power and security.
In
Anyway.
1980, I was forced to sign a non-disclosure, and my current thought at that time was how people had the right to know that these planets with people, a higher civilization was on its way towards us. And could you imagine where we would be if that was that we would be Jetsons by now? I think we would have been preparing to, like prepare for the Olympics to show our, goodwill and Disney World and it's a small world after all, and all of that. I really thought that we would, and I was forced to sign away that and threatened so greatly that I couldn't tell you guys that. But I really, to this day, 2025, this is 5 years later. And I think that if we would have known that this was happening and coming, I think we would be way more prepared for it right now. And that is my one great regular mind crossing question. Like, what if we would have told the world in 1980?
Exactly. Where would we be today? There'd be less faction fighting. There'd be a lot more people better off instead of suffering from famine and disaster. We'd all work together and build each other up instead of trying to tear each other down. But you've got all these dark entities and dark forces behind the scenes that don't want that to happen, which is very sad. Because it's a
bombs and
collective
grenades make a lot of money.
Well, we all know where the dollars have gone. That's all been
Exactly.
revealed. Just follow the money. Anyway,
Yeah,
Rebecca.
the American Rifle Association. Don't sue me, please. It's my opinion.
Would you like to show the
Yeah,
video?
we're in a place that
do
and
that.
the one thing I can say is that we do know hints of the future, because we were given some of that information, and I'm not going to hand out dates, but we know, and Rebecca knows this, and the older guests or the older panelists know that we are successful in the future. And I was milling that through my head again because I said it again last week. But we know that we get, because we did change, because we were informed that we did. So we already did this. The question is, what are you going to do with this information that we already did?
Anyway, I sent Rebecca
weirdly
a
worded,
video of a new toy that I have. And it's in relation to what you were saying earlier, Sam, about as these planets becoming closer and closer, how it's affecting us, not just psychologically, also physiologically, and how it's having effects on us. But yes, I came across this new device and I'd like to share it with everyone.
Okay.
Cool.
Very good.
New experience.
A new toy. Okay.
I feel like Beekman's world, and we're doing science.
Let me introduce
science.
you to some new technology. This device here is called a quantum magnetic resonance analyzer.
I said that backwards.
And what it does is it uses a wand which you hold in your hand, and once it's connected to your computer, you go through the file and activate it and add all your details, and then
It's my
you can do
bedspread.
a self-analysis. And with the self-analysis, it gives you a readout based on your electrical signature, which is your
Ooh, I love it.
frequency and vibration, and it determines where there are some anomalies in the body that
And
can
why Sam can't wear
be
watches?
used to help alleviate some of these problems. And this one even detects EMF radiation. Let's get
Ooh,
it started so we can have a look. I'll hold on to the
Like
wand
my
as it has instructed.
glowing
And now we'll hit the word
fire.
start.
Turn him on
It's
first.
telling me to hit the start button. And as you can
Well, you have
see,
patience. And nice toys.
it makes a beeping sound. It only takes 1 minute and it analyzes your body. As you can see, it is doing a complete scan right now. And the wavelengths you see are all my electrical circuits according to my meridians. And as you can
See
see,
how they
it is
fluctuate
analysing my
wildly?
complete body. Every system is being analysed.
Because the
at
left and the
moment.
right is different.
My digestive system.
And the base technology for a biobed.
Hopefully they'll be
My
released soon.
pancreatic and liver function.
Oh, they
nice
already have it.
biobed.
They already have
Medbed.
it. Yep.
Bone density and blood flow. along
I
the
often
major
quote the movie
arterial veins.
Elysium.
Bone
It's
density.
not found on planet Earth.
No, but you guys got to remember that the technology above us is millennium ahead of us.
Circulatory
By
system.
thousands and thousands of years.
Yeah, and people forget that. I mean, and they're parked right over the top of us right
Brain.
now.
It found it. Oh no.
No,
Sorry.
we're just conspiracy theorists, Sam.
Right, yeah, I
I was just saying.
know.
And that's it.
I was just saying
And
the
once it's
machine found my
completed,
brain.
as you can see, it is only a 60-second scan. It can then bring up your details. You can save it to file, and it will tell you everything that's going on in your body. Let's open
And then
the
you can
report
do
and have a look.
comparative study over time.
Yep.
So as you can see by the list, it has all of these functions here, and you can look up every single function. And then it gives you a
Self-disclosure.
complete readout, high and low readings, and how you can make adjustments.
So all the ones that are
Wow,
green, I'm good,
technology,
and
hey?
anything on the red or the blue scale means I need to look into them. And most of those are mineral salts and things like that.
Excellente.
Yes.
Wow.
I love it. And
Très
I've tested it
bien.
on a few people, and
Magnifique.
I said, I don't want to know anything about you medically, just let me have a look at this. And a friend of mine I went on a cruise with, I told her she has fatty liver disease, she's got diabetes, and she went to her doctor and had all the blood tests done, and they were confirmed as true.
Yeah, and you can harmonically correct that as well through Om chanting and chakra
Sound
development
frequency.
and all of that.
Yep.
And locating that and correcting it through harmonics and belief.
Yep.
You can now, because we have that mirrored second star while it's here, you can self-heal. You just
Yep.
have to believe.
Yeah. And what
Where
you're
do you
seeing
get
on the
that?
screen now is molecules and how that they come together and they work in tandem with somebody or with each other.
Oh,
And
by the way, to be sidebar, I do apologize. My hair went blonde again.
Okay.
well,
Somebody explain that to me.
have you
I
always been
remember
dark
6
hair?
months ago I was gray as hell, and I was laughing over how fast I turned gray. And then here,
Yeah.
we're talking to our friends on the internet, and I go, "Yeah, I need to just spend some time self-healing." And then I disappear for 5 hours, and then I come back and I'm blonde.
No way.
Yeah.
No more gray?
Sounds a bit
Not
like
visibly.
poltergeist.
My upper side hair is visibly blonde again.
Sounds like
Hey,
the scene
cool,
in
I'll take it.
Poltergeist where she
Hey,
goes
I took
through
a
the
journey to
floor
Yeah,
the
and comes
can
Wayback
we
back.
go
Machine.
next, please?
Yes.
I am not down with gray hair.
Well, we
So
can
yeah,
all
I'll believe that.
self-heal. We just all have to believe that we are now self-healing in a positive manner. You don't say you don't say I wish I could. You say I am.
Right. You have to know.
Yes.
And this is the connective development, how we earn our enlightenment, our bodhisattva, our connection to source, our connection to the future. We use the conditions of the planets that are passing us, and we also take in their wisdom as well as their discomfort. And remember, enlightenment is always isn't fun. Sometimes we have to go through pains to clear our shelf, so that we can earn this and grow through it. And yet, you might be thinking, "God, I'm batshit out of my mind. I can't believe this is happening. And what are those crazy things I keep thinking of?" And don't forget, the cosmic depression shit, where all of a sudden everything is wrong for no reason. All of that is influences of what's going on over our heads and how it's affecting the water and the synaptic responses within our brains and the electrical that which we are. And we talked about last week where how many of you are feeling a bug crawling under your hat when you put a hat on your head? And you get this weird feeling when you walk into your house and all of a sudden your head itches and you wonder why. Because we're electrical connections, and we talked about what's going on with the sun and the planets and the tectonic plates in our brain, and all of that is going electrical. And being that the transition that is now occurring, this next stage we are in, all of that has changed enhancements literally since November.
Yep.
So be prepared. We go for a ride now, lady.
Yep. And the further that pole moves towards Siberia, it's only going to get more extreme.
Right. Minutely. Well, but that was the original movement was like 1984, 94. And we have moved a long way since then. And yeah, the pole is in northern Siberia right now.
Yep. That magnetic flux is changing all the time, which affects
and the core has moved stuff. And the rotations have moved and the tide has moved. We saw a tidal fluctuation off in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of Mexico last week. They raised a meter high wave, but it wasn't reported. So these are now years ago, God, even 2018-ish, somewhere, give or take a year or two or three, either side of that. We saw reported repetitive South American villagers go to the shore to get into their boats in the morning, and the ocean was gone. Mid-ocean bulge had moved away from them. And that was, it was reported, but it was completely generically ignored. And this was like mind-alteringly, no way that, this is happening, but yet it did. And that, too, had to do with Earth tip. And that's why the moon jogs from the south to the north sky in 2 hours. Earth tip. When the bigger planets come in, they shove us out of the way because we're non-paradoxal. And this is why I keep seeing anyone who posts anything about the planets or the nemesis system crashing into us. I see that as anti-productive and really distractive and negative behavior, because we have to remind people that this is cyclic and it is not paradoxal. They don't crash and blow us up. They just shake the living shit out of us, move the tectonic plates, so all of the electrical discharging can go on inside, outside, and around Earth, so we can redevelop the commodities for the next cycle. So we, the humans, can collect that after each of these catastrophic passings. And we have yet to see the second star fully leave. We know it's occurring, and we have a few years yet to go through what's going to be the best part of the show yet is when the planets are leaving and they're facially illuminated. And every day is a new, unbelievable, craziest show you ever saw in the sky, as long as you know what you're looking at. And with each passing day, they're going to grow higher and smaller. So we're going to be able to get a better view of them, almost to the point of when it's too late. And, and then people are, finally, in 2 or 3 years, they'll go, "Oh God, you were right. Like, there it is." Well, like, duh. I've been telling you since 2010.
Yeah. They're visually a lot lower in our skies now. They seem to rise up from the southeast and then move across. So I don't know.
Now where you are, because that's your out view, and you are looking from the bottom of the ball.
Yes.
So they are rising up and above. They were facially in front of us, at my geographical location up here in the Northern Hemisphere for the last, what, Rebecca, like 4 years?
Right.
Would you estimate 4 years where they were facially in front of us, where we were staring at Uri, but we didn't see the bottom of Uri. We saw the middle of Uri.
Right.
And now we're
It's
looking
been
at
a
the
few
bottom
days.
of Uri as Uri comes at us and goes over us this year.
Yeah. Yeah.
She was right in our face for many, many, many years in the same location, for literally like 8 years or so, or give or take. And she was at one point in time on the right hand side. And then they went right, left after spiraling in the first few years. And we watched and documented all of this.
Yeah.
And
because we've got lots of rainbow phenomenons happening at the moment. So obviously they're becoming more visually seen.
Right. And the rainbow effect on the left-hand side is the asteroid field. It's breaking down in the debris and the smaller asteroid and the dust. We've got information of that cloud going back to the ISS camera videos that we use all the time. And we need to reuse that again soon, Rebecca.
That's awesome.
And yeah, and then all that shit's going to come over the top of us within the next 30 some odd days.
Yeah, so it's within that
And
180
then we
cycle,
start this year's crazy electrical discharging in cloud formations and rainbow patterns and all kinds of, close passes, maybe some drop-offs of the smaller materials. We don't know. This is new.
Look how big the sun is behind you, Chris.
It's
I
cut off.
know, it's wild. I mean, you can't see much, but the stripes of Uri are there.
It's
I got some pictures of it, but
it's a refraction halo.
Yeah,
It's bigger because something's cutting into it between our out view.
Yep, it's huge.
Yeah, and of course, you can't really see much today because StreamYard won't put me sideways. And, Jesus asked me to zoom in last week. You can't do that either. So sometimes we're limited.
Hey, Zeus is here. Hey.
That's on the side of Uri right there. See those?
Yeah, definitely, Sam.
Those are the stripes of Uri right there in the empty spots.
Definitely.
And in front of it is the tan asteroid right there above the
tree.
Yeah. And then if you go slightly to the right, Matim should be right there just above the sun, which is, I think, what's partially doing the cut in. Why it's a 4 square solar flare. And then on the right-hand side of that would be where Isatum is, and Isatum shall.
Yeah, I got pictures of Isatum earlier. Just insane. It was all huge today. Totally awesome.
Point out to everybody the ion tail from the right-hand side. Show them how far back the ion tail goes to the right.
It goes all the way. So this is west, and it just goes forever. All the way. Here's northwest, north. Goes all the way from the southwest to the northeast, and as far as you can see, it's just straight lines diagonally going upwards. It's awesome.
Okay, do you
it's
see
always
that dark
there.
blue? Do you see the dark blue above you and above those palm trees?
Let's see here.
Just straight up, right there in front of you.
Yeah,
straight up. That dark blue is Isatum, Nepacity, and Nibiru farther to the right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
You can see their impression.
The dark blue is Nepacity. The blue on the right or the left-hand side is Isatum. And to the right-hand side, beyond this dark center blue, is Nibiru.
Wow.
And its tipped axis and its core, you're actually right above the palm trees is where Nepacity core is. Tipped axis.
Yeah. I see it now.
And you can't make that shit up.
No. Just like you're drawing, the tipped axis, all of it. Wild.
And we only took over a decade trying to scream this to everyone out there. And I would encourage you to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell and share at least 2 copies of this with someone, anyone. I don't care if they're remote strangers. Don't get flagged by Facebook, but share this with people. I don't know what more to tell people than God. It just has to get out.
Yeah.
That light flaring behind your head is because there's a planet cutting off the light, and it's flaring out, trying to get around these planets that are right in front of your eyes and have been for a decade plus.
Yep.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like this before. You can't explain this any other way. Why does the sun look the way it does? And people are saying there's nothing wrong. It's normal. What's normal about that? There's no. Sorry.
When you see Matim, you can see Uri on the left. You can see Saturn
Yeah, it's
Jalamoon on
insane.
the right. The rounded bottom of them cutting into the light. If you learn to look at the dark area, not the light, don't look at the sun. Look at the blue. You will see these planets, and we give out a monthly drawing of exactly that.
Yeah.
Maria is asking if anybody has tried a thermal camera.
We've had numerous variations of all kinds of people filming and augmenting their pictures and stuff like that. And like I said, I got a really nice one from Liz today. Thank you, Liz, in the Midwest, and it very much matches Matim separating just away from the face of Uri, and it's a little moon thing that we think it's a moon. And it was suggested to me by another person, another sky watcher, and we've been running with that so far. And there's been a lot of evidence, so I'm kind of like, hinting at, I think Matim has a moon. How odd, There's one that's been right there for quite a while, and it's very bright and it's very small. We've been watching it, and it is on the monthly site drawing.
Yeah.
Somebody will get a picture of
monthly
it.
site drawing again. Let's see it.
Yeah.
Hang on 1 second. Let me get back.
It's just a matter of time before somebody posts their photos, and it's going to be in one of these pictures.
Let's go. Also, I see Jesus.
Hello, search for
It's
truth.
in the green room, everybody. So
Yeah,
let
bring
me-
it on.
Yay!
Yeah.
Let him talk for a while.
He is here. I see we lost Bruce. I don't see him, so I'll be on the lookout for Bruce.
Yeah.
I was
If
going
you're
to say,
watching
I
Bruce,
know that
come
I
on
went away
whenever
for a bit.
you want.
What? Oh, sorry. Okay, there. We got that. Got it.
No, sorry, I had to go away for a bit. I'm trying to prepare the dog's food for tomorrow. I've got work in that.
And
So
Sir
I have to make sure I've got enough rice to add to their food and,
Oh man, you are.
uniforms and stuff.
Here we go.
They're eating better than you are, Jillian.
He's
Yeah.
here, everybody. Hi, Jesus. How are you today?
Hello, everybody.
Good to have you.
Looks like we lost Bruce. I was gonna say hi. Sorry, I missed you, man. But it's great to
He's
hear
just,
you. From
I was just going to say, like, where did Bruce go? I know I was going for it, but I
no, it
thought,
says his phone is crossing. It says in a private message that his phone is crossing over. So it's been fun. So
Hopefully he'll make it back.
maybe he'll make it back. Anyways.
Yeah.
How y'all doing, guys?
I'm well. I'm well. I'm glad it's
Hello,
warming
hello.
up. I survived the 0-degree temperatures and all that stuff. It was so
It has been hot and cold. It's been like the queen of hot and cold for the last 2 weeks. So we had snow 2 days ago again, and then now it is, I'd say spring, but it feels almost like summer. It's like 60 degrees.
The Arctic sun has changed in the last week and a half, 2 weeks. We are now getting 90 more minutes of daylight, and the facial angle in which the sun is shining on the edge of the earth is actually increasing because we are stepping into spring, no matter what the groundhog said.
Yeah, no matter what the ground.
Yeah,
I think the groundhog has been wrong, or maybe got lucky here and there, but he's been wrong for some time.
Well, that also depends on which part of the country you're in as well, because it's going to get unmatched.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Florida,
we're at really bad record low temperatures already for spring this year in the Midwest all the way to the East Coast. But next week it's going to warm up. Everybody's going to be really shocked and surprised. And then toward the end of the week, it's going to get cold again. Now, however, I want you to watch what happens in Russia right now through all the way through next week. And those poor SOBs are, you thought Siberia already suffered this year, and they are going to have the groundhog winter over there in Asia and China and Japan. it's their turn. You know, we talk about this regularly. Every 2 weeks, it does one thing on the planet, and then the other side of the planet, then on this side of the planet, and on the other side.
I've noticed that the sun has shifted, Sam, a little bit more.
Right, the angle of light. It has risen in the southern sky. It actually went farther deep than I've ever seen it up here in Montana, in an angle for the winter.
Our winter
pattern.
angle was insane.
Now, we talked about this,
south.
6 shows ago, where we went into the winter star pattern where Venus was and all of that way earlier than normal.
Yeah, that's why everybody was complaining that the time change was kicking their butt. I was like, yeah, it's because it's like 2 months early this year. We entered our winter orbit almost freaking 2 months early. I was trying to explain that to somebody
exactly where I was
recently, and it went completely over their head. It's one of the reasons why I posted that video. I was like, surely everybody knows this, right? But I remember I thought I was like, you know what? There was a time where I didn't know most of this stuff. I mean, I've always been into it, but there's a lot of things that you gotta think.
Sir, you've come a long way.
Yeah, well, a lot of stuff might be basic information for us because we've done it so long, but
we've been doing it so long.
It's not the same for everybody. We got to keep that in mind and be more patient and understanding of that this is not as basic as we would like to think it is. You know, to the average person.
We did not fall off the turnip truck yesterday.
That too, and our level of obsession on this topic also makes us a little abnormal in our learning patterns. So but there's a lot of stuff crossing the sun right now. It's probably why the sun's looking so weird in your area, Chris. Because I was just outside now that I came upstairs, and I was like, "There's a lot of stuff that's."
Did you remember your sunscreen?
Right in front of the sun right now.
And you don't have your green vest that says, internet news, internet press.
I ordered one off Amazon.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think it's orange. It's really ugly.
Hey, let's pray that they lose that package and we get the money for the insurance that I paid for it.
I'm gonna have to take a drive up there, Chris, and then we're gonna have to go walking around and see what kind of trouble we can get into talking about this stuff.
Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
They're really not that far. You're like a 5-hour drive for me. It's for me. It's my afternoon.
So when are we going to start the merch with the shirts? Nibiru Anonymous followers. Let's get the t-shirts going.
Yeah, and when are you going to your own? Are you
we tried,
welcome to another?
For Christmas, we had those, but God, it was a horrible time for me, so I didn't even buy one. Which was
you should do
pretty unfortunate.
You should do your own taxi video, Jesus, that and just post live stream on your own feed and
oh God, you know how long I've been wanting to do that, Sam? Do like kind of like I don't know if anybody remembers that show Taxi Cab Confessions on HBO.
Right? Yeah, you could do my favorite stop at the
I was not supposed to watch that
to visit
show. It used to come out,
the
but I loved
taco
it.
stand or. Hey, this is what happened today. I got coffee today, and
Yeah, that would be great.
I have a
camera.
I have a YouTube guy,
but I never use it.
I have a YouTube guy I watch, and his name is Brian. And I'll send you, Jesus. I'll send you a copy of Brian's video, and that's what he does. He takes people for coffee every morning before work.
Brian,
and he has
Brian. I'm sorry.
And
Brian, Sam.
His name is Brian from rural France on YouTube, and he takes people for a coffee, and he's sort of known through another channel, which is Escape from Rural France. I watch, and he's an offshoot YouTuber, and if he can make it. And then if you run live feed, there are people that will involve themselves in your world and adhere and admire you as a friend, and you can actually get an income from that if you chose. Because you are driving, you are out there, people are talking in your cab, And then you could even throw in a witty partay. Remember Cash Cab? You don't have to play Cash Cab, but you could just talk to people and say, hey, I run the thing. You got anything to say? Where are you from? How are you? What do you think of the weather? What of climate change? Anything.
Yeah, and instead of trivia questions, I could ask, how much do you know about what's happening right now? With our jet stream, with polls, with everything. I was speaking to a teacher just yesterday about that, and she said by the end of the ride, she says, me and you would have a lot of fun together talking, because she was so into what I was telling her. But it was a short ride, so I kind of had to cut it short. But there is. I've been trying to kind of get out of my comfort zone with some of the people that I interact with on a daily basis, and actually, once you get over that fear, you realize that a lot of people are really open to alternative information. I mean, you do have those that are completely closed off, of course, but you'd be surprised. I think more so than not, there's a lot of people that are actually
I think
willing to entertain you and at least listen to you.
I think for security reasons included, you should go live cloud stream regularly, and then edit your videos from that and send to your friends what you want, and submit to the public that which they can find interesting and connective. I will send you that video to show you what other people out there in YouTube land. I mean, you after all these years, you are.
Every time that I do a live, I'm like, I should do this more often, because it's kind of fun. It's kind of like.
You could also.
You could kind of like hang.
You could also entertain the Spanish markets.
I've been.
Don't forget
I have been
Spanish
posting on that. I haven't posted on that Mexican. What is it, Mexico?
Oh, they blocked me right away.
No.
No.
Yeah,
they're always blocking.
They blocked me after the first week.
Not surprised. Sam.
They only knew.
Not surprising, and I wouldn't be surprised if I'm next. But what could you do?
Well, people. I mean, God,
wouldn't be the first time.
Sharon, Gillian, Christopher, Rebecca, Jesus. What are we going to do to tell these people of all? I mean, everybody's like, we're just these, 6 people on this panel talking on this crazy, stupid show every week, and nobody watches it. And yet we have information that we have documented for going on a decade and a half in a couple of weeks, 6 weeks or so. We're going to be 15 years doing this together as a group and a collective around the world, 250,000 people. Radio Wasteland shows, Fight for Your Freedom radio shows, Understanding the Sky, Samuel Hofman or Sam Hofman on YouTube, your channel, Rebecca's channel, Chris's channel, Jillian's channel. When are people going to listen? What is it going to take to wake them up to the fact that, holy Christ, we have fleets of Empire intergalactic craft parked over the top of our freaking heads, as has been for years, demanding a ransom or we die.
Wait till they can't pay the ransom.
And here's
Sam,
the
I was
watching
that ISS video that you I think you shared with on the show. I don't know if it was last week or the week before that, but it looked like a winged ship.
Yeah.
I've
that
seen
one.
That.
That was wild.
That's a Klingon war cruiser.
That's not the first post that somebody has posted.
We have
that exact same.
It is big too.
I have a file with about 30 of them in that are all separate.
Yeah. And they're all different.
Wait
but
till it
they're different, but the ship is exactly the same.
And they look like Klingon or Romulan cruisers.
Yeah,
that's what they look like.
If you look at our history, I think there's even some petroglyphs that might even match something like that.
And you know what's really crazy is the fact that we do have we have a mixture of thousands of sightings on both spectrums of the Star Trek series and the Star Wars series. And we're not freaking crazy. And you couldn't make this shit up. And yet, we're discredited because we're showing Imperial Star Destroyers And yet these are live freaking sightings. Everybody goes, "Oh,
Right.
that's Photoshop, man. This guy's full of shit."
Right.
And yet, you know,
So
and
many
we,
people love Star Wars. What I don't understand. So we've got these things in the sky. We got them documented, but they don't listen. But they'll watch that Star Wars 50 times this week.
Christopher, for the record, I have watched Star Wars the entire series 115.
I love Star Wars.
115 times and counting.
Rebecca, that's
not enough.
That seems like it's that's intended for me and you.
I
Bingo.
know.
You may be the only ones here who have not seen it.
Hey, y'all got some catching up to do. I have seen it 115 times.
Right, you got to catch up quick because the first ones were made in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, started in 1980.
Look, here's my problem. Okay, look, I love science fiction stuff, but here's my problem with anything that's alien or UFO or anything like that is that it's always most movies or shows, they always depict aliens as monsters, and it always ends up either more of a horror movie, which I'm just not into that genre.
I will encourage you to go back
and I
to
don't
Star
like
Wars
that. It
1.
annoys me that they show that in that light. So I feel like they keep us in this fear. They want everybody in this fear base of
right.
aliens,
Okay, but
and I don't
Jesus,
think-
listen. Start
Sorry,
at
I
Star
get a
Wars.
little carried away with that. It really bugs me.
Start at Star Wars 1 with Luke, Leia, etc. Don't look at it as this whole 9, because it's 9 movies. Don't look at this whole and all the thousands of movies that have spread off of it, including novels, books, and short tales around the paperback.
It's confusing now. I don't even know which. I
Start-
don't even know if I'm watching.
It's called A New Hope.
Yeah, start
They
at
renamed it to A New Hope.
number 1 with Luke and Leia, and then
New
go
Hope.
from there.
Yep, A New Hope.
They will bring you into the new age, and it will add a larger pictorial base premise that you could stomach. It shows you a technology level base that you can comfortably live with. That is soft disclosure.
Yeah. Because a lot of what we see now,
Sir, I have been visiting my entire life.
Even with the little that I know of Star Wars, I don't live in a rock either. I mean, it is pop culture to its.
We have to take into account. Okay, and this is how everybody. And I can't fully say everybody, but a greater percentage of our population views either one dark evil and maybe a good faction. That's it. That is not what's working. There are multiple factions around Earth alone and multiple factions outside of Earth that all are trying. It's not good or evil. It's factional agenda. And they're all incorporating their personal agendas to try and manipulate that which is going on right in front of our faces today. Now, part of that has been this soft disclosure from Hollywood. There has been A, good soft disclosure, and B, bad fear-based disinformation soft disclosure. And then continues in our media today, including the manipulation and occupation of the average media capitalization owned by only a few that live here with the money, fixing and fixating our media sources. We're being manipulated beyond your wildest dreams. And people, don't stop watching the news. Start watching the truth. Don't give up, because your bullshit meter really does work, and you have to ride that. Remember,
somebody told me recently that they're more informed than most people because they watch the news all the time. I'm like, Jesus Christ, seriously? Like, I would like to think that we've reached a time now where we know that mainstream media is not there for our own
all
good.
the news, not just one. I watch everybody.
Yeah, that's what I was. See, that's what I think that's what I was saying last year, was that you don't look at one news source, look at all of them or as many as you can,
Well,
And
yeah, not only that,
then
force
you
does not
kind of
let
get
me.
an overview, right, of what's kind of happened. You see what fits and
I get a
what
gut
doesn't.
feeling where I have to go, and I have to search.
Even then, sometimes it's hard to tell truth from bullshit. But I think
No,
think
it's
well,
really
I think if
the easy part
your
is, look,
bullshit meter is
the one thing in all the
pretty
science I ever learned that I can tell you, if it's comfortable and it fits, it's true. If it's conflicted and confusing, it's wrong. And that's Sherlock Holmes. If it fits, it's the truth. No matter how crazy it sounds, it still is the truth. And the truth is that the Einstein did not have a unification model balancing his dinner plate solar system orbit model. And
Sam,
science
did you watch that video that I sent you of what Tesla had to say about Einstein? It was a 16-minute video that was really interesting.
I think I did. Yeah.
But even Einstein wasn't satisfied with his results. Even he knew the thing was that.
Well, I see. And when I went to my vacation, they even told me that I had solved equations that he couldn't to his deathbed. That he had his notebook with him, and I had easily solved these equations in the classroom chalkboard, which is part of why I got noticed, because my professor, an adjoining professor, wanted to publish this to the Scientific American, etc., which was part of what got me noticed. And because to me, I threw out gravity, and I did an equation, and it balanced and figured, and it fit, and it just fit.
Well,
and to me, it was
science
simple.
refuses to let go of gravity, though, Sam. I mean, the refusal.
Right. And this, oh God, there's a story right there. I got screamed at in my face by what ended up retiring as a senior world climatologist scientist. He's now retired. I don't need to mention his name and give him any glory. But if you ask me in a private message, maybe I'll tell you. But anyway, now retired. He screamed in my face. And the one thing that part of what did not erase the government mind wipe, which, believe me, they have technology you wouldn't believe, that I remember to this day is him spitting in my face and screaming at me, and how dare I rip out the rug from underneath what he understood as science, and how could I ever be so arrogant as to be smarter than Einstein or Newton, word for word. And I've never forgotten that as his spit was flying in my face. And I watched the dandruff falling from his head as he screamed at me. So
that's our problem. And look, we're all guilty of it at one point or another. Some more than others. But since learning this information, I have humbled myself more into knowing that I don't know shit. I don't know. I don't have to always keep an open mind, because if you walk around thinking you know it all, good luck. You're never going to learn anything new. But the problem
I
now
learn
is
every day.
Getting people, and I think they call it dissidence, or what is it? What's that word?
Cognitive
dissonance. Is that when? And Bruce, well, nice to meet you, Bruce. But you were mentioning earlier that when it doesn't fit somebody's narrative, they get angry. They tend to get annoyed. I had a friend recently who told me we don't talk about it anymore. But she used to. She told me the last time. She says it offends me when you say that Einstein was wrong. I'm like, okay, I think we should just not talk about this anymore, because clearly we are very far apart, and we're good friends. I don't want to, our opinions of certain things to be affected. But that's the problem, is that we think we know something, and then to get us out of that belief systems run deep in humans. Once you believe something, good luck. Good luck.
That's the comfort zone.
Yeah, good luck getting them out of that, and that is the biggest problem with humanity, is that our ego and our sense of thinking that we're the pinnacle of humanity it's just so misplaced, that.
And then you start breaking from the law of church, you know, and then because according to the church, we used to be the center of the universe. And then Galileo and all those people were ostracized because they introduced that. And then there was the big 1444 Reformation dealing with chemistry, and it was called the Dark Arts, and then the Spanish Inquisition. And
how many people got burnt at the stake for that?
Yeah, and if I was to if I was to give you the number of people that were burned at the stake even on the first Spanish Inquisition, YouTube would blank us, so I'm not going to give the number of people, but it was very large. And then there was the second Spanish Inquisition, where they burned books and lots of information. God knows what we've lost. Actually, excuse me, Rome
God
knows.
knows, I would give, I don't know, I'd say about 2 years of my life just to be able to have access to the Vatican's records.
Oh my God!
Yes,
I mean,
it's a long walk, 30 miles a tunnel.
All that stuff, so you'd have to kind of narrow it down to what your interests were. But I would love to just have like 1 year in the Vatican. I would.
I think that it would look like that big chamber they had in that Indiana Jones movie. Remember when they were looking for the Ark of the Covenant?
But could you
Or even
imagine?
the last movie, yeah.
Can you imagine what has been lost? What has been? Well, actually, I think they just found a library with scrolls, old scrolls. I don't know where it was, but I just saw
I remember something now that you mention it. But then I've seen a couple of bizarre things like that this week. Also, what I saw go over my feed was a lady who was representing all the people that had ever been burned as witches, and they created a tartan, a special tartan, to commemorate their suffering, and so that can't be ever forgotten.
Do you know where the origins of the Salem witch trials came from?
I don't know. I know that stuff was happening in Pennsylvania as well.
And prior to that, do you know where it originally came from?
Ireland.
No.
No?
Puritans in Holland.
You guys. Responsible.
You guys.
You know why?
You mentioned it before, I'm sure.
Because you're Dutch.
Well, yes, I am Dutch. But did you know why?
Probably trying to kill off the bloodline of Jesus.
You win an oatmeal raisin cookie.
Woo!
Oatmeal raisins, Sam. Really? That's the best.
I make a really good oatmeal
Cosmic
raisin.
brownies, sir. Cosmic brownies.
Okay, I'll change. I can roll the wheel, go to chocolate chip. Jesus, no problem. I should say Jesus. Yeah.
Well, lucky you can actually call him that because he's got the name.
Oh, he changes Mary, Mother, and okay, yeah. Well,
somebody earlier, Jesus is coming. I don't know if they're talking about me or if they're talking about literally Jesus.
Well, he never left. He's still here. Which is what the whole thing about the RH bloodline is all about. But you can't tell people that.
You know what? I still do not know what my blood type is to this day. What I do know is I don't get sick. At the height of COVID, I was super exposed. Nothing at all. I'm never sick. Thankfully.
Lucky you.
Thankfully. Aside from a few years ago when my blood sugar was a little high, but we got that under control, thankfully.
Jesus, a cold is your body's way of detoxing. So getting rid of all the crap out of your cells. Okay?
Okay.
So a cold and a virus, in actuality, nobody has actually shown the existence of a true virus. They're all computer composites.
Really?
We can show genetics involving it, but we can't actually show the molecule. If you have a look at everything they've released,
they said there wasn't one of COVID either, didn't they? Yeah.
No, they're all genetically modified, but they have not actually shown in any records, even through electron microscopes, what a virus is. It is the body and the cells removing the toxins from out of our cells. So imagine you pick up a food substance, and in that packet, it's got a whole list of ingredients in there. The ones that build up in the body are artificial sweeteners because we do not have the enzymes to break them down. They're not natural sugars. And there are other additives in our foods that build up, that create toxins. We already know that specific sugars and colours trigger kids with ADHD. So we all, and this is
You know,
this is why
when it comes to alternatives to, sorry, but I now that I got you in this conversation,
yeah,
and I know this is probably not, but as far as sweeteners go, sugar's a big thing with me. But there's so many artificial things that are so bad.
That's
what
right.
is a good alternative? Like monk fruit. I heard monk fruit. I hear is good as natural, right?
Well, invert sugar is better for you than anything, and that's what they use in your soft drinks. It's a liquefied sugar that's been cooked up in a pot, so just you can make it yourself, and it's the basis for all alcohols. It's just a cup of sugar, half a cup of water, and a pinch of citric acid. And what it actually does is it breaks off the monomers, we'll call them monomers, in screech. In a sugar molecule, you've got two
Stay away
different
from them,
sugars.
Chris.
You've got two isolates of sugar. You've got a glucose backbone and a fructose backbone, and they is what forms the sugar molecule. What you do is if you convert it from regular sugar to invert sugar, you are taking away that fructose part and just creating pure glucose. And it's our body only runs on pure glucose for energy. Our brain is 100% glucose. So if you can eliminate the fructose part, you're actually giving yourself a better version of sugar, which is actually better to break down for the body.
Interesting.
But artificial sweeteners are all synthetic. You think about anything that's out there that's been added to our food, it's all been manufactured in some form of factory. And I ran a quality control laboratory for 10
natural
years.
or not, you know, they say stevia is kind of natural, but I mean, it still goes through a process. And
but tell me, have you seen any of the actual lab studies on people taking stevia for long periods of time?
I take it every day for Lyme disease. I take it every day.
But see, that's helping you because of your condition. And how does a person get Lyme's disease? They can either get it from a bite from a tick.
Yes, mine was a tick.
And most blood infections come from species that are contaminated with something else. It's like nematodes in the rice fields. They get worms in their feet because they walk around the rice fields with bare feet.
Which is what I believe today is polio as well.
Exactly.
Yes.
And you got to look at how did they get into the body in the first place, and it's usually via either an animal bite or an
Microbiological.
insect bite. So, and then you look at what they're doing now with contaminating our skies. They're putting all these heavy metals in our skies to try and hide what we are seeing with
Well,
our
it was also
raw
a dual. It was a dual purpose. It was to refract the light from Earth.
Unfortunately, it's one of those lesser evil kind of situations as well.
Yeah, and it's on the G7 countries. That way, you notice that we're still growing crops while other countries are not.
Exactly.
And the climatological changes and the weather patterns and all of this, it is the lesser of two evils exactly. That this has been going on where they're putting these refractive agents in our upper atmosphere, even though semi-toxic. Which is why I got slapped down in 1997 over that. Just mentioning that into a secure. I was in the airport conning tower, and I mentioned it to a government employee, and I got in trouble over that.
Yeah,
I had clearance.
Look at the
and never mentioned
Arabia.
sidebar classified information to a federal employee in a classified area, and it was a sight joke, and I got in trouble for it.
Yep.
I talked about.
No worries, Sam. I got kicked out of many classes at university for speaking truth and being presented in the front of the dean and trying to explain my case as to why I
you make
continue in
this
the subject.
minor utterance or inference, and you are bum bum bum.
I think I want to pick your brain on this topic more, Sharon. I probably expect some PMs from you in the future
Oh,
because
be my guest.
you know when it comes to health.
Yeah.
So when I was diagnosed with being diabetic, pre-diabetic, it was never actual. This was pre-diabetic, which pretty much whatever. But I was 40, and my mother passed at 46. So when I was told that I was diabetic, I kind of freaked out. So I went on this obsessive, trying to educate myself because at that point I had no clue how to eat properly. I think culturally, especially in a Hispanic, culture as myself, food is not seen as something bad. It's not.
No.
Well, and it's not. But I mean, it's never in that context. Never in that context is it a bad thing or could be a bad thing. So you grow up with these horrible habits, right? So at the time that I was diagnosed, I had no clue how to properly feed myself. I just did things out of habit. And then I realized that I had no clue what I was doing. And I realized also that the food in this country is so freaking bad. I mean, it is so bad. Once you start looking at labels, you're like, holy shit, everything has sugar. Everything has sugar in it. Things that don't even need sugar have sugar in it.
And it's not real sugar.
There's a lot of bad information when it comes to this topic. A lot of really bad information.
But it's not real sugar. It's corn fructose syrup. There's a difference.
Yeah. Exactly.
And you think about it. You
everything.
Carbon cellular.
The first ingredient in anything you buy, fructose corn syrup.
Yep.
Yeah. Somebody just commented, honey. Here's my problem with honey. First of all, I don't like how it tastes. But also, somebody described it to me as bee vomit, and I just can't get that.
But it has all the natural antigens you need from your personal environment.
I agree.
You buy local honey.
I don't like it. I just don't like it. Maybe I'm just in my head about it. I don't know.
And most of it isn't real honey anyway. If you take fake honey and real honey, it won't if you take fake honey and real honey and put water on it, and you spin the water on top of the honey, the real honey makes a honeycomb shape, and the fake stuff doesn't do that. It's really cool.
Yeah. My aunt is obsessed with it. It is very beneficial, Kitty. Very. My aunt swears by it. Her health has. My aunt has struggled with weight issues her whole life, and now in her late 40s, she's kind of honed into.
You can take royal jelly capsules.
She orders buckets of honey from Mexico.
Even
she says it's the only place where she can get actual real honey. And it looks nothing like what we see in the stores here. Nothing like it.
Aziz, they've got honey from out of the Egyptian pyramids that is over 4,000 years old, and it's still viable today. You can still eat it.
Yeah, now that I would like to taste.
No doubt.
Was that Mittens?
No, my mom used to buy the honeycombs. She loved taking a bite into the honeycomb.
Best way to go. Cool. Even the wax is good for you.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
But by all means, Aziz, you can send me all the PMs you want. My brain, like my shirt says, my brain has run out of cupboard space. I see my brain.
And by the way, thank you for that. You sent me the lyrics to Du Hast. I had no clue. I've been hearing that song for years, and I had no idea it meant "you hate me."
Yeah,
no idea.
Du Hast, which means why do you hate me? Why do you hate me?
I was like, in my head, I had this whole idea what that song was about, and
I know, right? That's pretty funny.
Completely wrong.
Probably most of the country doesn't know what they're saying.
And they have the most.
But it became such a popular song.
They do.
Yes, they do. Amazing.
They do.
Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's a very, very talented band. I'm a huge fan. Very talented band.
But guess what, Jesus? They've all signed their lives away to
Mm.
get that popularity and all
Yep.
the fame.
Yeah.
They've sold their soul.
Yep. But,
Whereas this collective group of people,
Bruce. So Bruce, I don't know if you were asked this before, but I'm gonna ask you again. How did you find us or come? Find this circle of people. How was
I'll be back, guys.
I've been very involved in our binary system for most of my life, more so as an adult. I've been listening to, I won't say any names, but a lot of people who have a lot to say about it. And then there was Samuel, who everything lined up. It wasn't just a theory or an idea or an educated guess. His drawings, especially, everything, it's
you
perfect.
finally have
I mean,
you
it's
finally have
undeniable.
answers
It's
that actually
perfect.
make sense. Yeah.
Yeah. But finding Sam, that was definitely a blessing, because some of the other gentlemen that I had talked to previously, it was a very religious based conversation. It was a lot of that forcing something down somebody's throat, but it's not really about what we're talking about, so I don't think it's very necessary.
Well, I
But
think
Sam
this
is
topic, I think this topic has been really watered down with the religious part of it,
Yes.
And I think that's one of the biggest problems with this topic, is that you have a lot of fanatics, a lot of
absolutely.
It's almost unavoidable.
A lot of religious fanatics with this topic. And don't get me wrong, like I feel like there's some truth in the Bible. I think it's misinterpreted a lot, but I do feel there's a lot in there that once you know certain information, kind of would make more sense. But I think there's a fine line, a very fine line between the two, and you have to be careful with that one, and not get
Just
too
look
carried
how
away.
they're being translated from Aramaic to Greek.
Yes.
So the translations are wrecked.
And then rewritten
Like
5
that.
times after that into English.
Exactly.
And so
Exactly.
much is
what they
lost.
want.
So much is lost in translation.
Maybe.
I know.
Absolutely.
My brother, my younger brother, he's a legal interpreter, and he tells me all the time, like you have to be, so much is lost, and so much is misunderstood, and so much could be misinterpreted in translation.
If you've ever purchased a Bible, I have a King James version, and I have the more recent.
I think we have
New
a
Age,
Mormon version somewhere.
and I also have a printed in 1632 Parable Bible. It is the same book that Indiana Jones uses in the first movie when he opens it up and points out to the FBI or CIA agent or both.
Right? Is it really that big? Your book?
The book, that exact book with the metal clips and all that, I have one of those, and it's
Must
in
weigh
great
100 pounds.
condition. And I keep it in its own special little ark, by the way. A very special small trunk that came off the back of a roadster, or anyway, in an early car. It was a carriage trunk, small. And anyway, if you compare that Parable Bible written in 1632 and then the 1885 version or 1870 version, something like that, in translations between the two of them, that's what a Parable Bible means. It shows you one page that was written in the past and one page that is current representation.
Really?
You would be amazed at the difference in the texts between interpretations of the same words.
Is that the book where it's got one column on
Right,
either side?
and then on the adjacent page shows you the exact same, and then you move forward, and that's why it's very thick.
Yep.
Do we know what version is the original version? I mean,
you can go to. Well, God, there's a whole controversy behind that as well. If you go to the Ethiopian Bible, And see, now you have to remember that all of these religions are all Abrahamic. It's all referred to, including the ones we're dealing with, the Sunni and the the Houthi and all of that, and all the way up to modern Baptist day churches, and even an offsetting of the Mormons included, because those are all Abrahamic offshoots, including the Puritan movements and the Salem witch trials, all the way in the 1625s and 16 whatever, all of the different ages where people killed the living crap out of each other because of their fears and mob rule. There's been this direct, intentional shunning of the gifted people on our planet, including brown shamanistic sects from the Hindus to the American Indians to the people in India, etc. And it's all been for a reason. And because there is a truth out there that is being hidden and rewritten by the rich people to keep the poor submissive and hand the pennies in on Sunday, and to keep them in fear. And we talked about this earlier about Satan being the invention of Rome, and just the existence of Satan makes you fear your mortal soul.
Sam, did you ever see that movie, The Book of Eli, with what's his
Yes.
name?
Yes,
In
Denzel.
the movie, the guy that's looking for the Bible, right?
Washington.
He says it's not a book; it's a weapon. Unfortunately,
It's a weapon.
Unfortunately, that could not be any more truth, especially nowadays.
Okay, now, if I was to put I'm standing in the piazza, and I'm in the village square on top of my soapbox, and all the villagers are around me right now. And if I was to scream to you everything I know about what the Pleiadian told me about world religion, there would be a small microburst nuclear explosion around the actual facts, and the fact that nobody would want to hear it or listen to it anyway.
You might get lynched. You might get modern day lynch, Sam.
Joan of Arc. It's called Joan of Arc syndrome.
Touchy subject with people.
Wow.
Alexander, music with your videos is a great idea because it gets people's attention more when you put some music in your videos. My views increased exponentially when I started adding music to my videos.
I'll just throw this out on the playing deck, like at a poker table. Look at what they buried at Gobekli Tepe.
Gobekli Tepe, I love that.
Those great big, yeah.
I love that.
Aranjuku, there's about 5.
I'm very fascinated with Indian history.
And the Sumerian invasion from the north.
It's so old. The Mahabharata, is that a Bible or is that just a book?
Aryan.
Oh, the Mahabharata, Bhagavad Gita, something or other.
Right, and even the Thunderbolts Project talks about that. Yes, and those are early texts that also emulate also the Green Tablets and the Book of Enoch.
Well, it's one of the oldest texts, is why I'm so interested in reading it, actually.
Okay.
Because they talk about Vimanas, and they actually describe the insides of the Vimanas, and those things look like giant beehives, some of them. They're
Let's
really
go
cool.
back to the fact that we as a Western culture scientific society believe that during the Ice Age, everything was frozen. Nobody lived here. And what Dud lived and got through was living in caves, dragging their knuckles on the ground, and killing whatever they could find to eat, and freezing their asses off. And that's not how Earth was, because the entire planet was not frozen. The equatorial regions were still warm, and there were civilizations that lived through that all the way up until the 1700 BCs. And when the planets passed, those cultures also transitioned, and yet their artifacts and their land architecture survived. And this is why we have all these older stones that we can't explain all over the planet.
God, but the architecture is just fascinating.
We
I
can't
mean,
do it to this day because
fascinating.
they were more
I mean,
advanced than we are.
these temples, complete temples out of one solid piece of rock.
Yeah,
It's
look
just
at all the temples in Indonesia or
insanity. Absolutely insanity. And please do, Carol. I would love that on PDF. Thank you. That'd be great. But the history there, and because it's so ancient, it goes back so
all
far.
this information, including Egypt and the Sphinx, and the Sphinx is decade or millennium older than the pyramids even. And they opened up the between the feet of the Sphinx, and they're not telling people because they have there is information out about it, and they found equipment that is so hyper advanced to anything that anyone is ready to accept. It would break our society. People would stop their traditions. It would change the curve of history, and they don't dare show you this, especially since what's right now over the top of our heads.
Yeah.
And we can't sugarcoat that any better than we have to inform people that it's there. And yet the ramifications are huge, even just talking about it. And I have to go cut pizza. So, Rebecca, your turn.
It's unfortunate.
Okay.
It's unfortunate how much is kept from us. It's not just unfortunate, but it's infuriating. But also, and please don't hold this too much against me. A little understandable. I mean, our society is just so. You're right. I don't condone it. I feel people have the right, but also like it's a tricky subject because society has become. And I think Sam is right. Had we been told this earlier, we wouldn't be in the mess that we're in now. But as I was telling somebody, somebody said, why don't they tell us? I'm like, have you met people? They're panicky. They're, as they say in Men in Black, people are panicky. They are crazy. They, and it. People are just going nuts.
Again,
but
it's cognitive
unfortunately,
dissonance.
we weren't told this when we didn't have time to acclimate to this information, and now dropping it on somebody's lap is going to be a little trickier than it would have been back then to tell us,
Well, they want
Yeah.
easily controlled minions. That's why people that are going to go to work and pay their taxes and buy their products and live in the continual cycle.
It's the
And then you've
Truman
got-
Show.
Yep.
I am now. I'm doing nothing corporate. My money is being local. I am not buying Walmart, Target, none of that stuff. If you guys want change, guys, you guys really want change, stay the hell away. Stop buying shit you don't need. Just keep it basic.
Exactly.
Stop the machine. The machine has got to stop. It's corporations that are the problem. It's corporations. You could call it political. You could say right, left, but really, at the center of the problem is the corporate machine, and we need to stop giving them so much power. Thank you, Carol.
Well, look at what they did to us in 22, Jesus. How many people were pushed into a situation where they had to make a choice? And some of the choices meant their liability or their family were at stake. Some of us chose the opposite, and we threw all that to the wind because we know that we don't live here just for materialism. We know that we've got a bigger purpose, and money is one thing, and it's always going to be there, and how we obtain it is up to us. But we don't have to be in servitude to any of these organizations that don't care about us. They just don't.
No.
And that realization is a very strong step for people to actually break across. It's a new threshold because they are raised to believe that they do care when they don't.
Which is even that thought is even crazier. The fact that they think they're not. That they're not doing something just beyond me.
When I woke up to the realization that the United States government threatened me and my family in 1980, and then they brought me back to Montana and made me, absolutely not say word one, because I and my entire family would be deported back to Holland, because I have dual citizenship. And then they threatened my older brother, and I don't need to go into the details, but I'm sure there's other people who've already looked this up. But when you realize, and I was brought back to Montana in handcuffs, only because I didn't want to dive into this pool that they were going to use me for, when I already saw beyond them. And everything that was being handed to me, I knew it was a bunch of half-truths and lies, and I couldn't even participate in, first of all, the abduction. The vacation, and my little visit on the other side of the country on the eastern seaboard, and all for writing a paper in high school chemistry class.
No, you would think that'd be something to reward somebody for.
I was sort of thinking the same thing. Yeah, I'll take that Nobel Prize right about now.
Yep.
It's so unfortunate the world we live in, where actual truth is punished while lies are rewarded. It's really unfortunate.
Yep.
We really need to change our ways, and also realize that we have more power than they want us to think we have. And a lot of our power could start with your wallets, and the way that you spend, and the way that you and where you spend is a big deal. Like, I don't think you realize what a big deal that is.
I have a sideline story, a kind of a Paul Harvey moment, and I do apologize. My grandfather, who lived in Amsterdam, and I don't even know exactly but he was one of the first Dutch people to ever jump out of an airplane with a parachute.
Wow.
And basically he turned out to be the paid village drunk that they threw out of the airplane. And it has its beautiful moments, and it's kind of ugly moments to that same story. And yet, welcome to the Hofman line. So, yes, I've jumped out of my own personal airplane here, reaching out to tell everybody this for the last 15 years, and we all see it. There's no way you can make this crap up that fits and fits and fits without some small minor catastrophic failure.
Well, you might get lucky a few times, and eventually, it's gonna break down. But if it's real, you're gonna be able to replicate it over and over and over again, which we've done for God who knows how many times. The experiment.
Speaking of which, we didn't do many pictures of our pretty planet.
Yeah, this is what I was saying earlier. We haven't shown much.
Yeah, we got
need
more
to
to
get
go.
to work here, guys. We're talking.
I know. It's just actually, there's somebody in the green room too.
See, this is why we have a guest night. That's what's going on. We're not throwing
I
pictures,
know.
we're doing guest night.
Yeah, and we have a video for Alexander.
Yay!
I didn't show his video last week.
Come on, girl, get to work here. We are.
Come on, man, and I'll be going to bed soon. Within the next 45 minutes, I have to go to bed. I've got work.
Look who's Third Eye. Third Eye's here. I haven't seen you in forever.
Hi, Third Eye.
Wow.
Yeah, I have not seen it. I have not seen him either.
I mean it. It's been a minute.
Hello, nice to see you again.
Is he in Vancouver or Virginia?
He's Virginia. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I'm just busy wondering if anyone's from Vancouver and felt the quake that was today.
And Indica Land is here. Hi, Indica Land. Yeah. But I see Andrea. Andrea Adams is here.
Hi, Andrea.
In the green room. Yeah. And she's here, but she's here. She's going to join us on the show.
Is that the first time she joins us? I don't think I've ever. Oh wow!
That's
That's so nice.
Yeah. So
I love meeting.
Sorry,
I love putting a face to the name. It's always nice.
I know. She said.
So we move on to our next guest, and this too shall Earlier at the beginning of the show in the green room, prior to the show, I said to Rebecca, "Okay, I'm ready. Let's wing it." And boy, my ears are ringing right now.
Yeah,
Wow.
but she said that she is a twin of Gillian. Her and Gillian are twins. So
Cool.
we'll find out, won't we? We'll find out.
Story. When we return
Finally,
from our
y'all, we're
commercial
going to see
message.
Andrea for the first time. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and bring her on now. Here she is. Hey, Andrea. Here she is. in
Hello,
New
Andrea.
Zealand, I might add. Hi.
Hi.
Hello,
Let
Andrea.
me see. Yeah, she does. They are twins. By God. How did that happen? Wow.
I see very similar vibes there.
We got the Aussies, the Kiwis, the Scotty Africans
Wow.
around the world. Brought to
I'll
you
just
by
add
Bilberry.
that Andrea messaged me a couple of days ago, and she told me, let me see, what did she say? What did she say? Sorry. Oh, she's feeling courageous. I wanted to get it just right. She was feeling courageous, and I don't know, just had a wild hair at that moment and was ready to be here.
And
So,
we're happy you're here tonight. Thank you for showing
Yeah.
up and sharing your wonderful story.
You on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah, and for those that I think most of you already know Andrea. I mean, she's usually in the chat, keeping everybody, up to speed on everything. So, yeah, she's a longtime follower and friend. So, it's nice to have you, Andrea. I have some of your pictures to share here as well. So, but I thought we would go ahead and show Alexander because I know it's late, and I know Gillian. I know it's late for her too. And I have her video is little bitty this week, little bitty Gillian's, because that's what it is, little. But how about we go ahead and look at some videos? Is that cool?
Yes.
With everybody? Okay, sweet. Okay, well, let's go ahead and pull up.
And then we'll double
let me
back
make
to
sure- is Alex
Andrea's
here?
story on how she came to be here. So
Oh, well, sure. Tell us.
videos. We could do the videos and then double back to that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wanted to make sure Alexander was here. Okay.
Yeah.
Feral Forest, aka Bruce. His phone is probably charging. So you just join us when I'll be listening for you. Okay. So, I don't see Alexander. I don't want to play it if he's not here. So Alexander, if you're here, chat something in the comment. And I'll message him on Messenger too. But in the meantime, how about we play Gillian's? Okay, we'll play her little baby video. Are you ready?
My baby video.
Your baby video. Oh, come on. Let's see. Why isn't it not the first one? That's. Mm-hmm.
I think it's summer where Andrea is.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're making me hot just looking at you.
And I believe they're having a rather unusually hot summer on the South Pole, Southern Hemisphere. Excuse me.
There's Alex. There's Alexander.
Oh, okay. He's here. All right. Perfect. Well, let's go ahead and play his. All right. Here we go, guys. Wait, we have a full length one, and then he sent me a short clip. But I wanted to play the full length. Here it is. All right, guys. That's loud. Sorry, guys. Guys, I'm gonna do one thing. Okay, we're gonna do something different. I'm gonna play his other video. I just realized I need to correct one thing. So bear with me. It's show business stuff,
Yeah, well, we can't get through any show without
Here's a little video he sent me, and we'll watch that first. And then I need to fix one thing. There.
That is the number
dated today.
222222.
I saw that too.
Frequency and the numbers.
Today.
Yesterday for me, my daughter's
Look at the
35th
cutoff
birthday.
at the top of the sun.
Wow.
That is the edge of Uri cutting off, and somewhere in that mix is Metim. And the illuminated area at the horizon, right where it says A Waltz, is the illuminated bottom of Saru. Although it is above the sun, it is showing an illumination under it.
Thank you,
Crazy
Alexander.
stuff going on here. We're going to see some new, atmospheric halos that are beyond our recognition, and cutoffs and refractions and rounded blue shaft lightings. And when this angle change of summer to winter crosses over, we're going to see a whole bunch of really awesome, picturesque, beautiful.
That was short.
Anomaly that are beyond anything we've ever seen before. The show keeps getting better and better every day.
I'll be glad that I've called my group with the word anomaly in it.
I saw it yesterday in the sky as I drove home, and I just watched stuff I'd never seen before, and it was so unbelievably beautiful. I'm going, oh God, I wish I had a camera, but me and cameras.
All right, I'm resaving his video because I realized I think I had two songs playing at the same time. I had two. I did. I did. I heard it and then I looked at it and I actually had two sounds happening. Sorry, I don't know why I did that, but I'm fixing it. So there.
That your song and his song.
I don't know what I did. Yeah, it was something like that. So I'm resaving it and then we'll watch it. But I'm gonna go ahead and play Gillian's. Okay.
Okay.
Let's get the baby video out. Baby video.
My baby video.
Here, and it does include your real, just not the original music because I couldn't save it. So, but I captured the screen as it. Anyway.
Ooh, we got a double.
Oh, look at that, pretty.
Andrea is down under.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Facebook is always out there, Alexander. Just wanted to say that.
Oh, the butterflies. We're coming into spring. Oh, some of our flowers are budding. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Three colors. Oh, yeah, it was from my 6 year ago video. Haven't done that kind of picture in ages. Look at that.
Red asteroid in front of the sun with little sister.
You seem to catch that one a lot, Gillian.
What's that?
You've been catching that one a lot.
Well, the red asteroid has, been, cameo role prominent center for about a year and a half now. And
so you know me in small. You know me in the smaller stuff.
Yeah. Now we've got some new events of the spiral asteroid, and like Gillian was describing earlier, the rounding event where you can actually over time watch these asteroids rounding underneath the passing planets as they go over us. Our out view of them changes now, and we can see. Now look at that. See that white illumination? Hit pause there, Rebecca. Go back.
Okay.
Go back.
No, that was a picture.
I know, but I'm going to describe to you what else is that right there is what is happening with Metim. That
So we'll be
right
watching for that.
What is happening with Metim? Okay, now you can move on.
Okay.
Oh, clever.
How small
Thanks,
it
Sam.
is round
Yeah.
like Catu's moon used to be years ago. Okay, now we've got the bottom of Uri with the tan asteroid. And this
Sorry,
is
Sam,
going
was the size of
away
the
from
Tim,
us.
is that accurate or is it bigger now? I don't know how long that
It's
video.
slightly bigger than that, just slightly.
It's little.
It's like Catu's moon used to be in like 2019, smaller.
Okay, gotcha.
but it's on the left, and it's blue and a blah 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 blah. And there's like 18 other things in the. We saw it last week in high illumination in numerous pictures. So, this is the asteroids going, and they are rounding underneath the bottom of Attu and Attu's moon, and the sunlight is coming from where it's coming from. But Attu and Attu's moon are beyond Earth. That's where the light's coming from behind us in this picture. And these are the asteroids rounding underneath, rotating Attu's moon. Very close, very huge, very over the top of us. And incoming is Uri as well.
That's what was making the noise.
And, the Texas Cube is up there and all that, and the ships and all that crap.
Think of static electricity when things rub together.
Yeah, look at that. That was like.
Or when you rub your finger on a crystal glass, and then you get that harmonic.
Look at that thing.
I've thought about it. Is it tectonic plate movement, or is it the planets rubbing atmospheres, or is it both? So
what's that?
That is an edge line of something very close and very big. That is the Stan asteroid, and that's an older picture of Attu's moon. This is the lead asteroid in front of his Saturn yellow moon. More recent.
There's an ion, typical ion tail there.
Asteroids in upper craft. That is the base ion illumination of Saru in the background. Do not assume that those white dots are stars.
That was last night. Somebody took those pictures.
Yeah, look at that horizontal aurora. It could be far greater than the actual planet, and it could be even more farther over to the left, but there's an aurora generation going on here. And these aren't our normal skies. We haven't seen our normal skies since like 2009, 8. I encourage people, just go watch some old Western. It's just unbelievable. You watch something from the 70s, the 80s, the 50s. You watching.
My recommendation is Clint Eastwood movies. I'm a huge fan of Clint Eastwood movies. But it's something I used to bond with my dad over. But you could see the boring skies in that. Every single one is boring skies. Little popcorn clouds. It's very typical.
Way off the horizon in light rain tomorrow.
Yeah, very typical stuff. Very boring skies. Very typical. No colors. Same kind
light
of
blue everywhere above, below, around
areas. No darkness in areas, just a very typical. So that's why I don't understand how did people not notice the change? How do you not notice the change? It was just
hallelujah, brother. I've been screaming that for a decade.
So dramatic.
I don't know how they don't notice.
When I started noticing
they're noticing here because they're pointing them cameras up at that. Those auroras and that other thing that I'm talking about, that thing with the little split tail like that. Wonder what that is. It's like a little, obviously a little split tail baby.
Well, I'm kind of time crunched, guys. So I wanna listen to Andrea Adams because I've been seeing her.
Yeah, let's move along here.
I really want to know her story before I have.
Yeah, me too, because I have to go.
Found us,
I know me and Gillian are on time crunch, so we want to hear. One of my favorite things to do is hear how people found this.
Hi, Andrea. Hi, this is like our support group.
yeah. I don't know, always like science fiction, looking at the sky, so naturally I found my way here. I can't really remember how I found you guys now. Probably just saw Sam's name on the internet and then clicked there, and then here I am.
So long ago, yeah.
Yep.
How long ago was that, kind of ballpark for us? I've been seeing your name for, God, I don't know how long.
Maybe 20, 21.
Oh, wow.
Before that.
Yeah. Right. Well, glad you found us because glad you found this because there's so much bad information out there when it comes to this topic. And I feel if you found this particular group, your B your BS meter is pretty healthy.
I show she's been in my group for 5 years.
Oh,
Five years, and she's on her second account. I guess she had something happen, hacked or something. But
No,
yeah,
I'm banned
5 years
from.
ago.
I can't find Montana Skywatchers 2. It's grayed out, so I can't get it. And
Well,
Facebook
I'm
banned
no
it.
longer in charge of that anyway right now. I just feed it, regularly, and I can't correct people there anymore,
Gone
unfortunately.
rogue.
'Cause I lost my, my personal page of God. I had it for what, since the 2008, 2009, and the same
Pity we
page.
can't give you a phone, Sam. You could be anybody.
It's so
Well, yeah,
unfortunate. You were
Just break
saying
a
in
phone
one
and
of the
get another
last
one, and you can have like 5 accounts like me.
you mentioned in one of the I don't know last shows Sam about how somebody told you that maybe you should change the name. I'm like, no, absolutely not. I'm
Yeah.
nostalgic about Montana Skywatchers. I can't imagine.
No, I can't. I
changing the
can't
name to
imagine
that.
calling it anything else other than Montana Skywatcher.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
we are running Montana Skywatcher 1 still. And,
I'm still posting on Montana Skywatchers too.
it's more that Carol Ann has been quite busy adding people, although, some people I wouldn't necessarily have approved, but, we'll deal with it, as that comes. And I haven't seen any major, chaos in there, so I haven't complained.
It's all right. She's got a big blue sword. She'll give them the chop.
Yeah, and
anyway.
there's people in the background that do the work for me. Thank you all. I have a great bunch of researchers lately that have been contributing information to me on the side, and it's been very pleasant. And it's allowed me time to watch the geologic all week in the sun. And oh my God, where we are! I'm like, I am waiting for that other shoe to drop right now with the Santorini and the Italian and Sicily thing going on here in the Mediterranean. And I mean, Christ, it would cause, if that thing blew, depending on size, it would, affect literally Israel all the way to Spain and cause serious devastation that we're not even prepared for. And the last time they saw any harmonics, even similar to this, was before the Great Turkish Quakes just a few years ago. And they had 2 major 7.9s or something go up in Turkey. And this is exactly like this, but more. So I have been studying the back channels of the geologic information that is being shared ever since the Santorini thing started. And there's thousands of earthquakes and the Campi Flegrei and all of that in Italy that's going on. It's just way enhanced, even in the last month. So people should literally be evacuating that area right now, in my opinion. But the last time that this happened was exactly in 1650 BC, and then the planets were passing. So Earth is in really a funky harmonic, and we are getting inundated by the sun and the planets and the magnetosphere and all the other crap going on, the weather and climate change, blah, blah, blah. And watching food prices go absolutely stark raving mad this year, people, because we are not producing the food that we used to. And our economies are being gutted by our current political situation. And like I said earlier, the stock market crashed yesterday.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, it went down 2%.
900 billion just wiped out.
Yeah, bye. And people with 401ks lost it, and they felt a nice pinch.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And our stock market used to be at 79, almost 80, and now it's down in the 60s since a certain administration took over.
Sam, and I'm not siding because I don't side with politics.
No, we don't do political here.
Do you feel? And I always like, as crazy as anything seems, I always think there has to be a reason behind it, behind closed doors, right?
I have thought about that
lot
message
of
and that answer before the show.
What I mean, Sam, is a lot of the bullshit that we're seeing, I feel, has must have something to do with this. I mean, it has to, right? It has to.
I have thought. I actually did ponder this before the show, and I thought I would put it in sort of a parable / metaphor. Greater Rome, whenever facing a majority co-strength opponent, before they would overtake that region, they had a saying in Rome. And the only way to attack an empire from outside is to attack them from within. And that is my metaphor for that answer. If, without getting overly political, we are watching a breakdown from
Yeah.
within.
Yeah.
But that's on so many levels too, Sam.
And that's why the less I say, less is more.
You know, what I've been hearing a lot from people, Sam, is people are telling me that they feel like it's the end of the world with everything happening. And they're just talking politically. I'm like, if you only knew.
We have stepped into an
If you
era.
knew what's really happening, you would be
We've
even
stepped
more.
into an era where
out.
we are no longer living the what we lived in 2010.
No.
Our lifestyle is now completely, officially changed around the world. We will never go back to the fear level that we so stoically, obliviously didn't know about was happening compared to what we're living today.
Yep.
And we will never, and they saw it coming in the Great Depression. They saw it coming in the crash of the stock market. They saw it in World War II. They saw it in World War I. They saw it in the Civil War. They saw it in the 1812 war that people don't know about. Or we go all the way back to the Canadian Indian Wars and all of these wars that we keep having around the world. And we can't keep living like this because there's a bigger thing happening. And that's why they don't want you to know about this bigger thing happening.
Well, that's what I mean, Sam, is that, you have all these things happening, but I'm just one. I always can't help but wonder, like, how is this connected? Because I can't imagine it not being connected on some level.
Okay, what are we supposed to do on planet? Why were we placed here?
Work, of course.
What were we supposed to work? What were we supposed to do?
Mine
Gold and feed them.
Commodities, production of commodities that every passing,
Resources, yep.
this repetitive cycle of passing when we become close proximity so they could transport the factory planet Earth commodities to them with more ease than usual.
But surely they don't need us.
Why do you think we
anymore.
were placed here? Let's examine aliens. Okay, we have the Anunnaki, the people that live on the other planet, those larger planets. They're way bigger, completely different atmosphere. They live, breathe, walk around on their oceans, climb their mountains, live in their cities, go to work every day, whatever they do. Okay, so say that guy gets on a ship, flies over here, lands on Earth, gets out of that ship, and then tries to breathe our air in our atmosphere.
Our thin atmosphere to them.
Barometric
like
pressure
being
is completely
underwater.
different. It's like you might as well be a deep sea ocean creature that comes up to 1,000 feet.
Yep.
You will die. So there are alternative conditions that allow us and other species to function within our atmosphere, and they have created a tool in which to do so because we are a Goldilocks zone production planet that they sent a workforce to work for.
But even we struggle, Sam. I mean, our eyes aren't really. Right now we have two suns, so that kind of explains the brightness. But our back problems, a lot of those things. It's like we're not originally from Earth because we do struggle to some.
Right,
to
there
some
are
degree.
inherent biological oddities that are forming in our society, and we are at the end of our cycle or next upgrade model and downgrade model. Because how do you think they start every time? Okay, you go back to It's referred to in history in some ways as the breakup in the Bronze Age and the eras of the golden age of man and all of these other references throughout. Go ahead, Andrea. You have something to say?
Oh, I can see. Hello, Chris. Hello,
You guys
Chris.
hey, are you guys
Oh, hey.
waving at each other in the backgrounds here? You know.
Am
Okay,
I
that's
back?
right. Anyway, if the thing with this, everybody thinks in these small terms of time and not cyclic. They think it's one time event, this time event, that happened, this happened, the Egyptian era, the Sumerian age, blah blah blah. But this has been numerous cycles, and you can see this in stone structures around the earth that were even before 8,000 years ago, maybe 12 to 14,000 years ago. You got to add another
Well,
3,600.
you mentioned Sam that the Greek islands that you could see the signs of the
Oh yeah,
cycle.
going back millions of years.
Yeah, yeah, I
Yeah,
was.
and we had that 7 point something, 8.0, depending according to Europe, earthquake in the Gulf of Mexico, and directly across the Earth, it's simultaneous, is the Santorini effect going on.
Good.
And this was at the same time as the high tide conjunction of the planets, which we are going through in 2 days again. And at the same time, the rounding of the nice and big, huge square coronal hole on the face of our star, which looks completely foreign to me for some reason, and I'm still working out, is about to come around to face Earth, which will then connect an electrical thread attachment, which will pull on all of our tectonic plates and volcanoes around the planet and tip Earth or do what it will with, because we are in that electrical superhighway between us and our star. We are connected in a compound electrical, just like when you take your Lincoln logs and you build a compound in a model in a chemistry lab, little circles and the sticks. That is literally why we do not rob planets from each other, because we are connected to our compound, that which we are, not willy-nilly gravitational rocks floating around a star that is pulling us in, and yet there's this miracle magical force that holds us in our place, like Einstein talked about, and dark
I
matter.
can't. You know, the whole gravity well thing. I can't.
Yeah, I've never believed in a gravity well. Never.
Well,
Excuse me.
when you really think about it from common sense way, it's ridiculous. It really is. It's just so stupid.
That's
And
because they
and
can't
the reason
explain
why
it.
and the reason why they got to make up dark matter and all this shit just to kind of
Well, it was because
save
it was this
face
dark
with the
thing he
narrative.
didn't know about. And that runs all the way from 1880 in the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, where they talked about because we watched our experiments, they didn't come out right.
You have to say hello, though.
Yeah, well, but
And yeah,
instead of
cameos
saying
are always welcome.
maybe this whole premise is wrong and let's try something else, they just keep adding to the bullshit. And
Right.
at this point, there's more questions than
And
answers.
Well, they
entire
can't. They
decades,
can't say, "Oh shit, we've got it wrong. We're not sure." You know,
right? Entire
or
decades have been devoted to piggybacking equations from Einstein.
gravity. Yeah.
Gravity, yeah. And this is why they yelled at me like, how dare I think I'm smarter than Einstein and Newton? And then I took the IQ test and the personal evaluation that they told me I was, and I went, but you told me I was. And that's when they got mad at me and called me an arrogant little bastard.
Egg, you know,
Because you're a threat, Sam.
over
You're
the
a
years,
threat.
I've come to
Oh, I
be
am so
okay
mean.
with being misunderstood. There's if you're here, chances are most people in your personal life aren't going to understand you, and that's okay.
Right.
It's okay. Like, it's frustrating, but it's one of those things that with time you'll learn to accept and even come to expect, because unfortunately, we live in a propaganda society, you know, and I don't think people really realize how deep it really goes. I think the planet's true currency is information. It's not money; it's information. That's
Information is
where
power.
that's where their real power comes from. Is information. The lack of information. How they keep us in the dark about who we are. That's really what it is. And I think the sooner you accept that most people aren't gonna understand you, I think the better it is for your mental health. Because
I would encourage
I
anyone
broke
to
my
go
head
ahead.
for years trying to figure out how is it that you would think in an evidence-based society, but you're not. You're more of a tradition-based society. Just
I
because
would
you
I would encourage anyone to ask AI about Samuel Hofman's theory about the binary solar system and Montana
Oh,
Skywatcher, and we
some
need
of
to
the stuff
feed
I got this
AI.
week, Sam.
Go ahead.
Wow, this
Oh,
AI is insane. I asked it what the I have to go back and I'll put all of it on our Facebook groups. But I asked what was the statistical probability of all this being a coincidence, and I added your drawings and Rebecca's comparisons, and I said she makes about 2 or 3 comparisons of the pictures that match perfectly every week, and it says it's between coincidence or truth. It's a truth by 95%, and it gave
correct.
me an equation and everything, and it's insane.
there you go.
The AI is incredible.
We have reproduced this experiment over and over, and that's real science, guys. That is what science is
15
about.
years.
We creating that experiment over and over, and we've done that thousands of times.
Red pill or
15
blue pill?
years.
Yummy.
Which one
Leave
are
the
you
meat.
using, Christopher? Are you using the DeepSeek or
I've used DeepSeek, and that one seems to be the best one because it's decentralized, it's free. Um, there's the Twitter one, which is I forgot what it's called. It's called GROK.
And Meta?
It's the same model as DeepSeek, but you have to pay like I don't know $30 a month to get the premium service
when
that
you get
DeepSeek
a
offers
better
for free.
version of it? You can get a better version of it
Yeah,
for free. No.
Then on
right,
Messenger, you get Meta AI.
right. The Meta one's great too.
And I would encourage anyone and everyone to please absolutely fact check me. Go back through. You can
Yeah.
go to Bing, type my name into Bing, type my name into Google.
I
I don't know.
dare you. I dare
Yeah,
you.
or Wikipedia. I think that Carol Ann may have actually got to Wikipedia, and I do encourage you to feed AI and question AI or question
Well,
any. If you
we
guys,
need to teach it as well. We need to teach this stuff as well. You know, we need
Well,
to
it is a
add it to the
learning
data.
computer.
We need to add it to the data because nobody else is
Yep.
doing that. So
Yep.
well, the equation behind the reality of a binary system, first of all, is sort of the basis of normal, is 83.3% of all solar systems have 2 or more stars. Earth is
I like what
not.
you said, Sam. You said we are not the exception. We are the norm.
We are the norm, and we're not this tiny little thing. We are a big binary solar system, big thing, and we travel through virgin space every day on the sideways in a static spiral because of our placement of our compound value of what we are made of, which includes on the periodic chart a soft metal. We produce mercury, we produce lead, we produce gold, we produce silver, we produce iron. We are part of the atomic structure of the secondary smaller half of a much larger binary solar system held together by a very massive dark body, which you could call a brown dwarf gas giant. It's so big you wouldn't believe. And that is the electron cluster that holds the 2 stars. We are a chemistry equation. And it's so easy you wouldn't believe.
Have you asked that, Chris? Have you
Yeah.
asked DeepSeek what are the probabilities of us being in a what Sam just said, being in a subatomic.
The AI doesn't like it because it's not backed by scientific research.
Of course.
Okay, but so you have to ask it to go around all these parameters. So if it's telling you something like that, like I can't give you information because my database doesn't have those research papers, you have to go around it and say something like, well, based on the probability that this is happening, and it'll give you his whole unification model, everything.
You could cross-reference Velikovsky Worlds in Collision,
right,
and the Thunderbolts Project Electric Universe initiative, and have that speculate and cross-reference that to Hofman's 1978 proposal.
Right.
And then you could ask it to search into Harvard's classified files if it could.
Yeah, right. That's when it goes error.
Error. And then the black Escalade rolls up, and there's a knock at your door.
Oh no!
What did it say? What did you just call it? What did you just say?
Ooh, what? Where? About what? About Harvard College and.
Yeah, Harvard.
Well,
what did you say?
That's where they keep the past dated classified information, is they file it in the Harvard classified document section at Harvard University. It's a repository for classified information from. Oh, did I say that on radio?
No.
No. Okay. Oh God, I had an itch in my armpit. Excuse me.
That's a green
under Hofman, 1980. Anyway, yeah, let's talk about the Parseeing project, which was declassified. So that's why I'm allowed to mention it here. And those little tidbits I try to let go of every show, at least one. Do go in and look this stuff up and back check my facts. I dare you. And where's Jesus when you need him? He's supposed to go. I dare. And I've thrown that back at I don't know how many trolls over the years.
Yeah.
Prove me wrong. I dare you.
And then once you tell them to do that, it's.
Do you know how
I don't
long?
see why if you're so adamant on proving us wrong in the comments, why won't you go and do the small research that it takes? Take Sam's information, all the stuff Rebecca provides on her group, and use it to debunk this. And just like Sam says, I dare you, because it's not gonna. You're gonna find for yourself that this is, it all fits together.
He's doing laundry again.
Yeah.
Yeah, you missed your cameo catchphrase. Like we were just talking about. We dare you to prove this wrong.
Right.
People are lazy, and sometimes they're scared of what they find.
Right.
Oh, do you know
or
what
the
it just
information
told
they
me?
know, they're.
So
yeah.
I put that in what you just said. I've typed all that in what you've just said. Do you want to know what it said?
What did it say?
Okay, so I said I wanted to know about the classified document, Samuel Hofman, the unification model, etc. All the buzzwords we've just said. It says you're referring to a classified document or research related to Harvard University, specifically a unification model proposed by Samuel Hofman. Harvard University and theoretical physics. Harvard University is renowned for its research and academic programs in theoretical physics, cosmology, and astronomy. The university has a long history of contributing to groundbreaking research in these fields. Samuel Hofman and the unification model. Well, I couldn't find specific information affiliated with Harvard University. It's possible that this person is a researcher or academic working on unification models or theoretical physics. Classified research and documents. As a neutral AI, I don't have access to classified documents or research. However, I can tell you that universities like Harvard often collaborate with government agencies, industries, or other institutions on research projects, some of which are classified.
And to further the tale, it is rumored, and this is why I'm saying rumored, that Dr. Harrington, and there's another catchphrase you can look up, Gillian, if you wish, for the SETI Alpha project, used my paper. In
What's his name?
Dr. Harrington. I believe his first name was probably Stephen, but don't quote me on that.
Okay.
And he was part of the
Dr. Harrington's work for SETI,
which was based down in Australia, and they went down there to set up the research project and the big dish array and all of their high-tech equipment down there to watch the arrival of the secondary solar system, which came up from below us, which is what we were doing in Montana Skywatcher in 2010 and 2011. And we watched the planets come up from underneath us while they were pointing out the, what the hell was it called at the time? Oh, God. They were pointing at NASA. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Christopher. NASA was pointing out Elenin to our northeast. And it's like, everybody look over here, look over here. Like, we're not going to pay attention to what's coming up from underneath us over there, over there. And I have been filming it on my camera in my yard. And I watched that orange blob with all the little dots in it coming forward bigger and bigger over the years, and I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming back in the 70s. I knew it was coming back in the early 1980, and I was told I couldn't tell you guys. So I shut STFU'd because the threats were so great over the top of me. I didn't dare say word one until 2010, which I knew it was over. So therefore I tiptoed, and the first time I ever started talking to you guys like Jesus and Rebecca and Gillian, I was sweating bullets just trying to tell you guys some of the tidbits of what I know and what I see, and it's not easy, and I still hold some things back. Otherwise I would be Uncle Tom's crazy man hanging out on the scarecrow pole or Joan of Arc, one of the two. But anyway, I try to keep the stress down, and it's not working. Excuse me, say that again.
I was going to say, I've gone back and I've been watching all of the Radio Wasteland stuff, and there's some very profound things in there.
Oh, yeah.
That if you don't listen intently, you miss. They just pass over you.
Yep.
So I've gone through all 2017. I'm up to 2018. I'm still going through them.
What are you? I've just asked all that stuff. What we were just saying. I said, okay, Dr. Harrington used Samuel Hofman's unification model thesis. He was connected to SETI project for NASA, went to Niemeyer Station in Antarctica with their big telescope, watching secondary system approach from South Pole.
They may have gone to Antarctica. I don't know.
That's a fascinating connection, it says. Dr. Harrington and Samuel Hofman's unification model. It appears that Dr. Harrington, possibly a researcher or scientist, utilized Samuel Hofman's unification model thesis as a foundation for his work. This model might be related to the research on celestial mechanics, astrophysics, or cosmology. The SETI project and NASA connection project is a well-known initiative dedicated to exploring the possibility of extraterrestrial life. Dr. Harrington's involvement with the SETI project and NASA suggests that his research might be focused on the detection of celestial signals or the study of the exoplanetary systems. Niemeyer Station in Antarctica is a German research station located on the extreme ice shelf in Antarctica Station, equipped with various scientific instruments, including telescopes to conduct research in astronomy, geophysics, and climate science.
And in 2010, 11, and 12, we used the webcam, the live webcams around Niemeyer Station to actually watch the arrival of the larger planets. And we didn't even recognize them at first because they were so big. It was just, and then, oh shit, there they are. But we had seen them. We'd seen them in distant space in Google space. And then we went through the blackout and all of that. And then that's when they started robbing us of the links of all the satellites and everything. And normal computer shit that we used to, take for granted all got ripped away from us over the years. and and all the way up to an algorithm that says, warning, you are about to view a picture of a landscape. Which is set up all these crazy ass algorithms, the algorithms that are just beyond reality, because we're doing something wrong by looking up.
So it says, if you have more information or context about Dr. Harrington's research or the observations made at New Meyer Station, I'd be happy to try and help you further.
Yeah, but then I would be then forced to look up the Library of Congress information in relationship to funding of the Dr. Harrington projects. Et cetera, and that's where I got into trouble. Why I don't do that anymore.
Yeah,
that got you into trouble once already, didn't it?
Yeah,
Sam?
and I don't go researching too deep. Thank you. I learned my lesson. Thank you guys. By the way, I'm going to be boring. We're going to talk about more Caesar salad recipe, so you can get more coffee and donuts. And hey, I know you guys have been listening now for 5 hours and 3 minutes. You are allowed to go to the bathroom, or as we call it here, off to Africa or to the little scientist room.
Well, I'll have to make apologies and excuse myself from the group. It's been great as usual. And Sam, in relation to your mail going missing.
Well, in your case, it's off to Australia.
Well,
right.
yeah.
I can't wait to see what you bring next week, Sharon.
Oh well, I've always got the interesting stuff to bring, but
yeah,
I must say, Sam, I've got a big box for you. It's about this big, and it's full of Australian stuff. But
awesome.
I must say, I put off sending it because in my dreams, only last week, I actually saw the disruption of the Chinese vessels in between Australia and New Zealand. And I knew that was going to cause problems with our aircraft. So I held off on sending it, but I assure you I'll send it on Wednesday.
Awesome, wonderful. Thank you.
I've even included some Australian recipes for your daughter to make some treats for you.
Oh, that's cool.
And there's even some ingredients in there that you can actually try in the recipes. It's a big
we want a sample, Sam, okay? Sample.
list of things.
Sample.
So do look out for it. It's about
I will, thank you.
I think it said 15 pounds, so it's going to be heavy.
Oh,
you're going to have to carry it with the two girls.
Oh God, I remember when I sent Andy a hat that weighed less than the box I put it in, and it cost me like $38.
As soon as I've got all the tracking information, I'll send it to you, Sam. And
awesome, wonderful.
It's been
Thank
a pleasure to be with all of you, wonderful people again.
Lovely nice to see you again. And please, I PM'd you, okay, Sharon?
Absolutely, and I'll try and get around for all of you.
Good night.
Take care, everyone.
Good night, Sharon.
Good night,
Sharon. Bye.
Bye.
Good night. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
I also need to go as well. So
bye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, good night,
I'll be a zombie.
I'm
Sorry, I just seen you for a wee bit, Andrea, but we did kind of look alike, don't we?
Yeah, we are at 5 hours, 5 minutes, which is fine if you guys have to dash.
Yep.
Yeah,
sadly, I do.
I gotta go. It's a busy night for me, so I'm gonna go.
Drive safe.
It was great hanging out. Bruce, very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Bruce. Dude, you were quiet. I thought I wanted to ask some more questions from Bruce, but didn't get time. We got distracted. We can ask again. He'll come again, won't you?
He'll have another. I was say another time. Yeah.
If you have me, I'll be here.
Maybe you have more chance to talk now that some of us are saying.
Yeah, I've got some Gnostic questions for you. I've got some Gnostic questions, but when I'm more conscious, because I have to go to sleep now.
Good night, Julian.
Yeah, we'll plan it.
All right, good dreams.
Bye, Julian. Bye.
Oh yeah, I'll try because the other day I was dreaming about seeing all these incredible colors, and when I woke up in the morning, the dog was walking all over my face. I was 10 minutes late, and when I looked out the window, there were the colors that were in my dream, and I thought, you can't make this stuff up. You cannot make this up. It's like you're connected.
Wow,
you just know that morning you're going to get it. Yeah. Especially when you're hyper and you're up every second hour, then you know the electrics are buzzing.
Sure.
Oh wow, Alex, you're still here.
I know. I just saw that too. I was like, wow, he's tough.
One of the real ones, man.
Yeah.
One of the real ones.
Yep.
Andrea, it was very nice. It was very nice to meet you.
Wonderful to meet you. And night. Off I go. I'll see you another time. Give me the
Good
beat,
night.
please, Rebecca.
Okay.
Good night.
See you
Ding the
later.
red button, please.
Here we go. Here she goes, everybody. Bye. She's out.
That's good night to put a face to the name, guys. But all right, y'all have a good night. Good night, everybody.
too,
We'll see you
Jesus.
next.
Good night, Jesus. See you
Bye,
next
guys.
week.
See
Bye
ya.
bye. All right. Boy, it's going to get quiet now. Let's
Yeah.
see. Let's see.
We're just getting started.
I know. It's just halfway into it. No.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You never know.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
I know, right? My bad.
Can't. Oh boy, that's rough. That night we stayed, what is it, 11 hours? That was
Right. All I know is that if we go over 6 or 7 hours, Rebecca's sure to be live the next day. So
yeah.
I don't know how you do it.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Especially last week. I think you were live the next day or maybe the day after.
That's right.
But
It was the next day.
I slept till like 1 or 2 o'clock the next day, and
Yes.
I wake up and there's Rebecca. You know, I'm like, oh my gosh.
I never shut up. No.
No, that's okay.
Oh, you get to talking after 8 hours or so, and then you for the next 5 hours you're talking to your pillow and clicking on the pillow.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
I
man.
don't know how many countless times I've been trying to talk to people around the world, and I just don't quit. Nor do I sleep anymore. I mean, our sleep over the last 5 years has been so interrupted by the passing of moons and all of that, and watching the behavior of our planet degrade into caveman activity from the justice system all the way to the political system, and our behavior and people arguing in their homes, and oh God, it's like in the divisionism that's going on within everyone. And even your children going, I don't want to talk to anybody. I want to, all of that antisocial injection into our livelihood. And now we're all scared of being around, and wisely so, I might add, to scared to be around in public because I went to the DMV. I got sick. I haven't been sick in years, and with the exception of COVID,
that'll do it to you.
I went in, I stood for about 30 minutes in the DMV, and I came back out, and the next day I was sick. And it's been many years. The last thing I got was COVID. Whoops, I'm not C virus. And then up here in Montana, we got it before everybody else because it came in Great Falls through the jetters, because all you have to do is go look up what the Australian 60 Minutes produced about the C virus. And they published the truth, and the USA banned that. And it took about 5 years to get out after that.
Right. Yeah, I didn't know anything about it until way afterwards.
Yeah. This is, we have done ourselves a serious injustice in our humanity right now, and it's too late. And, it's kind of like, I want to apologize to the rest of the planet. I did tried to talk to people, tried to warn them ahead of time, but again, we're talking about the Texas Cube and the Long Box Cube and the Star Destroyers and the Space Tube and the Empire Orb and all the other smaller ships and drones and shit that's flying around, and nobody's listening. And I that's a negative thing for me to say that nobody is listening. What I should reiterate is very few people are listening.
Right.
And it's way more important than that. And by the way, former insiders do not grow on trees.
Yeah.
Ones that are accurate anyway. I mean, there's a whole bunch of them that are, the Money Boys and their what the hell did she call herself? Her mystery physicist or something. Anyway. You guys know who I'm talking about, but anyway, and they still go on, and they're still pulling money out of people, and it's kind of sad. And we, do this for free, and nothing but walking in our winter underwear, in our pajamas and sharing our britches. And these were the buttons back there on the union suit, and trying to be real with our faces and our real names, and yet no one listens. Or, excuse me, again, very few people listen. And I don't know what else to do.
Ignorance is bliss.
I can't shovel it with a grain shovel, and I can't grab it with a pitchfork, and I can only do a weekly show and tell everybody we've proven this for 15 years now, and yet our numbers are either manipulated or we are really boring. I don't know which.
It's not boring.
No, it's not
It's
boring.
not. If you find Sam's drawings compared with Rebecca's comparison boring, I don't know what to tell you. That's crazy.
It's the most unusual, coolest thing I ever saw in my entire life. Thank you.
It's awesome to see Sam post his monthly drawing and then see somebody post in the groups a perfect match to his drawing. It's awesome.
And it's undying elation every time I do them ahead of time out of my head, and then within the next 3 days, there it is, 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 there it is. And it's like it's like watching a Jesus movie, and every goosebump on every pore on your body has a hair standing up from your nose to your toe.
Oh yeah.
And you have to check your depends.
Yeah, I mean, I remember
It's
in
awesome.
the beginning, I would just start crying because I couldn't handle it.
Christopher, I was there years ago.
I know. I don't know why I didn't see none of it. I mean, I saw something, but I just never thought it could be this. I never. Ever
now
thought
that Gillian's not, we can talk. I'm joking about bad mouthing Gillian. Gillian actually got to the stage when she first matched what she saw. And there have been many people. I'm just using her as an example. But when these people find and actually see the planets for the first time for themselves, there are people that cry.
Yeah.
I have taught Source how to connect to the magic of the earth, magic and meditation to people. And when they find it, they cry.
Yeah.
And I have taught a few people. I don't teach it very often anymore to people individually. But when they find it, it's that little answer that you had when you were 4 and 5 years old.
Yeah.
And you connect to that, and Earth then starts to talk to you, and that's part of the growth path of enlightenment that you connect to. And once you learn how to use Source and find that youth, that purity of connecting to all that came before you and what you are in now, and you break free separate of the fears of our indoctrination. Once you believe and you find that, and then you see the damn planets like you yourself, you started seeing the ion tail of the Saturn yellow moon. And what did that do to you?
Just, disbelief at first, and then you see it over and over again, and you get to the point where you stop doubting yourself, and you just know this is absolutely happening. It can't. What else could it be? I mean, can't be anything else. And it's not a normal weather pattern when you're seeing the same thing happen day after day. And sometimes it skips a day or two, but then it'll be right back doing the same thing again, 2 days later. And just try to document it as much as we can. But,
my elation rose all the way back in when we started seeing a Saturn's yellow moon and the ion tail, and that's the official winged planet. When we started seeing it come back, now it had disappeared 2016, 2017, and started getting harder and harder to identify and got smaller. I mean, when you see a red planet in the sky, you see a red planet in the sky.
Right.
And those pictures were hard to argue with, and we have a file full of them going all the way back to those years. And I don't share a lot of them. I share the original one, mainly that we see when Saturn was first approaching with her yellow moon. It was tiny, and that's like 2017-ish. And there's no clouds around it, and you can absolutely identify it. And when we use that and other, I mean, we don't cover enough of the older photographs to actually be able to do. There's so much information, we can't share it all with people. I mean, we'd be here for weeks trying to show example, and we do have to do that, Rebecca. We have to start doing one planet at a time, and start sharing the old stuff and the new stuff, and start out with the old and work our way to the present day. If people really want to learn the planets, and like an example was Thomas was talking about how he didn't know the planets, and then He didn't need to know them, which is like, okay, on one hand, and God, dude, come on. On the other hand,
Right.
and then there's Azus, too, who still has a little problem with the object cluster group and the asteroids below. To other people who have, learned and not learned, and I mean, there's variants of people that understand the information because, God, there is so much. We have gathered this in 15 years. And when they were coming in there, they were tiny, 2011, 2010, 2012, 2014, 2015, and there were just these blobs in the sky that were repetitively, captured around the world, and they all matched. And I was doing the Understanding the Sky series way back in the early days, and trying to share all this stuff, and I sat there in my yard, and I would drive to, actually, just like Rebecca did, and I'm sure you do, Christopher. We all walk to our favorite parking lot, and then you go do the parking lot 360. I went to my favorite spot, and I sat there in 2012 and watched Nibiru and Saru and all the and Yuri when Yuri was small, and we barely knew anything about Atu, and had no idea that Atu had a moon, and Nepesity and Saturn were but dots in the sky, and then all the other stuff, the asteroids, the OCG, and all that was what we first started seeing. That and star, the extra standard red star. And way back all the way in 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, we watched that approaching star change history. And it went by everybody. And I documented all of that. And everybody, there is nobody talking about the binary star system. Hello? I mean, the backblow CMEs alone, go look that up. 2012. Backblow CME. Coronal mass ejections in a backward blowing effect. It was a phenomenal event, historic event. And if that would have blown toward Earth, we'd have been dead.
Wow.
But that was the two stars connecting. And then they co-orbited each other, and I don't even understand binary pattern for quite a few years. And then as the transition of the planets came up and crossed and rotated in front of us, in front of us, in front of us, in front of us, and they are now going beyond us, the separation of those two stars is expected.
Right.
So that's where we are. We're watching and now that they're going past us, we're seeing facial illumination. I'm sure you've seen Atu space in beyond in daytime. And we talked about this in Montana Skywatcher for about the last year. And the accuracy is accordance with exactly what we've talked about for that last year, that yes, this is happening, and we keep moving forward in the information. I see Andrea smiling, so it's your turn.
I was watching the cat, not my ginger one.
The cat. Oh.
Yeah.
How many cats do you have? How many?
Two and a gray one.
There are 4. Sorry.
How many do you have, Bruce? 3 or 4?
3. There's
3,
4,
okay.
but 3 of them stay in. One likes to be outside all the time. Quite feral.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh boy, I hate to say how many I have, but
Never enough.
most people would
Never
understand. Never understand.
Right.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I can't get enough.
That's okay.
I can't. They're all perfect. He's looking at me right now, even little Theo. He's big. He's getting actually quite big, little Theo. I can't say little Theo much longer. Hey, I see Joyce is here. Joyce has
Cool.
3.
Hi.
Okay. Hi, Joyce. I didn't know you were here. Okay, good. So y'all want to see Alexander's video because he's waited up forever for his video. Not just for the video, I'm sure, but he is still here. So I'm gonna go ahead and play it.
Hi, Alex.
Alexander. Okay, good. Let me see, because it's got to be what 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, like 2 or 3 in the morning for him. Just saying.
Oh man.
Okay, he's in Germany. Here we go.
We are long-winded.
Yes, we are.
He's a patient guy.
Remember, don't look at the light, look at the dark.
It's crazy. That's a new view for you, Alex.
See the dark blue versus the light blue. See the light cut off. See the line at the bottom of the light. See the little dots. Now there are days that it just you see nothing but blue sky. But that is actually something cutting in off the size of the halo. There's something cutting the sun off.
Oh yeah.
That's very good layover. Ow. My head is humming.
I was wondering if that was maybe the blue asteroid.
No, that's the red asteroid and the spiral asteroid on the right-hand side of the sun.
That's different.
Oh.
As you can see, the spiral asteroid is rounding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Neat.
Now remember, Uri is crossing to the right now.
Wow.
Wait, what? Uri is
Is
crossing,
crossing over to the right as it goes up and beyond us.
Uri is on the right side of the sun.
No, it's on the left, but it is now headed more out view and crossing over the sun at parts of the day. Remember, it's not just a stable placement. They always
over the sun. Okay.
Okay, that right there is the side of Matim and the asteroid. See that big rounded thing right there?
Oh yeah.
Look at the cut line in the lens flare.
Yeah, wow.
He says, look at the cut line in the lens flare. Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's
I see.
That's Matim and the Tan asteroid.
Wow. You can see
That's
the Tan asteroid right in front of
that's
them.
the side edge of Uri right there in the upper portion.
Beautiful.
Oh my.
Okay, this is the 19th. This is a different day. God, the axis tip on that alone is very interesting. Yeah, he's right. Is that the axis tip of Saru, which would be really weird, but I know she's going to come at us. And in an unexpected way. I don't know which direction she's going to go. Figuratively, she is on the left branch of the two-armed octopus. So that axis tip is acceptable. That could be the base cloud of Saru right there.
Wow.
Cutting off the top. We know she's cutting off the top of the sun. And we know her base cloud, and that is very, very prominently that single. Look at that single, very thick base cloud, which back in 2012 and 2013, we saw huge examples of it for like a year and a half. And of course, it just went by unnoticed, and everybody went, "Oh, cool sunset! Thank you." I'm screaming, no, that's a planet. It's a huge, massive planet. No, okay, you're full of shit. And look at that edge difference.
We would feel it. That's what they always say. We would feel it.
Yeah, we'd be dead, man. If they were that close, they'd crash into us and we'd be dead. There's Saturn's yellow moon right there on the upper right. Yeah, and on the left, of course, is the Texas cube and Attu and Attu's moon, which he laid over. He was not even poking. Not right there. The Saturn, Lidos, right there. He's doing good.
Over.
I don't have to say a word. He's already doing it.
I did.
Look at that side crescent right there.
Yeah.
Hello, long box cube.
Wow.
See the ion tail and Saturn's yellow moon in the Saturn? Cut in. Cut in from the right, and there's objects. Oh, hello. That looks like the skull asteroid. He's looking at you. Have you attributed for your sins?
Oh, no way. Look at that. Hey, it was dead on though, right?
You know, I'm going to give
No
Alexander some more kudos. You just won a brownie. You moved up from cookies.
I did that.
Oh, you
Rebecca
did
did
that.
it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
You won
I
a
did the
brownie.
overlays.
That was
Yeah,
cool.
you're right. There it is again. You
Yeah.
are right.
I'm
And
pretty sure. Yeah.
God,
It's big. Look how big it is.
who do we know that drew that in a drawing this month?
Yeah? This guy's
there.
freaking nuts.
Who is that guy, and how does he do that?
The one and
I don't
only.
know.
Some guy in Montana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I heard he was some very overweight guy in Texas.
Oh, I see. Oh no.
You remember that? There was a big rumor for a while that I was some guy in Texas.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to
There are
laugh
some
over that. I was
people
like, where the
also-
hell did you get that from?
There are some
well,
people
you know, we
that
heard
think,
stories. You're like,
that think
okay.
you operate my account. Like they think my account is really you.
Yeah,
I've heard people say that before.
That's happened.
Really?
Yeah.
I've heard that.
Okay.
It's like, well, I'm here. You can see me. So.
Right.
Hey, I have really good AI skills.
Right.
You know, after all, I draw the drawings and I make everyone in the world see that. Remember, you know, there was those people that accused me of that.
Yeah.
It's like the magic crayon, you know.
Oh gosh. You make
10 asteroid.
Oh.
That's part of the salamander asteroid there, and of course the skull asteroid popping out right there. Yep, going sideways, looking that way. Dun dun. I'm coming to visit you, Earth, to scare the shit out of villagers.
Right.
You know, I've often wondered about what the hell the skull asteroid really is. If somebody actually went out there and vastly carved that thing to keep us in line. I mean, it popped up perfectly timing right before Halloween, and we've been watching it ever since. Just amazing. That bottom illumination is the spiral asteroid, and then the middle on the far right is very close and very large white red asteroid underneath the bottom of Uri and Attu's moon.
Okay.
And those are the asteroids underneath the bottom of Attu's moon and some ships, and right there to the upper right is where the Texas cube is. Which, by the way, I was looking at Christoper's capture from a few weeks ago, and I moved that comparative that you did, Rebecca, into my camera file, so I have more quick reference to it, and it's a classic. It's one of the best, Christoper. That's one of the best captures we've seen in like 8 years.
Wow.
Of the Texas
I'm
cube.
still freaked out by it.
Yeah, the cube.
I don't like looking at it.
Yeah,
And I've seen it all week again this week too. So I haven't posted much of the pictures I took this week, but we were really busy with.
That's the rainbow illumination of Matim.
Just like you were talking about earlier.
Yep.
Wow.
That's the rainbow illumination of the edge of Matim creeping out in front of Uri. I mean, from behind Uri. I apologize.
Okay. Wow, look how high it. Well, it must be sunset.
See the rounded edge?
Much
See
higher.
the illumination?
Yeah.
Remember when the sun shines on the edge of a planet, it creates these little cloud effects. You can see the
cool.
direct rounded edge right there. Just to the left of the sun, just like in this month's site drawing. The illumination of the side of Matim as drawn.
Wow.
Montana Skywatcher, February 15th, 2025.
That's
And
great,
massive.
Alex. Really cool.
Yeah. The red asteroid, little sister, the skull, the subsequent. God, I can't even talk. We're at 5 hours, 31 minutes. Hi, and welcome to another edition of, Aloha from tropical Montana. Look at that. Oh, look at that edge. That edge, see the red?
Interesting.
See that illuminated area? That is like Isatim and Saru illuminating from underneath because it's sunset.
Wow.
Those planets are there, otherwise that secondary light wouldn't be there.
Right.
Saru is blue
That
green.
is incredible.
Yeah, look at that. There it is again. I saw that yesterday, but it was sideways. It was literally crescent sideways. And I saw the illumination because but Tim is at the angle where it is illuminating, just like right there. All the asteroids and all the other stuff are illuminating. Because of the angle of where they are moving up, 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 and to our right. And again, I dare you to prove me wrong. I know it's crazy and silly, and I do apologize, but yeah, there it is again, there it is again, there it is again. And Rebecca, if you could, hit pause on this and then show the monthly side drawing so we can show the reference. See that illumination just above the roof there?
Yeah.
See how white that is?
Yep.
Which, right here? That one?
Monthly side drawing on the left-hand side of the sun.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
There's your illumination shining through the clouds on the left-hand side of the sun. Matim is showing, Tan asteroid showing, the Skull asteroid, Lorraine, Pappy, a couple of the smaller ones. Spiral is, if you look, the spiral is rounding,
right,
just like Gillian described earlier. And placement of the Skull asteroid, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So now you may continue.
Okay.
And this, I'm not trying to, be droll or arrogant. I'm just trying to show you that this match is there again. You're seeing the illumination of the asteroids in front of us are Atu's moon, and Uri. And then Saru off in the distance at the horizon, just above the house roof. You can see that illuminated bottom open core of Saru. And it's all there after dark.
Yeah. It's perfect. Gosh. I'm impressed.
Yeah. I mean, Sam, he was just literally talking about the rainbow side edge of Tim, and then this pops up. It's awesome.
And then you got to keep your eye out for the blue of the blue asteroid, because it also is putting out blue light on the right-hand side of the sun, and then it's going to bring up the blue light on the left-hand side of the sun. And even in cloudy skies, you can see there's this odd blue by eye, usually. See that dot?
Yeah, the light isn't uniform at all anywhere.
See that blue dot right there?
Yep.
That is the blue asteroid to the right-hand side of the sun, just like I said a half hour ago. Or an hour ago, or 2 hours ago, whenever it was that I said that. But yeah, there you have. There's your example. And your blue light on the left-hand side, in that big blue rounded area that's right there in front of you right now.
Yeah.
Behind the clouds, that illumination circle is Matim. And in the left-hand corner is the illumination face of Uri.
Wow.
Even behind the clouds. Dry throat, time for Ricola number 2.
Ricola. Yeah.
I swear they got to sponsor us. Jesus.
Yeah. Somebody write to them.
Yeah, only through fan mail will we ever get anywhere, manipulation of the masses. Nobody listening to me, man. I'll just be down here talking about all my friends on the porch, man. All right, Knight's Natural Herb Ricola, the normal brand. The original herb.
Can't be doing any generics on those.
No, I remember back in the early shows. Oh God, we went to I went upside down for a second. In the early shows, I was doing cherry halls, and I was trying to have them in my mouth and talk at the same time. And I don't know how many times I almost choked.
Oh God!
They are round, and the Ricola are square.
Right.
And you can keep them on the side of your mouth without dying over talking with a cough drop.
Yeah,
my cough drop in a podcast. Knock on wood. I'm only joking. Yeah, you have to learn to look behind the cloud and the time of the day, where the light's actually coming, the illumination. Why is there illumination? Is it past sunset? We talked to
Oh,
God since like 2019-ish. Oh, the sky at night and the time was all wrong. And geez, why it's 11:30 at night and why is it still illuminated outside in space, even though the sun went down hours ago? And we correlated all this information. Now, Alexander is pulling what Gillian does, which is sometimes turn things upside down so you can see the opposite effect. Your mind can grab it in another way.
Looks like you're falling down out of an airplane or something.
Got to learn to look at that rounded edge of light.
Yeah.
See the blue? Blue asteroid, and Tim is on the left. I saw some more pictures this week that showed a smaller object to the right-hand side that was equally illuminated with our larger sun, and I'm still in belief that this information is matching at the separation of the two stars. And I still believe we're being shown the face of the second star right now, or first star point of view. The larger, I think that NASA is showing us the star that is affecting us, and they're calling it our star. Because many months ago, it started looking like I've never, ever seen before. I'm looking at patterns on the face of this star that is nothing like anything I've seen in a long time. So, and I could be just wrong and, maybe jumping to conclusions, but I see something wrong. Beyond that, we're all scientists here. Oh, shit. I just dropped my cough drop.
Awesome. Alexander, thank you so much. I love it. I mean, I never get tired of seeing his videos. Actually, his full-length videos on his YouTube channel are about 30 minutes each, so I crunch it down to a few minutes per video to get a variety, but if you want to see the full length, you go to his YouTube channel under Alexander Waltz. So
thank you, Farrell Forrest.
Oh, here he is. Sure enough. Thank you very much, Bruce, for joining us. We'll have to have you back on with us again sometime, because I know Gillian has more questions for you. So now that we know, his area of expertise, we'll be prepared, more prepared.
Yep, another voice of the Citizen Coalition scientists to report from around the world.
I love it. Cool. All right.
That is why we are here. We're trying to get enough people to actually stop and listen to this information, because it's not just one guy on the net. We're a group of sister sites. We've been working at this longer than anyone out there, and we are handing it to you for free. So take a spoonful. I don't care if you're vegan, but just shut up and eat. As Michael Jackson, Al Yankovic, eat it. Anyway,
that guy was nuts.
While we're at 5 hours 41 minutes, I'm allowed to get a little silly.
Yeah. Weird Al Yankovic.
Okay, I'm going to
Yankovic or whatever his name is now.
And, maybe Mr. Bean or
Yeah. Good night, Alexander. He's going to bed
Alex.
Finally. Golly.
Finally.
Thank you for your work, Alexander. You do great work, and I have to congratulate him. He is actually, he's on par with doing everything at my level. And wow, congratulations! He's excelling in his own field.
Yeah.
And he's creating his own spot. We all do our own science, and he has earned his place where he is. And I do respect his work greatly. And he actually did become noticed right away. You and I, Rebecca, we've seen the talent creep up, and we gather our rosebuds while ye may, and get our people together, our peeps.
Yeah, where's he?
Your peeps?
Oh, she stepped away,
like
Audrey.
you,
I don't know
Christopher.
where she is.
And yes, yet the USPS does not let me send you any, you know, bird seed, you know,
Oh,
like
I see.
in his little nest waiting for his package, and they denied. We'll try it one more time.
There she is. Yeah.
I will
Oh.
seek a different box.
Not yet.
So I have a short video of pictures from Andrea. So I thought we
Cool.
could take a look at those. What do you think? What do you think? Sounds
Hey,
like
she's
fun.
still awake. You know, we haven't bored her to death
Yeah.
yet.
So, since she's our featured guest, one of them. So let's
You're
go
in
ahead.
New Zealand or Australia too, or
New Zealand.
New Zealand? Cool.
North. Up the top.
Cool.
Yeah, you guys have such an amazing view down there.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it took me a number of years to kind of like brain figure that your view is the same as ours, but yet it's not. And I got, because Robert was sending me stuff for so many years, I finally just sort of got used to it. Australia is still a little weird. South Africa, wow, that messes with me. South America, we lost a lot of our South American folks. Do you remember, or in your early years, Christopher, how many people we were dealing with people in South America? Rebecca, do you remember?
Not too many since I started.
South
Or
America.
maybe I'm just not.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
had a great group of people in all around South America for a while, and they just sort of went somewhere.
Few I can think of, but
And the
not
same
very
time
many.
that my South Korean friend vanished, and my Russian friends and my Chinese friends, they all sort of went bye-bye, and
Right.
never knew why. And I do miss the lady from South Korea. We did talk regularly. I mean, all the God, well,
Yeah.
and I wanted to mention this too the other day. It crossed my mind, so I better say it. All those people we've lost over the years that were really, stormtroopers along with us, who like Lucinda or Regi and all these other people that have passed away over the years.
Oh.
And there's been some, we can't forget Bobby Allen. We loved him dearly, even though he was like our resident conspiracy theorist. And, and he was a good guy, but he passed away. I do believe I haven't heard from him in a very long time. So we have to remember all the years that we have put here and all these people that have worked for this. And we talk about this, that, and the other thing all the time, but I don't think we mention the humanity of what we need to recognize, how we got here.
Sure.
And I wish to just say thank you, because there's no way I could have gotten here by myself, and all of you guys got us here. And I just, went that way. Look over here. That's all I did. And I want to thank everybody who's listening today or tomorrow. We got here together, and that needed to be said.
Yeah. It's not a one person job. You know what I mean? It's you can't be just one person making it happen. It's like, it takes everybody.
Yep.
Well, I can do the drawings and I can show you what's up there, but only when everybody else puts their material in.
Right. Right.
From around the world, not just one place in Montana or, and when they match in New Zealand and they match in South America and they match in Michigan, then we can say, okay, this is real information. And I was chuckling because today I was looking through the Weather Channel in Europe on YouTube. And everything is 3 weeks old to 4 months old to something from last year. And you cannot get current information because people post it later, not now, on YouTube. And that's the problem we ran into in Montana Skywatcher and Facebook in the early years. Everything you found out there was from people that was 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 weeks old. And comparing and grabbing and see, then you had to hunt down the date of capture. Then you had to create a file of everything in separate and then try to compare the dates of capture of other information, so there was no current submission place where you could culminate the information on one page. You had to search around and search around and search around. And we always frowned about farming information off the internet with no background information. And I was a very big stickler, and Rebecca can attest to that. We want information background from people, not, oh, hey, I got this on the internet. It's a cool picture.
Right.
And like that picture of the face in the cube that's going around that everybody's saying is current, and we all know it's not. And we went around, and we're still going around. Like 3 days later, it's still circulating. And that's why Montana Skywatcher did what it did. That's why we created, and we were one of the earliest sites out there about the Nibiru thing.
Wow.
And we were the culmination repository of current local photographs. Nobody did that unless you're like a cloud appreciation society, which I'm not mocking them. They do. They're out there. They're functional. And hi, how you guys doing? I like the material. I wish you'd listen to me a little more, but I think in my block or I want approval before I can post something. I don't know. Anyway, you know how everybody treats me. Nobody likes you. It's a joke. There's some comments in the YouTube page on the last movie where we all love you, Sam. It's like, yeah, I know, and I love you guys back. Yeah, you guys are awesome. Anything to say, Audrey?
What time is it, Andrea, for you? What time is it?
PM. On Sunday.
What time?
3:50 PM. 3:50 in the afternoon.
3:50. Yeah. Wow. That's far ahead from us. It's 8:50 Saturday night.
Like we're talking to someone in the future here.
Right. Yeah, we totally believe in time travel. We know we already did this. We've been here before. We've done it again. We're in a loop. We're in a matrix loop, I tell you. Take the green or the blue.
Experimental.
Yeah.
It's 3:00 in the morning, almost in the UK.
God.
Wow.
Woo.
You're tough. You are tough.
Yeah, we have. Oh boy, I can't wait to see what's coming. Because I saw illumination yesterday in the sky, and it's just rainbowing out, and this Matim thing, and wow. If we actually get to watch Matim get closer, ooh, that's going to be very interesting. Because the last time we saw Matim was like 2017, 2018, and it was tiny, bright blue, and it went whoosh, got by, and it was around for like a month, 2 months, gone, not seen in years. So often, so I stopped even including it in the orbit model. Just I forgot about it. And Matim is the smallest of the planets, and it has a very unusual orbit around Saru and Uri. And I don't know how to classify that in my brain, but anyway.
Yeah.
What we observed, I may be inaccurate, but it's what we seemingly observed. So that's the information we're running on. And now, recently, we've seen that we believe, because of a placement of an object in front of Matim that hasn't actually moved over many, many months, we may have a moon of Matim. Wow. So I'm still devil's advocate on that, going not fully sold on that, but wow, even I drew it in this month. I've been watching it. I drew it in last month. I've been watching it for quite a few months. And when you see this pattern, you see this pattern, you see this pattern, and there it is again, and there it is. You see, look in front of Tim. There's this object, and the little line showing you it's moving. Mm-hmm. And I draw them in when and I draw out of placement what I see in my head and what I have seen from people's submissions. And this is what I expect to happen because I know I've been watching it for 15 years.
It would be hard to tell between that and an asteroid. It's so little.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but it's been in one place.
Yeah.
And I if you'd like, I can even send you that picture from Liz. It's not a great capture, but it is brand new. Let me see on Facebook. Yeah. I'll see if I can find it real quick. I sent you a video.
You're saying it's not behaving like these other ones, right?
Yeah, it's not moving. It's sort of kind of like what's going on with the blue asteroid. It's not progressing in the sky attached to all the other ones.
Right.
And it's there, but it's not connected to what we're used to seeing in our outview move. And it's not moving. Let's put it that way. It's been stable in one place for quite a while. Okay, Earth to Brain. Where was I going? I was going to grab a picture. Okay. I hope I remember exactly which. It's hard to pick one picture out of quarter of a million pictures or how many ever I have. All right, gotta go to the current file. I know it's here someplace. Dun
Yeah.
dun dun.
Isn't that fun?
Oh, there it is. My brain went right back to it. Okay. Pardon me, dry throat talking. I am sending you the picture I got from Liz.
Okay.
It is not a very good photograph, but it is direly accurate, which is like, wow, I had to keep this. And it's even got the spot in front of it that matches the drawings mostly. And I'm very careful that those are contagious.
I know. That's like, I can't handle it. Yeah, let's see. I'm like, it's too
We don't
early.
allow that here.
It's too early to start yawning for me.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm coming back to StreamYard here from Facebook. So I sent you. Let me recheck it, see if you got it. I believe you have it, Rebecca, in PM on Facebook.
Sorry, stop it.
All right.
How do you make yourself stop yawning?
Okay. You take off your sweater, or you step out the front door for 2 seconds and breathe.
Yeah.
Right?
Because a yawn
I
is
know how to
actually
make
trying
yourself
to
sneeze. You
on air.
just look at the sunlight and you'll start. If you gotta sneeze, just look at the light of the sun. You'll start sneezing right away. But
Oh my God.
I don't know how to stop yawning.
Yawning
It's so weird
has
how you see someone yawn and it's just instant.
an extra deep breath change in the heart rhythm.
I know it's happening.
Yeah, good thing your picture is up, Sam, or you'd have all of us yawning.
Yeah, I know. I am so boring. I
Breathe.
Right?
I know.
I'm not like that. You know what I
Hey,
mean?
look, I have been talking for over a decade. Yeah, you'd think people would be yawning by now.
No.
Same story over and over. I joined. Okay, wait a minute. I have to scroll up. I
It's
was
the same
just reading
story,
that
but
in
it's
the
not. It's different every week.
NK. I joined in 2019. Matim was not there back then. The skies and drawings have changed a lot in the past year. Have not been up to date. Shame, NK.
Yeah.
Okay, health issues. You're allowed. Okay,
Hold on.
you get a free pass. Yeah, I can see where people can't, stay up to the current information if they're busy dealing with health issues.
Yeah. We'll help you get up to date. Just go in the groups and anything you need, we'll help you. We'll send you everything you need and get you back up to speed.
Okay, let's try it again. We're getting there, girl. It's
done.
Click here.
Yeah.
All this to get
It's like you learn StreamYard and then the next week they changed it all on you and then you got to relearn it.
Yes.
Oh wow. Yes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now I looked at this and I thought, is this a lens? And then I looked at the rounding edges on the left side. That sort of almost looks like art from Mesoamerica.
Yeah.
I was thinking, and this is, and then I looked at the date. Okay, 2/20/25. And okay, then the light angle and what the hell do we got going on here? So I'm trying to figure out what this is. And meanwhile, it's interesting.
Okay, so
do we attribute this as Saturn or Matim, or what do we? Is this Matim with a moon in front of it, in front of Uri? Which direction are we looking? But I wanted to point out, and also there have been these other sites that have been posting lens flare, but this does not look like a lens flare.
how does? I mean, because to me it reminds me of the FAA cam.
Right. This is San Luis Valley mini or a municipal airport in is that Colorado? It says CO. I mean, we have to look up if there's a San Luis municipal airport in Colorado. But I want to point out that there are other sites that are out there that they're masking the planets for, and I brought this forward, and I was questioning what Liz sent in, and it seems to fit, but don't want to go the wrong way.
Yeah.
Right.
So and I every once in a while I like to throw in, it's like, yeah, look, this is what we're looking at, and yet we can't jump to conclusions. So people out there, let's be discerning and learn why and how, and look at and again, prove us wrong.
Good night, David.
Background information.
Compare.
Yeah.
Good night, David. Good night.
Copper Mountain. Yeah, this one. These are definitely. Look at you got the 1, 2, 3 major flaring. Now, what would cause the 1, 2, 3 objects major flaring? The sun, lens flare, Mary. Okay, this is a FAA weather camera.
Yeah.
So
just
now that is definitely you see the almost microscopic cellular circle.
Yeah.
Lens flare. Looks like a bug under a microscope.
And you can see right through it.
Yeah, it looks like
and you can see right through it, right?
There'll be people that will just fight you on that. That you cannot. If somebody believes that that's a planet, you cannot change their mind.
And we have to, then we have to go into it, and then we look at the date, and we go, God, well, we know the planets are way bigger
right
than that.
There's a line.
Look at that. There's your planet. Yep.
Yeah,
wow.
There's a line going right behind it, all the way across the sky. That's the planet. Yeah.
Wow.
There it is. Anyway. They're out there.
Yeah, and there is no asteroid in that placement at that angle that is going there that looks like that with any facial markings we ever documented. So, and it's a lens flare because it looks like a cell. Yeah, and then they do the color graphics, and you just go, oh Jesus.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And there are people that are feeding into this like wildfire. And it blows me away. Then they love the shit that's fake and ignore the shit that we've proven over 15 years.
It's weird.
This is where the comedian is standing on the stage with the microphone in front of his face, and he doesn't say anything for 5 minutes.
Right. And if these were real, you'd be screaming from the top of the mountain, but.
And they're all out there searching. Are we alone? Is this real? I mean, are there extraterrestrials out there? And meanwhile, we've been providing that information verbatim every day for the last, 8-10 years. We watched the Empire Orb come in, through the Norway Spiral in 2009. So that's like a long time ago. Now's when I wish I had Ernest P. Worrell, and he could bring up, well, we know them aliens is here right about now, and we went and got our guns. We couldn't walk out of the valley.
Don't get out the guns.
Yeah. Well, I've got my old flintlock Bessie still. She shoots a might bit of buckshot from time to time. I want to know there
might not be a good idea
on in my neck of the woods. Okay, okay, Johnny, you bring the jug. Anyway.
Yeah, I know. The blue enhancement.
Yeah, they occasionally let me out that they make sure I'm back by dark.
Right. I know, tough crowd, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, we are at 6 hours, so we are turning now to comedy, and hi, and welcome to the comedy edition part of the show.
That's what happens. That's what
For
happens.
the next 4 hours, we will amaze you with
as we lose our minds
and mystery.
All right, cool.
Does anybody remember the Ed Sullivan Show when certain laundry soap companies, brought to you by, Lysol product brand soaps, Good for your laundry. Good for your hands.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Right, Lysol brand.
I'm too young for that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
too young.
I was a kid in the '60s. So.
Yeah.
Us old parts. God, way back in caveman day. My kids, it's funny. They go, "Yeah, in the old days, Dad, when you were a kid."
Oh
And I'm like,
no.
no, that wasn't the old days. The old days
Right.
was the
Good
30s
night,
and
Nina.
40s to me.
Good night.
Way before when my parents were kids.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
oh God, we've come a long way, and here we're back again in our
I'm
planetary
trying to think of
political
old products
scenario.
my grandparents had in the house. Like, I know my grandmother's hairspray was Aquanet. That stuff will, you can light a campfire with that.
Yeah, don't
And
smoke.
then,
Don't smoke and spray the stuff at the same time. Many a poor woman has passed away thinking, remember, because Winston tastes good, and then meanwhile use
right?
Aqua
Yeah,
Velvet
I think she had the
hairspray.
same can for since I was a kid. I'm like, are you ever gonna get rid of this hairspray?
I actually,
used it
growing up as
for
a
20
child, I
years.
actually knew a lady that had lit herself on fire while smoking cigarettes and hairspray.
Oh God, that's
I
awful.
don't try this at home.
Right? What else did they have? This red, I think it's called mercurochrome or something, where it's like an antiseptic or something. My
Oh
grandpa
yeah, that was
on everything.
you got abrasions that you got that slapped on every time. Red stuff
Right.
there was wow. Johnny goes screaming out the door back to play, and we never
And then
wore
you're walking
helmets.
around with this red stuff on your arm for like 3 weeks because it will not come off.
What was strange was it had a little stick. It had a
Yeah.
stick up the lid, and you dip it in there and you put it on your cut, and then you put it back in there and put the lid on it. And I'm like, how does it not get
Oh,
contaminated?
because nothing on earth is going to live through that.
I guess.
Right? Pretty much. Looks like PVC pipe glue stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. That we
Ain't nothing gonna come out. Nothing you put in there is gonna live,
it burned
right?
like hell, but you never ever got an infection. If you put it out on a wound, right, you never got an infection after. I mean, it burned like hell as kids, but it was normal.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to be here, take this, Johnny.
Right.
And we didn't we didn't have seatbelts, for God's sakes, and we'd be riding in the back of trucks, and people slam on the brakes, and there goes Billy, and so Billy, get back in the truck. Shit, what are you thinking? Told you to stay on down and hang on, didn't I?
Right.
Get the dog while you're at it. Okay. Shit, can't even go down to the local bar and get no more groceries from the store no more. Dang kids want to come along with. Okay. I had enough of Ernest World today.
Yeah.
I'll go mojo down. Yeah. Okay.
Let's see what I got.
We did hit 6 hours and I've lost my mind. So
No, that's all right.
Oh boy, aren't they? They look happy, don't they?
Thank you, Nicole.
Yeah. That's nice. Well, okay. How about we watch the clip I made of Andrea's pictures?
Okay.
Clips
Did we
and-
finally get there?
Yeah. I'd like for her to see her videos
There we go.
and pictures. So, all right, y'all. This is what New Zealand looks like. So, let's go ahead.
Days
and pull
ago.
it up here. Yeah, it's pretty. So, here it is. Okay.
Yeah, I definitely need to spend more time studying New Zealand. Low population, awesome forests, unbelievable agriculture and nature, and
Good night, Thunder. See you next week.
good choice of music on that, rotational 360. Look at the shaft lighting. Cut off flare.
We'll put that
Ion
music
tail of
on.
a atom on the right. Uri and asteroids on the left, right there. That's the bottom of Uri, and then there's Attu and Attu's moon, and the asteroids below it, and just straight up would be like the Texas cube and the skull. And then you spin around to the bottom of Nepesity and Nibiru behind it, back to Isatum yellow moon on the right. 3 straight lines usually equals the long box cube. It is on the right-hand side, so this is multiple straight lines. How interesting. That would be the bottom core of Isatum right there. Isatum is getting bigger. See the white dot on the right-hand side of the sun? That is, again, the blue asteroid. Looks like the bottom of Nepesity on the right-hand side. Okay, you can see that the light is coming from the left. So in this shot is Nibiru and very possibly Nepesity. And on the left is the asteroids. Probably the Texas cube from the look of it. This is a little bit older. I think a couple of months older, isn't it?
I am not too sure.
Bottom of Uri, see the white cloud, secondary cloud, tipped axis.
It's not very old.
Could be January sometime.
Yeah.
Okay, that is Isatum's yellow moon. Very, very big. And Nibiru. God, you guys are looking at planets. See the micro clouding? Wow. It's like you're farther away. How cool. Because you are farther away. You're down, you're down on the side of the planet looking at this. That's Isatum's yellow moon. God, this stuff is amazing. It's the same, but it's different. I'm sitting here looking at it with one eye. Ow. Yeah, you see the bottom of Isatum differently than we do.
Cool.
It's interesting. And that would be Uri on the left. All of that blue is Uri. See the stripes?
Wow.
The dim is above the sun in your shot.
Wow, look at that.
And this is definitely cube related.
That's cool.
And you see the purple left of the sun? That's the Texas cube. And that is Dim and Uri. And of course, the green dot is a lens flare, but there's other stuff up there too. Okay, see where the light is coming from? This is the bottom of Nepesity.
Wow.
And perhaps that straight white line above the majority horizon clouds is the bottom of Saru. And this, of course, okay. That's the ion tail of Isatum's yellow moon. All the way across the sky. Still turning, coming from right there. That's just
wow. Oh yeah.
In front of Isatum. Undeniable. Over and over and over again.
It is really cool to see how different it is from the southern hemisphere like that.
Yeah, it is surprising because they see it at different angles and the out view changes and it's elongated in one area and in other areas it's just like wow. And I went through that with Robert for a long time.
Okay.
And I just sort of got used to it. It's weird. I often laugh at myself because I sometimes get better information off actually looking through the internet than even when I go outside for myself and look, because it's a larger scope.
Right.
And of course, before the 15th of the month, like 2 days ahead of time, I go and I spend extra time and look what's going on. And then I picture it in my mind and draw it, early in the morning before I turn the computer on or anything like that. I don't copy it ever. I just draw out of my head what I see.
I did this on purpose to make you dizzy.
Yeah, that's all
Yeah,
right.
I
We like roller
was
coasters.
doing that right now. So we're getting a little POV headache going on here.
Wow, look at that.
And remember the actual sky color is light blue. All this dark blue is stuff that we are in the middle of. And, you have to remember to look for the micro clouding. When it's tiny, it's not ours.
Look at that.
That's all of those bodies that are so damn close to each other. It's scary, and I can't even comprehend how it's possible. And then I go, okay, it's out view. It's out view. They're closer together by our view, but not in reality.
Okay.
That's it. Boy, that went by fast.
That was
Wasn't
great.
that cool?
Thank you very much. It was
Thank you,
Yeah.
Andrea.
Great,
Yeah, I pretty much
Thank
rounded
you.
up everything she had to offer. So that was it. But it's so cool that she's with us tonight. I mean, I had not seen that coming. I had not seen that coming. But I'm used to seeing her in the
You
comments.
just decided,
That's so
hey,
great.
I'm coming on the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, perfect. Yes, let's do this.
Yeah, you've been with us every episode, pretty much.
Yes, she's always with us, isn't she? I know the comment section is quiet though tonight because usually it's Andrea.
Hey, look, that's fine.
She keeps it hopping, so that's
No
funny.
Carol to tell me off.
Oh gosh, that's fun. Oh,
Yeah, I
God.
only figured out like a couple weeks ago how to actually comment during the show, so I'm learning.
How to do what?
I couldn't comment before, and I don't know how I finally figured it out, but I can comment now. But every time I do it, it's like the same comment 4 or 5. It posts like 3 or 4 different times.
I see.
I beat
You're
it
messing
myself
with you,
out.
man.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Do we have any time lapse videos?
I do. Are you wanting to see some?
Yeah.
Something in particular, or just any time lapse, or I don't know.
You got all of them.
But yeah, we have some saved back. Let me pull up some. That must be her all-time favorite. Let's see. Which doesn't surprise me because she makes time lapse videos.
Started them,
Yeah. I wish I had a better view for time lapse.
Yeah.
Let's see what this one looks like. Yes. Oh my gosh. I wish I had that view. Just something wide open.
Now look at the horizon. The horizon is the real sky color. The rest is overhead, very large rotating planet. And you can see the white line there shows you the edge of it as it moves. Some of that is sea trails. Others is not. They're trying to hide from you the big rounded edges of these things by breaking your eye up with the straight lines. That and, blocking the extra sunlight. And this, you could even chalk this up right there because look at the microclouding and the beating on that. That's an atmosphere of a planet. There's Atu's moon and Uri going over the top of us right there. And the transition of the day and the movement of the planets. And then they go beyond Earth and become facially illuminated lately. And it's all an awesome show. And they're so damn large right now. It's just mind-boggling. It's also very difficult to call what you're actually viewing until sometimes later. 3 times we have to watch these things, 4 times, who knows? And we're not always accurate, but we know they're there because we've got thousands and thousands and thousands of submissions from around the world. We know what's happening. We're not guessing. And it's amazingly insane to think that these planets are actually that freaking huge and that close to us without crashing into each other. But we're electrical and we repel each other. And we've seen discharge events, and we've seen weather events, and we've seen rotational bypass cycles over many, many years now. And I was scared shitless in 2013, thinking, "Oh my God, we're going to get smattered by the object cluster group that we've been watching get bigger and bigger and bigger." And oh my God, look at the lead asteroid! And,
Yeah.
And then finally, after it went by, we started realizing how electrically cyclic they were. When we watched them discharge and continue upon their path, and yet they were phenomenally, absolutely massive, and yet how didn't we die in the process? And after many years of that and study, and now we've documented the objects in the object cluster groups, as in plural, and which planets they're orbiting, and why they're connected electrically, and why they don't detach, and why they orbit this way, and why they go round the corners as the planet goes beyond us. And so we've watched all of this happen in order to hand us the premise of, hey, this is what is happening, why we know they're doing what they're doing, and how they're electrically connected to their orbit model. They're not in our orbit model.
Right.
And due to all of these cycles, we had to learn all of this stuff. So, you're at the basis of the science that NASA is not handing out. We have a smaller budget and we're stuck here on Earth, but we're doing our best. I'm pedaling as fast as I can go, I promise.
Right? It's smaller budget, stuck here on Earth, but better information. Probably.
I do have an edge. I have an advantage.
There.
Wow.
Yeah, remember, don't look at the light, look at the dark.
Yeah.
Once you start doing that, you will start to see things going by in front of you. Wait a minute. What was that I just saw? It's like your video, Christopher, where we sat there, we were talking, and then all of a sudden the Texas Cube came out of nowhere. One of the greatest captures of the Texas Cube in the last 8 or so years. And so now I've saved a copy of it in a few files, and I plan to use it regularly because you can't argue with that thing coming out of the light. Boom, there it is. And
I'm pretty sure I saw it like 3 or 4 times this week. It's just right where you where you said it's supposed to be, and right under Atu's moon. It's wild that it just stays there. I'm thinking, what? Did they fall asleep? Why aren't they moving around? I'm trying to come up with all these questions. Why is it there? Always. But there it is.
I'll give you an example. Do you know about Hadrian's Wall?
No.
You don't know your Roman England history?
I mean, some of it, yeah, but no, I haven't heard this one yet.
Okay, well, the Romans moved into England, and then they marched and for decades and years and different, ages of, many decades. And finally they got up to right to the bottom of Scotland, and Emperor Hadrian had the Romans in camp and build a wall. And that's a great topic if you want to look up some really wonderful history. Look up, Hadrian's Wall. And they didn't go any farther to fight with the Scots, but they parked there, to make a long story short, as a show of force.
Right.
And the United States and other G7 countries all know they're there.
Yeah.
Because the Norway spiral orb, which we refer to as the Empire orb, because it looks just like the Death Star from Star Wars, and I'm not kidding. I've seen it by eye. We're not kidding.
Right.
And we have thousands of sightings of it over the years. And including a really cool one. What was it like? Was it Show 101, Rebecca, where we had, we got other captures from live feed, and then they matched old pictures as well with the light arrays and all of that.
Yeah.
And we're just adding to the, sightings of the Empire orb or the Norway spiral orb, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And this is all, time proven information. So people really should get on board. Get on board the crazy train. Yeah.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, there's no other way to describe this, and yet people, I still, every show I say, okay, I dare you to make a comment on YouTube about the Texas Cube or Long Box Cube, or any of half of this stuff, and we get 10 comments. So, like, if you like, also comment. Take 5 minutes, and not just one sentence. Give us many sentences, please. Watch the show tomorrow. Comment on YouTube.
Good night, Audrey. She's out.
Good night,
She's
Audrey.
out.
Good night,
She's going to
Audrey.
bed. It is 5:30 in the morning. Oh my word.
Whoa.
Girl, you're tough.
Yeah.
Nope.
I mean, 3:30 is pretty late for me.
Yeah.
I can handle that, but 5:30.
Look at what's behind those clouds. That
We'll see you
rotates
next week, though.
the opposite direction of our weather.
Right. I was just going to mention that.
It was there.
I was asking.
Oh, look at that. Oh, boy. You can see something moving back behind it. You can see something back there.
And
Yeah.
it moves, and then it changes position, and it slowly moves away. And then in comes the next one behind it. And the light illumination changes, and there's and I in certain ways I can't wait until they actually get a little smaller, because we'll get we will get better sightings of them, and I do look forward to the facial illumination as they go beyond Earth, and I do. We've often said this. I wonder how cool they're going to be when they're going away from us, and you can't argue with it on these moments that I'm sure we're going to get. Sometimes they're wrapped in clouds, and other times they are not. And we've got hundreds of those photos too, as well as cloud wrapped. And we try to share what's current with everybody. We could go back, and I think we should on our future shows. We could go back planet by planet and show you old to new, and why we know what we know. And that would take a lot more preparation. We'd have to put in files together. Now, Christoper, on your personal page, today I was answering some questions on one of your posts, and I included a whole bunch of pictures of Nibiru.
Cool.
So go grab all of those photographs and slap those into a video, because you're talking about Nibiru proper, and that is, I think, at least 8 or 10 of my oldest Nibiru photograph comparatives.
Great. Yeah, I had so many people this week telling me Nibiru's already come and gone, or it's gonna, it's planet 9, or
It's hiding
just all
behind
sorts
the
of crazy
sun.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm
They'll be
like,
they'll be here in 2032. It's
yeah,
like,
they all exactly. Like, that's another one. That was funny. It's like, okay.
Or they're giving the Harrington model of a single pass where it comes and goes and so on.
Right.
Instead of it being here since 2010 and 11, when it became visible in 2010, it got here closer in 2011, and then that's when the sun started rising and the planet tipped and all the other planets tipped, all that blah blah. And we had somebody was asking me about the tsunami that killed a very large population prior to that, and they were wondering, do you think there's a connection? And I go, yeah, absolutely. I think when that other solar system got close enough to us, I think it yanked us enough. Now we have the tsunami and the fault lines break, and it's all tectonic and all connected. It's all connected.
Which one are we talking about? The Fukushima, or the Japanese tsunami, or the Indian Ocean tsunami?
Japanese tsunami was in 2011, and I'm talking about like the 2009 Malaysian tsunami. And I spoke. That broke a very large plate in the Indian Ocean, or broke free. They said it was an existing subduction zone. I'm not so sure about that, but I could be wrong. But yeah, I think that, because the size of that wave. Now I could be jumping into a conspiracy box. But yeah, I think we've noticed changes coming for a long time prior to that, and I think governments have been preparing for many unknowns that I don't think they had the right minds working on. So I think there was a huge budget that got sent to that as well, and they may have over prepared and inappropriately prepared and created a domestic fear scenario, or it's intentional. Maybe they are trying to create chaos so they can get away with more, and I don't want to say that. That's a big they.
Right.
There's a lot going on, and there's more than one faction. There's many factions, even on Earth. So, we're not going to finger point this guy, that guy, because there's a lot more going on. And, and we've been, here, this is February 20th, 2025. Thank you, Monique. There's a lot of stuff going on right over the top of us, including extraterrestrials and collection of the commodities and getting ready for our future history. And so, wow. I mean, where do you begin? Let alone the price of eggs.
Yeah, I'll be taking pictures and I'll be out there for a while, and then you realize, is that a cube you're looking at? And then if you look harder, you'll start to notice all these little triangles all around everywhere you look. It's just the wildest thing.
Yeah, but how could they possibly believe a Star Destroyer is looking just like Star Wars?
I know. That's yours, Andrea.
Yeah. I don't want to be online ever. Oh, thank you.
Huh. I hear her. She's not moving.
Yeah, I think she's locked up.
Yeah, okay. I'm like, I don't know what's happening. But that's Andrea's picture. Just saw that one.
Yeah, that's the one that I said looked like Nepacity.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
See where it is? See where the light's coming from?
Yeah.
You know,
It's been to the right of
sunset
our
or
sun.
whatever, then Nepacity is in the south. Or no, north.
Yeah, at sunset. It's in the north. Uh-huh. Like from one side to the other, just complete north.
Yeah, I saw the edge of Nepacity like 2 days ago in the north, and it was like, wow, God, look at that sticking right there. Oh my God. And it was there for about 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Wow.
Yeah.
When I go live, like from 3 to 5:30, I see the band of Nepacity the entire time.
Well, this was the entire side illumination of it, and it was right at sunset.
Yeah.
And it was due north, and I went, wow. And then I looked over, closer to the sunset, and wow, there's, a Saturn yellow moon. Because Nepacity is actually in front of it, but it's way smaller. So I mean, the out view is totally screwed with your brain. But I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right. And I've been seeing at sunset at 2 in the east. Like
right. And it all looks so damn big. It's so weird.
I know.
Like,
Yeah.
how do you compare? You can't measure it. It doesn't make sense. And yet there it is over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, And, the problem is that they're so huge. And it makes it really hard.
They're too close. We're too close
Right.
to be seen.
But at the same time, we've seen, since last year, watching like for the yellow moon, for example, we've seen it come closer and closer, just like he's drawn, and that's been awesome. They're big now, but we can still see them, moving in their positions. And
Oh yeah, they've gotten a lot bigger in the
makes
last
all
year and
this
a
stuff-
half alone.
Right.
And 2023 and 2022 were amazing. If you go back, to the in the old side drawings or even your photographs, and you can see the increase. Saturn's yellow moon has gotten huge, and it's pushed. It's so big now that we actually see more of a Saturn's yellow moon than we do a Saturn now, which it didn't used to be in 2023. We saw a Saturn, and then there's its little yellow moon in front of it. And then go back to 2019, and it was way back in there in front of Nibiru, and way tiny. And so we watched this all develop. It's just amazing, and it just gets better and better. And there's that damn ion tail again on the right hand side of the sun. And then
really
the
jealous of
rounding
these
in
photos.
of the spiral asteroid cutting in on this picture.
Yeah.
See that gray black? You can see the white illumination. That's the spiral asteroid cutting in and rounding, just like we talked about. And they're separate, different colors. And you've got Atu's moon in this shot, and you've got Uri coming in over the top of the right-hand side, like we discussed earlier. And yet, the ion tail of a Saturn's yellow moon is visible, yet behind the face edge of Uri.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. 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 Wow. That's pretty cool. I love his pictures. Philippe,
Yeah.
you know, I know you know, Chris. Yeah, he's
In the
Oh yeah.
Azores, and that's
man.
in
I mean, you think
Equatorial.
it was Photoshop, but it's not. He's out there in the almost mid Atlantic, not like anywhere near the equator, but it's got to be because
I guarantee they have far less
surrounded by
seashell.
ocean.
I don't think anybody's out there spraying their populated area.
No. Mm-mm. Oh wow.
Yeah, that is the bottom of Uri,
Beautiful.
and probably a twinge of Atu's moon probably mixed in. February 21st, 8:30 p.m. Tasmania. Thank you, Jason York. Yeah, that is beautiful.
Oh,
Yeah.
And those little circular puffy clouds. Those are the clouds indicative to the gas giants, and we've learned that over the last decade, and documented and caught thousands of captures of over the years,
Right.
Yes. Right,
including
Curly.
the big cloud of Uri, which is also in my drawings, going back years. And I absolutely, look at that, that's beautiful. Lead asteroid in front of us had some yellow moon in front of us had some. It too is rising up, and we're starting to see the light of the other side of its base. See, there's a little on the
lead
horizon,
object.
right? So that's even rising up.
Yeah, you're right.
Why I drew it this month in the drawing, the way I drew it in this month's drawing is higher up than it was from the month before.
Okay.
And that the light is coming from the left. That is what it looks like the skull. Yeah, the skull asteroid is there, and that is the bottom of Atu's moon and a few asteroids.
Yeah.
Oh.
The skull asteroid is above where it says February 20th, right at the
Yeah.
staring down on mankind, ready to do doom.
Right.
Who the hell carved that damn thing? If they meant to scare us, it's working.
Right.
I'm convinced. You don't have to, there it is again. And then it's Atu and asteroids, and this is beyond Earth. This is going past us now, and he is in the Maldives. Thank you, Afan. He's a long time member and friend. Oh, Tony. Yeah, we don't talk enough about Tony. Thank you, Tony, for your work.
That just his backyard, everybody.
Yeah.
It's just his backyard.
He doesn't have to pay for lift tickets. He can go skiing anytime he wants.
What? I was supposed to have been born in Switzerland, but somehow I ended up in Oklahoma.
Yeah, you and me both, sister. I agree. Yeah, I was supposed to. Hey, I'm blonde. I was supposed to be born in Switzerland, or in Milan or
not fair.
On the Blue Danube, anywhere, but yeah, in
Alabama.
Oklahoma, yeah. When I was a kid, I was always wondering why was I born in Montana. Very weird. Andy was mentioning that, and he sent me a post about Montana, whispering in Star Trek lore, and Zephyr Cochrane and all of that. And I go, well, of course, he's from Montana.
Okay.
That's from Star Trek. You can look that up. At 6 hours, 36 minutes in Crazy Town. Welcome to the Crazy Train. Today.
We're not even close to crazy yet.
Oh, I've acquired a sense of being asleep while I talk. So yeah.
UK.
I'm sitting here looking at pictures through with one eye because I'm trying to get a good look at it, and it's like realizing I got to stop that. I'll be computer blind here again. Go in the next room, and one eye sees, and the other one doesn't.
Is that the spiral asteroid going across the sky?
I would not. No, that's the wrong curve.
Okay. I don't know.
That could be the bottom edge of the planet. I don't know, or just normal clouds. I mean, I can't call it with that because I don't even know what lens he's using. It looks a little rounded.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a normal curve. I would call the spiral asteroid. It's the opposite of what it is right now for February. That would be different.
Okay.
It's possible, but
It's just
I don't.
perfectly straight. It's just I don't know.
Yeah, now this is awesome. That is showing you. I believe this is showing you the base cloud of Attu's moon, with Attu behind it.
I can't believe she went outside on the 20th. It was like at this time of day, like 4 degrees. You know, it's horrible. I would not do that.
It ain't happening.
I know.
Hey, I went out and started the car at 13 below. You know.
Oh my God!
I had to go to the store for milk. You know how it is.
You gotta do it.
Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, we had one night here a month ago. It was 27 below. But this year we had a very short duration of sub-zero. Usually it's a couple weeks. So yeah, and then of course the rest of the country got it now. Like again, I got to remind everybody, you got to watch Russia and Turkey and the Caspian Sea area right now, and then all the way through till next week or the coming 4 or 5 days, and see where it travels through China and Russia and Japan, and they got a big low going their way, and that's the storm that actually came over the top of us, went across the Atlantic, got England, got Europe, went over, and now it's in Eastern Europe, and then is now getting the Kazakhstan area and all of that, and now it'll just keep going. And these are those big nasty winter storms that they call bomb cyclones. And their turn, they're going to get a subarctic blast dip of the polar region in their area next week, and ours is going to fade, which we have. And by the way, I had a picture. Do you have that picture ready, Rebecca, of the planet and the oblong aurora?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, that was the last one.
Where we can discuss what's going on.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Nicole, for rounding those up for us. That was Nicole's selection.
Thank you.
Cool pictures. So nice.
I didn't realize that at first, but thank you. Yeah, I'm getting a little dingy, but that's okay.
I am too. I mean, I am.
I had a weird loopy morning. I mean, I had to go to the store twice, and second time was to the post office, and after that, my brain went dead.
7 hours almost.
I just couldn't believe that Christoper did not get that package. You got to be kidding me. And my brain went out the window.
I was afraid that I gave you the wrong address or something.
Oh, I double checked it.
I would have felt pretty bad.
Yeah, now
I know I didn't give. I looked and made sure in our messages to each other. I went back to see, did I put in the wrong digit? No, I didn't.
No, I was careful on how I wrote it and everything.
It'll come.
Yeah, well, if we don't get it back, then we'll get the insurance. But yeah, go ahead. If you could get it.
Oh, sorry. That's a big no-no. Hang on. There.
Yeah. Now, look how far the ovular Arctic jet, that's also the top of the planet. And that's so our normal Arctic North Pole jet is being crushed on 2 sides, and it's also way down into the United States. That's that Arctic blast that we're going through right now. Now, next week, that's going to tip over to the other side of the planet as the Earth wobbles.
Uh-oh.
And then they're going to get that because it's forming right now the opportunity for that whole weather thing to slip in on their side of the planet, and it happens every 2 weeks.
Yeah, I was going to show you. This is what the weather person was saying for the first of, I think, next week, first week of March. So, they were saying that there's another Arctic front.
And this is where, if you look, and that's where it's going to affect the Great Lakes, and we talked about that. that circular area there, that's going to become the cutoff low of that oval that we just looked at. When the planet shifts, and that oval that's been pinched sort of calves or gives birth to this cutoff low that it's going to get next week to Minnesota and Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, etc.
Watch out.
And Maine.
Illinois.
And then that'll go
Get
across
it.
the Atlantic, and then it'll hit the UK and Ireland and all of that. So, and this is coming, and this now. If you look at the influx on the left, that red river atmospheric, and the minor cutoff low over Arizona, etc. That's going to usher in a warm spell behind this after this goes by. So there'll be a warm up next week, but this frost thing that's coming in, it might be in the next 2 or 3 days as well. I can't remember exactly when it's coming in.
See,
But
that's
you can see the blue areas are going to warm up. The purple areas are going to be cold.
March 3rd. Right. It's projected temperatures for March.
So, and then
3rd.
right after that, we're going to have another cold snap in the Midwest and to the East Coast again. That'll be another flick of the lion's tail, so to speak. But we're pretty much headed towards spring. At least we are up here in the Rockies. I don't know. I know we're in a melt top, and they got flood warnings and all of that. So I know it's melting up here. And I was driving through a lot of slush today, and it was 44 degrees. So our stuff is finally melting, and we were buried. Even like I said, we had a blizzard a couple weeks ago, but nobody noticed because it's Montana.
Right. Did you guys see the pictures from Detroit like a few days ago?
Yeah, they got hammered.
That was weird. There was cars frozen in ice in the street.
Yeah,
it was like
Kansas places that were 27 below.
They said a water main that was 5 feet across broke. That's what they said. A water main.
It looked like a hurricane came through, and it looked like floodwaters frozen. These cars were to their roofs in ice, though, surrounded. A pipe did this? Okay, well.
Yeah, 5 foot old pipe from the 50s or something busted, 5 feet wide, but that still doesn't. That seems like way too much water. I don't know if
that's what I thought when
it was like 5 feet deep of water, almost covering the cars in this entire neighborhood. A water pipe did that, or I don't know. It was that, and it was like negative 10 degrees.
Right.
So it froze.
That's a lot of water.
Yeah, it's crazy
for a water main. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a water main engineer. I don't know, but that doesn't seem right to me either.
No.
But pretty wild photos to see cars submerged in water like that, frozen.
Turn into ice. Yeah. I know.
Yeah.
Gosh.
The water couldn't run off because it was so cold. That's why it is so much. It didn't run away because it was stuck in the ice that was already in the ground.
Yep. I see. Right. That's what Carol Ann concurs. She concurs.
Yeah.
I'm just glad, we didn't have any problems here, as far as it getting so cold.
Oh yeah, what went through Nebraska and Kansas and Missouri and everything, it was pretty dire for those guys. They really froze their butts off, and it barely made the national news. And I was watching Ryan Hall and Max Velocity and those guys all week long, and it didn't get anywhere else, and it's just surprising. I mean, it was pretty catastrophic for a lot of folks. And then even our dear friend Lana out there, she got snow all the way down to northern Arkansas and tips of Texas. And Rebecca got really cold and got a little bit of weather and a little bit of snow. And
yeah, a little bit.
And then it went all the way into like Kentucky and Tennessee, and they froze their butts off. And
a good layer of drizzle, like freezing rain before the snow, So it was pretty. Everything was really slick, for a couple of days. Yeah.
Oh, and there were highways left and right that closed down, and massive car accidents everywhere. And I'm shocked it didn't make really national news for, maybe a 7-second blur. on NBC or ABC, and that was it. Nobody was like, wow, okay, wow, that was pretty, and I knew it was coming because I did see the forecast ahead of time, and I keep chuckling. I said, everybody buy snow tires this year, and I'm still laughing about that because not a normal thing to do, but I warn people literally in the South, you should have snow tires mounted on rims if you can afford it. Have a spare pair that you can change in the garage if you have to. Drop a hat and one day you're fine, and the next day you got iguana falling from trees warnings.
It's pretty funny.
I know. I think
it's so true though. Those iguanas, they're crazy, and they're huge. They get pretty big.
I think we up to 20 pounds. You get hit.
Right? Yeah. My wife's dad used to live in Fort Lauderdale, and he lived on a boat. And they would climb right up on the boat, and his wife had like these hibiscus plants on the back. I don't know what they're called on a boat. The little deck or whatever. They'd eat the hibiscus flowers, and she'd hit them with the broom, and they can swim too. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I don't know what's going on with her picture. It's like
she's
frozen.
locked up again.
I can hear her. I know she's there.
Are you laughing at me, Andrea?
Andrea,
you're not there.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm like, is someone in my living room laughing at me? I don't know what's going on.
I know.
The iguana thing.
That's all right.
Frozen. No, I just checked. It shows for our weather in the next 10 days, 60s and 70s.
Yeah,
nice.
Warm up period.
Oh my gosh. I
And
can
then, of
find
course, the
people
things that are going to come in, and
Enjoy it while it lasts, right?
Yeah, right. Until it
It was
gets
beautiful today.
hundreds. Yeah.
Mhm.
Right. I cannot have to soak it up while
Yeah,
I do.
I'm not excited about summer at all.
Right. After I remember
Yeah, well, I think we're going to be many distractions. Many distractions will be coming our way in the nearby future. God, it's too many to mention. It's horrible. I'm not going there. Happy days, people. Yeah, pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows. Look it up.
Look it up.
Yeah, my favorite. My oldest daughter turned 18 this week. So, and when we started doing this, when we started doing this, you heard her tonight talking, and when we started this, she was 3.
Wow.
That
cool.
That doesn't sound right. That you have an 18-year-old now. That doesn't sound right. I know. I'm used to your girls being little.
Remember when they did Merry Christmas, Montana Skywatcher, and Happy Halloween,
cool.
Montana Skywatcher.
Wow.
They were little back then. When we and we had little fundraisers to buy her some nicer costumes and stuff. Because back in the early years, I was so broke it was unbelievable. And we, finally managed to suffer our way through all of those years of that. I don't know how I even got here, and knock on wood. Thank you, Jesus, and all of this, or how we got here. And we never really could afford the internet, but we had no choice. Had to. And oh my God, earlier, I'm trying to contact Rebecca, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm not going to have any internet today, and it was horrible all day. And then just before the show, it straightened out. So thank you, the cosmos.
Good.
Yeah.
And the gods, the demigods, for clearing up our internet.
I had somebody else mention that today. They had internet trouble, so.
Yeah, it was really bad. I mean, I was like, I couldn't click from Facebook from one page to the other, and then I could walk into the other room and come back, and it still hadn't opened. Yeah, it was really, really stalling really bad. And it was the internet, not Facebook. And it was just, you got to be kidding me. But then it's squared away. And then I looked at the magnetosphere pictures from the sun today, and I can believe it. Kind of, got my brain that same way. I'm just sort of, I'm energetic, but I am a little bit, dingy. I took a drive to town department. Now I'm going to sneeze. Your turn.
5-second heads up. Watch out. I know. I know. I don't know. It's like I've been drained. I can't say I'm tired. I mean, I am tired, but normally I'm not tired at 9 or 10 o'clock. Not like, but so I am drained. I guess it's just drained. But I'm not. You know how you like if you're sick or something. I'm not sick. I can't explain it. Something's draining
You're
my
just
energy.
not. You're just not into it right now.
It's just not there.
Like,
I don't know. I can't really put a. I know. It's like everything is such an effort.
Right.
The same thing. They were just so tired they couldn't believe it. It's like, God, I slept, and yet I feel so tired.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some weird shit going on, and I think these moons and the proximity of the planets overhead, and
Yeah,
I mean
I
the
find-
magnetic sphere and the sun and all this crap, and we are getting bombarded with radiation. So
Yeah, I'm finding myself like maybe like 4 or 5 o'clock, a few days out of the week, like just falling asleep. Just whatever I'm doing. If I'm sitting down, I'll just fall asleep. It's weird because I don't take naps in the afternoon, like and I'm falling asleep a lot earlier at night, and
you know you're
I
getting
need to stop
old,
commenting on Facebook on the group. Pat, I need to like cut it off by a certain point, or if I'm texting or commenting in the groups past a certain time, you may get a comment that doesn't make any sense. Like I think I had to delete one the other day because I thought, did I write that? What? It was total
Been there, done
gibberish. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're posting for 10 hours, you should have quit 6 hours ago.
You're right.
I find that all the time. Like, did I really post that? Oh boy, I bombed everybody with music again.
God. That's funny.
Did I post that song 4 times on the same site? Okay, yep, I sure did.
My favorite.
Yeah, there are days we've been in this loop where we work and we post and we jump from site to site, sister site to sister site. And Nibiru Followers Anonymous or Montana Skywatcher Anonymous or Montana Skywatcher 1, 2, whatever. Back and forth, man. Sometimes you get so lost, and I try to make sure I post on your site, Christoper, and then I find myself doubling here and there. Oh God, forgive me.
That's okay.
You get stuck in a feed and you just keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No wonder Facebook, got mad at me. Oh, Facebook's gonna put you in jail for that one. Okay, yep.
I have been so well behaved on Facebook. Like I have not gotten any trouble.
Knock on wood.
I've been.
I haven't either.
I mean
Because
it.
everybody I know has been in Facebook jail, and it's like
I learned my lessons.
I haven't dealt with that yet, but I mean, eventually maybe I'll have to, but that hasn't happened yet.
Oh God, I have been in
likes me very
Facebook
much, though.
jail like 50 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the longest ban I was one time was that thing with Gillian was 3 months.
That's
And
crazy. I mean, you could have totally lost control of all of your sites,
Well,
What are you
fortunately,
supposed to
we
do
have
when they
enough
do that to
admin, and moderators that. Now I did lose, of course, Montana Skywatcher 2 admin, but we have enough
you couldn't
moderators.
even look at the group, right?
Yeah, I go in there regularly and I post stuff still like a
I
member.
mean, no, like when you're in Facebook jail, like can you look at your group or
Yeah,
you just can't post
yeah, you
in
can
it?
see your group, but you can't comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see. Well, at least you could see it. I mean,
Yeah, and there were different levels of it too. Sometimes you could like, and then there was real when you knew you were in deep trouble when you couldn't like.
Okay.
And I went through different groups of that. Some
know,
sites I
Andrea's
could visit,
stuck.
other ones I couldn't visit. One time my personal page, my personal page has been Facebook jail a few times, where I could work off of Skywatcher. I could go there, but I couldn't even go to my personal page. I mean, it's just weird shit.
Fucking horrible.
I know, Andrea.
Oh, like a bunch of children who never back checked themselves were in charge.
right. For unoriginal content.
And at some points in time, you could actually talk to Facebook and you could actually try to discuss it. And that happened for a while. And then later on, you couldn't contact them. And then they went through different varying degrees of that. And then they got to the point where they were just telling you you were in jail, and they didn't even tell you why. After a bunch of that. Thank you, Meta.
Yeah.
And again, like I said, back in November, a lot of things changed. Parameters changed. All of a sudden, boom, I've lost my personal profile. I had to start over again. Lost a lot of pictures, a lot of information.
Oh, man.
Big pile of drawings and stuff. I can get there, but it's like I got to actually stop and type it in and go there. And I think I'm my own friend. I don't know.
Nicole says, "Shh, don't jinx yourself."
Yeah, right.
Right.
That's why I said knock on wood. Yeah.
I know.
Anyway.
Yeah, Kaylee.
Anyhow.
Happened to me twice.
Coming up on 7 hours, and I am absolutely brain dead.
Well, they deleted my account the first time, just flat out deleted, and then the next time they locked me out of the account. You know, I can see it, but Anyway, it was traumatic.
Yeah, and see, when you lose all of that and that time and that information in your friend list. I mean, I had, somewhere odd 6,000 friends.
Well, the first time they blocked my IP address. Seriously, I am not making that up.
It's like me
I had to
not
get
being
a
able to,
new cell phone because
connect or link to.
as fast as I'd make an account, they'd block it. It's just as fast as I'd make it.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very, very, very. It took me like 2 weeks to figure out how to get back on. I am not kidding. I was trying everything. You know me, I'll try everything.
Yeah,
Right.
her IP got flagged like mine is, and you have trouble with mail and Amazon and Skype and TikTok and
I mean,
and YouTube and
to have to start completely over, like start with a new email address and a new device.
Right. It's like losing a job and having to go get interviews and starting a whole new job over again. That's just not cool. And this is more personal, you put your whole, everything into this, and just for that to be
you
taken
can't
away
chalk that up and say, "Oh, it's a conspiracy." No, but yeah,
Right.
it is. It really is. We are getting wiped out. We're getting trolled like crazy. Our likes get, we watch our number of views go backwards.
Weird.
It's not fair.
Yeah,
I
not
didn't
cool.
feel like it's
Not
fair.
cool. Well, we just got to, we know that our Pleiadian and Cube viewers and the people on Nibiru and Saru who have been watching our show, we know that they're our loyal followers and
That's so cool.
Yeah.
They're our biggest fans.
yeah, it's like lifestyles of Atlanta housewives or whatever. I mean, I don't watch those shows, so I don't know their names. But I haven't watched normal TV in so long I can't even tell you.
I couldn't tell you what new shows are out either. Or
Yeah,
I couldn't even
not
tell
at
you
all.
what's playing in the movie theaters right now. I don't know.
Same here.
The girls were talking about a new one that's coming out. It's like, oh, okay. Comes out in June. Oh, okay, we'll worry about it then.
Okay. Oh man, what was that called again? I don't.
Okay, kid. Yeah, you want to see it? Okay.
I don't go anymore because within 2 minutes of the trailer or credits starting or whatever, I'm out. It's pointless for me to go to a movie.
Loud
Yeah,
and
or they're-
noisy and wear your
yeah,
M95 mask. I don't
Yeah,
want to
right.
stand out in public. I don't want to be in the movie theater with 87 other people.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's like that. I like my little cave up here in Montana. Me and the bear.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do miss. But don't you miss like going to the movies and have?
No, I don't. Not at all.
No.
Like the good
No,
old
I don't.
days, like the '90s or the,
Yeah.
Stepping on old popcorn, putting your hand on the handrail and your shirt sleeve sticks to it.
I miss it. When
I miss it
movies
too
were
because,
actually
like-
good, not now.
Right.
They're terrible now. I would not bother, but
walk into the
Horror
multiplex,
movies.
into your
Right,
room.
I'd rather
you know, they
sit,
start the
like
movie and
Rebecca
there's
said,
no
I'd rather
air.
go to an old movie theater with an old movie than these new movies. They had to like,
Yeah.
you know, all the movie theaters here in Vegas, they're all refurbished. They've got these like reclining bucket seats that are huge, leather seats. It's like, it's nice, but I could, at least you give me a good
No,
chair to sit in a crappy ass movie. So,
Yeah.
you know,
I'm talking old school.
but
Yeah,
and
we don't
it's
have any
really
of those.
sad because yeah, like from everything from the '90s and everything that you know, my neighborhood, everything's been torn down and rebuilt. I don't recognize everywhere I go now. It's like where are we?
Mhm.
Oh, we're on this corner and that corner. What? It's all changed. Weird.
Yeah. It's, I don't know. Because now I guess a movie is like $20 just to get in the door. You know, it's,
Yeah, $20 for a bucket of popcorn.
and then
Yeah.
I know it's
$8, $9 for a drink.
pass. Pass.
Better be the best drink you've had, you know?
You gotta get my $5 Reese's peanut butter cups.
Taylor used to work at the movie theater in our little town, and he'd get us in the back door, you know, and we'd sit there for a
Nice.
double feature. We'd watch 2 movies, and he'd bring us drinks
That's
and
cool.
popcorn, and he'd get like coffee filters and put popcorn in it, you know. Anyway, hey.
Yeah, they counted the buckets.
Oh boy,
That's cool.
That was fun. Yeah, like I said, the '90s.
Yeah.
Well, you know, in my time, I went into the drive-in a few times in the trunk. So
Okay.
Okay, and
yeah,
the drive.
you know.
We still have a drive-through here. Do we? Is it still open? No, I think it's still
Drive-in.
open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, guys,
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think, you know, we are at 7 hours, and I think this would be a great spot to
We
wind
sure
it
did.
down.
I think
Yeah,
so.
we might
Talking about movie
start
theaters
doing
and
some weird
popcorn,
stuff.
making me hungry.
I know. Well,
You
cool.
know.
I can see you. I can hear you, Andrea. I can't really see you, but I know you're there. I don't know what's going on. She is frozen
Yeah,
in
you
time.
got sucked up by the big wave there or something. That planet that's in the, you know, the picture here, it must have crossed in front of you. We can't see it anymore.
I know.
Sorry.
I hope I'm not pausing a funny face.
I don't know. That's funny.
Well, you'll have to
Right.
watch the video
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Now,
Right.
now that she's been on once, she knows how unscary
enough
it
of me,
actually is. And she'll have to join us again sometime. Okay, Andrea?
Definitely.
Yeah. You have to
Yes,
come back
yes.
and join us. Yes. Perfect. All right. Well, good. Yeah, well, it's been a great show. And guys, we talked so much today. I have tons of stuff for next week already ready.
Cool.
So good for
That's
me.
good. That's always a good thing.
I don't have to do anything. But
Maybe we'll be a little quieter now. Maybe we'll be quiet next week, you know?
and next week will be Stacy. Stacy.
Great.
Yeah, what's her last name, Sam?
Sandlin,
Sandlin.
Okay.
Stacy. That's I
up here in Montana. She gets some good pictures all the
Great.
time. So.
Yeah, I'll be making her videos. So we can see what it looks like in Montana. She's in Montana. Yep.
Okay, everybody, like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, donate to Rebecca so she can pay for all of this. We'll see you again, you know, next week, next Saturday, same bat time, same bat channel. I always say that lately. And then we'll try and fill you in with all the cool stuff we see next week.
Yeah.
Definitely.
We'll get it ready for y'all.
Okay.
Guys.
All right, I'm reaching for the
Sam,
X button.
Andrea, and Christopher. We'll see you all next
All right.
Saturday.
All right, good night,
Bye.
Good night, everybody.
Everybody.
See y'all during the
Bye.
weekend next weekend. Good night.
Okay. Bye-bye, everybody.